Halo, selamat malam. Malam ini gabut nonton semifinal lower bracket antara DRX versus Optic Gaming. Dip 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 dip. Halo Aisyah, apa kabar Aisyah? Ntar setting dulu nih. Oh, sama mau ganti judul dulu Judulnya salah nih. Ini DRX lawan Optic Gaming. Tit 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 tit. DRX. Oke dah. Alhamdulillah baik. Ini iklan game yang gue lihat nih. Oke, udah. Ganti layar dulu kah? Valorant. 55 detik lagi. Mulai. Live chatnya belum kocak. Live chatnya belum aku ambil. Bentar. Tit. Live chatnya belum diambil ya buat baca chat ya. Udah lama nggak mampir ya. Aku udah live 3 minggu nih, tiap hari nampak. Cuman kadang ada bolong sih, dikit. Oke, dah. Udah mantap. Sip. 1 detik. Mulai. Mulai. Nonton doang, gabut. Aisyah main game apa aja sekarang? Grand Final. DRX Korea nih, DRX Optic Gaming North America. Aku nonton yang di Twitch ya, karena yang di YouTube agak kurang ya grafik ya. Masalahnya aku live streaming, karena harus ngambil sumber yang jernih biar tampilnya lumayan lah enak dipandang. Kalau ngambilnya kurang jernih nanti layar yang aku agak burik. Bitrate-nya cuma 3000 aku live. Hadir aja. Al main apa Al? ML. Stumble. Mako. Semoga DRX aimnya headshot ya. Jam shot mantap nih. ML siap. Udah ada PES. PES yang di HP. Udah ganti nama eFootball kan? Apa ada lagi nama game baru PES? eFootball 2023. Hari ini nonton tanpa roti goreng ya. Nanti aja pas sudah final ya, baru pakai roti goreng ambil nonton, mantap. Penontonnya mulai rame. Pada banyak yang belum datang kah? Ntar lagi penuh itu. Yoi. Apa kabar ya akun ini aku? Football aku. Yang aku gacha-gacha itu masih ada nggak ya? Masih ada ya harusnya. Oh gitu, mantap lah. Alhamdulillah ya, HP baru ya. Aku masih belum punya HP loh. Adik aku pulang kerja, aku tanya duit ada ambilin nggak? Aduh kata dia, lupa, aduh. Finance agak botak ya rambut tengah ya. Tipis, bukan botak, tipis nampak rambutnya. Apa banyak yang gugur gara-gara mikirin strategi kah? Bahaya juga mikirkan strategi valorant sampai rontok rambut ya. Gak tahu strategi ML sama game lainnya. Apakah bisa bikin rambut rontok juga? Wah bahaya. Ntar alis aku nih rasanya ada up nih. Taulah Dora. Katakan peta. Tuh aku SD kelas berapa ya nonton Dora ya? Kelas 1 SD kah? Apa kelas 2? Buset dah, udah lama ya. Di TV dulu ya. Apakah kalian melihat kucing? Katakan kucing. Dora si buta map kah? Adiknya Dora. Aman kan? Nggak suka bertanya kan? Doranya suka bertanya soalnya nih. Adiknya Dora suka bertanya kan nih? Nggak mau cari di Google deh. Nanya mulu . Oke, caster kita ini siapa namanya nih? Brand Sideshow. Tatonya asli kah tuh? Tato prajurit ya. Pakai tapi tulang. Gak lah, kok aman, mantap. Ini draft pick ya tadi nggak ngelihat aku, nyeting OBS tadi aku. Pilihnya map apa aja nih ya? Bentar aku mau cek mic dulu. Tes. Suara game hilang kah? Oh udah. Tes. Segini lah ya. Oke, mulai. Bismillah, semoga DRX menang. Gaming. Takutnya kalau Optic Gaming menang dia yang juara nih. Karena skemanya waktu yang di Master ini Optic Gaming tuh turun di Lawar, di finalnya dia menang lawan Loud. Loudnya udah masuk di ini deh Grand Final dah. Tinggal nunggu dari ini yang menang bakal ke Grand Final ya.
Ye might be able to contain the back of it. He is being contested. Two players swing, and Ye will fall. That's Diablo dealt with.
A first death for Ye to kick things off. Couldn't ask for a better beginning. Optic still haven't got the spike down. Crashies flashed up, taken down.
Mantap lah.
DRX are incredibly well versed on what to do. Victor though, quick little snap at a wrist. Mean that Mako falls down to that 3v4, but the players are low,
and there's nobody on B. So this is a great pivot from Optic. They're going to be able to get a free spike plant.
Ih, kok bisa banyak gitu? Gimana caranya tuh?
Stopping the DRX players from getting into elbow and getting a good retake off. However,
plannya di B.
Coming from halls and Marv is ready to challenge.
Straight through spawn. Marv tries to take the first contact. Has to respect it though. A lot of players there. Finesse on a close corner, close angle. Players are wing. The right clicks. So much work.
Nice. Aduh.
Hampir
kalah bro. 1080p.
What a close one. What a close one to start things
DRX. DRX.
And I gotta say, Bren, I think the crowd is gonna be fairly split for this game.
Yes.
I feel like for the first time, the crowd here at Istanbul has really got behind Optic on their run. But DRX have become and
aku main 3 gol 40. Gimana maksudnya? Main 3 match, total gol 40 gitu. Dapatnya seberapa tuh? 1 miliar per 1.000 sejuta. 1.000.
And the same kind of approach again as we saw in the pistol round.
Shorty di shot.
Looking to take value in lamps. Interesting the way the DRX
played bahaya nih, yang lewat sini mati nih.
Optic with just yesterday. But Loud are focusing very heavily on short control. And already you can tell that is not where DRX are going to be focusing.
Not necessarily the game plan. Spike is going to get planted though, so a bit of extra pocket change at the end of the day for Optic.
Bro,
converting the round is going to be another order of business though. Quite difficult at that. They know him after this, spots him out, and still good clearance. Flash play through the wall. Actually catches onto a multitude of players, but it is DRX with the coverage.
Oh, nice.
Played, I believe, so they are going to be able to wipe out the remaining Optic players.
And a good reaction from Buzz as well.
Kena flash bro, silo bro.
So difficult to be able to pick him off there.
2-0.
Definitely a player that we need to be keeping our eyes on. In the series overall.
Rambutnya.
It's been a long
Karena rambutnya mungkin.
But his duelist play in general at this event has been astoundingly good.
Rambutnya poni kah ini?
And Bind has got to be the map where DRX are the least favored in this BO5 overall.
Absolutely.
So, but listen, we said the same thing about Loud yesterday when they played against Optic. And Optic were dealt their first loss globally with this composition.
So times change. It'd be a bit boring if we were reliving the same storylines over and over.
Hadir.
That way sometimes.
So this time
absen doang kah?
are split on opposite sides. So Stack's looking to get some information down B long.
Oh, Kuli udah masuk kah Pincen?
Marco in a position where he's ready to
udah seminggu nih perasaan nih.
From Victor. And Victor once more makes his way down short, but this time without the blast packs.
Yeah. No utility being used.
Senin besok.
Senin
besok. Senin besok. Lusa.
Does claim the 1 kill. FNS even took so much damage, has to respect it and back away.
Insane amounts of damage done by Buzz there with the Spectre. Ye's used all of this distraction to go and take B long.
Sip lah.
But I'm sure Stax has heard this.
Yeah. Holding the corner as well.
Ye, tumben nggak klik kanan Ye. Ye nggak klik kanan kalah deh. Ye, itu kalau klik kanan auto nambah ini ya. Aim plus 99.
To make a decision on what they want to do. 3 of their players left standing. They invest fully into this one.
And off all of that pressure towards B long, you've got Buzz taking space over in showers as well. DRX showing a fundamentally good approach here to using their players to get information around the map. If Optic lose this, bonus round for DRX would keep the momentum so heavily in their favor.
Help them out massively. So it's going to be dropped
RB.
though, and that's going to signify this is going to be a hit coming through.
Ya,
Take
kena
back into the corner, it's good
racun,
clearance, but
rugi.
it's still only the 1-for-1. Crash wants to move forwards, needs to start taking a bit of damage, taking some names he
Kok
will.
dia yang silau
He
eh?
flashed himself.
Yeah, stacks himself, flash in opportune times.
Astaga.
Nade to the side, time running low.
Ente.
So Optic just about clinched this
Dia
round.
nge-flash kena matanya sendiri. Silau, men.
Bullying their way in with a player disadvantage, breaking crossfires, reading the defensive protocols there. They were so ready for Stacks to flash through that smoke, even if he'd connected with it. Crashes was ready to play anti-flash there.
Crashes
got the
having
punish
such
perfect.
a good tournament as well.
Rugi kena
In terms of his
racun tuh.
consistency. He's always consistent every tournament.
Damage
Plays
double
better
dia.
at LAN. That is one of the phenomenal things
Stacks.
about Crashes. So, disaster averted for Optic. They get the anti-bonus working. But Buzz is so aggressive so early on. And I think he dodged that flash. The smoke that RB is putting out as showers, allowing Buzz to get very pushed up there. And you've got to keep in mind that Optic sometimes do this double blast pack play to take showers control. So Buzz just looking to take the fight if Victor had chosen that area at the beginning of the round.
Optic just, again, slow and steady, contacting up their way through short, waiting for the Viper Orb to fall. Does have that boombot, it's going to let that one rip. Moves it to the side, and there's a boombot for a boombot. That is going to be getting some pressure. Some flash as well to try and initiate Victor in. He's gained control of lamps. Bit of map control for his team.
Oh, di ulti kah?
He's going to set FNS up here for this pit. It is a nasty pit, but it doesn't give them very much room to plant.
Wih,
Crashes
luas
is
ya
gonna
kalau
be
ulti di
vitally
situ ya.
important here with one flash to use. And Ye has just found the pick with the late backstab in showers, takes out Buzz. And
Ya,
they spot Mango.
ketahuan.
Marcus being spotted as well. It's going to be potentially a pincer happening. Zest has to try and relieve some of that pressure. Nade off to the side. A wider swing from
Okay.
Victor will not come up with the goods,
Aduh.
but Crashes does return the
Ente kah?
fire.
Sep.
Stacks left alone. Probably opting into a save at this point with just the Vipers pit up, an unwinnable scenario. So he looks to take that gun into the next round.
Saving. Hari-hari saving.
To talk a little bit about that Optic Loud game yesterday. A historic win for Loud. Both in terms of the match, being able to get that leg up over Optic, but also the win here on Bind. Breaking Optic's composition with an unorthodox approach. Normally the double initiator comps, as with the comp that DRX is running here, they're going to play for B-long and showers like we've seen DRX play.
Yeah.
But instead, Loud had a different approach where they were planning to sand crunch a lot. And try and retake B by prioritizing hookah control. That's not what DRX are going for.
No.
Stacks is almost always playing at B long.
Gila dicari sampai ke base.
Showers pressure is getting distracted to set up for Ye to go for those backstab kills.
But they have been aware of Ye. At least on the pistol round, there's been some element, I think, of at least the fact that they are ready for it. But at the end of the day, even if you're ready for
Tuh
Ye,
kan Ye kan kalau klik kanan
take him out.
Yeah, he's still just
kepala orang tanggal coy.
When Ye's ADSing, I believe he hits every shot. I haven't looked at the stats,
Yeah,
but
so does Angel.
so now you see
Jatuhnya
DRX push down
kayak
onto a thrifty of their own. Stacks
Iko
with
ya.
a hero rifle that he's taken
Pandal dari
from the
stack
player out.
doang yang
And
hasil
this is going to
saving.
be a showers take, but not the aggressive double satchel play that Victor's gone for in the past.
Hampir
Spacing
bas.
again, but 3 players of Optic now going to be meeting him.
Jangan situ mulu bas, sudah ketahuan.
A lot of caution being showcased as well as they are trying to take that showers control.
Dia nyari info aja.
The other side of the map as well. Well, before that, quick little nade
Wih,
try and
mantulnya jauh
away.
juga.
Nice little seize nade combo, and it was a flash play. See if they can pincer these players off.
Player
Buzz
Iron
does
nggak tahu
claim a
lah.
kill, but Optic are more than contained.
Look how incredibly ready Optic were to deal with that showers crunch. Just fantastic. And even Crash is choosing to invest the Trailblazer. That is respect being shown.
The Seekers, yeah.
Sorry, the Seekers, of course. The ultimate being used there just to give them information on where the last 3 DRX players are, and they realize that they have the site for free. And you know, Optic have been... It was an area that they really got tripped up on earlier this year, winning anti-ecos.
Absen.
To be
Nah, mati
big
semua
thorn
nih.
in their side, and at this event now, they've just been so
Nah.
look at them just mocking it up.
Nah,
They're
absen.
willing to show their opponents. A team like DRX been making waves this event. And if it comes down to it, you know, maybe you do have to invest the ultimates, the Seekers.
Numpang
Even if you are
mati
against
aja
Blue
kah?
Eye.
So DRX have been running the same defensive setup here where
Bukannya ini
Army and Stacks are
mapnya
playing
kuatnya
over on B,
Optic
and
ya?
then you've got Mako kind of locking down lamps. So now they're going to swap it up. This indicates to me that Mako's going to use his ult towards
Optic
showers.
pick map ini.
And Optic look to want to fight there pretty heavily. So
DRX
Mako's
brace
got nobody with him as he first
fraktur
pops this
Optic.
ult if he does go for the pit.
Ada harapan 2-1 nih. Kalau ini Optic menang di brace, DRX menang, fraktur DRX menang juga. 2-1 ya.
Just opened himself a little bit too wide there, but yeah, the DRX players were ready for it. Had to give up showers control though.
Yeah, so much aggression, and Mako didn't invest the Viking pit, choosing to play that one safely. Now that they've got Ye posted up, they could go and pressure back towards B, but not feeling like it. This is just going to be an A exec pretty early on.
Just trying to take the fight. Viper utility catching a little bit unaware there. Showstopper across the map though. That's Victor. Making names once more. A name for himself with the 2 kills. He's definitely opened up this site, but Mako, what a reclear. Taking up space now. Trailblazers down, stunned, locked into the corner. Should be dealt with momentarily, but he needs to get bailed out by the rest of his team. And there's the
Di ulti.
How does he not die there?
Dada saping. 3 orang saping.
Stacks. But it's difficult. These post-plant setups that Optic are in, leaving no room for error.
RB does have the heal, but going for this one in a 3v4
Saping.
would be really difficult, so they're just going to back off and save. Yeah. Big round for Optic to win again. What a performance by Victor. So, kind of helped by Crashy's utility at all times, and Crashy's is just
Kill 2 aja.
really good with how he's setting up the Trailblazers to find people on the map and the flashes too, but Victor instantly pathed back to shore to try and stop any kind of aggression after FNS died. And then he just sent it with the showstopper, managing to find 2 entries.
Yeah, that's
Look at that.
Amazing.
That showstopper is off the back of Ye giving information.
Anjay.
Buzzer just used his boombot over into showers. Perfect. Absolutely perfect use of information and comms there.
Perfect.
Get the 2 entry picks.
Time out for DRX as well.
Tiempo muerto kah?
Set up that much. The players have been playing in similar positions across the board.
Tiempo muerto. Time out.
Because even with Optic losing a player at the beginning, they've still been able to convert rounds every now and then. It has been off the back of Victor as well.
Kok fans Fnatic? Udah pulang woi. Fnatic udah pulang woi. Tolonglah.
Lot of
wrong team guys.
lot of Fnatic fans in the building, but I've got some bad news. This
Sayang
top 3
sekali.
is wonderful.
Oh iya, yang kalah juara 3 ya ini ya.
The chance to be able to get that first ever repeat win.
Yang kalah juara 3, yang menang kalau kalah di grand final juara 2. Tapi tentunya orang nggak mengharap juara 2 atau juara 3 ya. Maunya juara 1 semua.
Amazing regional parity. You just don't really see it anywhere else.
Nippon fan.
In this match in particular though, Optic are already starting to answer some questions that I had. I was worried about them on the gun rounds. So far, 2-0 in favor of Optic. Worried about them in 4v5s, and they were just able to convert that one after
Gimana nih dia nguatkan A nih?
These were things that were absolutely brutalizing.
Nah, B yang malah diserang, anjay. Udah disiapkan A-nya. Wih, intip woi, cari info woi. B-nya ramai nih. Ya mati anak orang.
Ye takes contact and Ye claims another kill. He wants to try and weave his way inside of his own smokes here, but
yeah, this is aggressive. RB has one of the hero rifles there, and he's going to be able to get some level of
Ke A kah?
The Optic players have disappeared. But Ye is keeping information towards B long to some degree, so they could pivot back. Prowler goes and clears out Hookah as well. They can be pretty confident in keeping these 3 players on A.
There's a similar scene, at least with the utility that's being used. Victor now close in person.
Mati nih, Victor, mati. Lah, woi. Selisih jalan, Bang. Kawannya mati duluan dong. Gak lihat kiri deh. Ya iyalah, lihat kanan lah. Lihat depan lah.
Now it's a 2v4 retake, and this again just doesn't look doable.
It just has to be a save.
B dulu ke A lalu ke B.
Not ideal at all. But Optic
Memang susah ngedep ya.
here on their map pick. So far leading very strong. DRX, I mean, the only 2 rounds they ended up winning were the pistol round and
Udah
the
nggak ada bang.
subsequent one.
Ya, saving lagi kah?
Is a flattening so far. And to some degree, Brett, that is expected. We said that DRX should be
Saving lagi.
to start things out.
Kita
That's the whole
penonton
reason
ya.
Optic picked this map. But at the same time, DRX are a team that we've seen incredible mental fortitude from. They've managed to recover 293 halves, 184 half at Champions alone. But we've also
Halo
seen
Priji.
we've seen some disastrous
Selamat
mental
malming.
topples from this
Selamat
team.
malming
And
gak tuh?
all of the fans of DRX are hoping that those days are over.
Emang hari Minggu nih,
I think this
Sabtu nih.
map, if it continues in the same kind of
Oh
vein,
iya,
is going to pose a
Saturday
serious question early in the
17.
series to DRX.
Oh, bulan ini sampai tanggal
Do you have what it takes to
30.
just bounce back if you do
Bulan
end up
depan
getting destroyed here?
31.
Still early days though.
Bulan depannya lagi 30. Bulan depannya lagi 31.
Proved over and
Tahun
over again that
baru.
they have managed to get over that mental blockage.
31.
That prevented them from really performing past a certain point on the global stage of living up to the hype, I think, as well.
Februari tanggal 28. Yang tanggal 29 lahirnya nggak ulang tahun lagi ya. 2023 Februari. Tanggal 29. Yang lahir tanggal 9 bulan 2. Ulang tahunnya 4 tahun sekali kan kalau nggak salah kan. Hampir setaks. Sore kah? Wih, Pak Sagoy. Main game apa Pak Sagoy sekarang Pak Sagoy? Mabar.
Hot flash play, Stacks really going to get this aggressive with them, and he has just made a bit of a fatal error.
What a punish! What an absurd!
Ya sisa 2 Priji. Sisa 2 coy. Ini semifinal lower, nanti grand final udah itu habis. Berarti tinggal Piala Dunia sama Dota. Cuman Dota aku nggak live kan sih. Halo Tom. Sekalian eksperimen Priji, mau lihat yang setia ya. Walau aku live apapun selalu mampir gitu. Mau aku jadikan mod nanti. Aku kira Priji sama Nesman Go ini selalu nonton di setiap aku live apapun ya. Ternyata enggak ternyata ya. Milih juga ternyata. Kalau aku main game aja ya, ML aja kah? Tadi live main ML aku pagi. Kayaknya sampai akhir tahun nggak normal sih jam tidur aku. Karena Piala Dunia harus begadang, nonton TI Dota. Istilahnya TI Dota tuh Piala Dunianya Dota juga ya. Wajib nonton juga, begadang juga. Piala Dunia bulan 11. Sepak bola. Indonesia nggak ada tapi ya. Jadi jam tidur nggak normal, makanya live-nya nggak normal juga. Bangun tidur siang, setelah siang harus cari duit dulu, baru malamnya bisa live kalau untuk sekarang ya. Makanya siang sore nggak live coy. Siang sorenya cari duit, kerja. Malam baru bisa main. Berarti setelah grand final bisa nih malam main game ya. Cuman main apa malam-malam coy? Main valorant ya. Sisa 2 hari. Besok apa lusa ya grand final valorant ya? Belum lihat jadwal aku. Tanggal 19 kalau nggak salah ya. Lusa berarti ya. Kalau besok rugi yang main sekarang ya. Mantap senjata, yang pasti nggak nambah damage, aman. LOL, aduh, LOL aku cuman main sebentar. LOL yang Will Rip kan, yang HP kan? Bukan LOL yang PC kan? Kalau LOL yang PC, ku yakin kepala kamu pecah sih mainnya. Pokoknya main LOL yang PC atau main Dota di PC itu bikin pusing ya. Stres mainnya, lebih stres. beribu-ribu kali lipat dari main Mobile Legends ya. Karena sangat kompleks strategi, item dan lain-lainnya. Pala bisa sulai kalau main game itu. Tahu coy, tahu game kayak Mobile Legends lah. LOL. Aku main coy, waktu awal rilis main aku LOL Will Rip, LOL WR ya. Yang mobile. Kalau yang PC nggak main aku, yang versi PC. Mungkin mereka pada MCL final hari ini bang. Oh ada MCL. Oh iya. Malming betul. LOL mirip AOP. Nggak kebalik kah tuh. Tapi game yang pertama kali rilis apa? MOBA, Dota. Udah Dota baru LOL. Udah LOL baru yang jiplak, yang mobile semua, yang mobile jiplak semua. Game perang pertama apa? 5 PS5. CS. Yang jiplak siapa? Gak tahu lah ya. Gak tahu sejarahnya aku. Cuman kadang orang sarkas sih, macam Stumble kan orang sarkas. Fall Guys jiplak Stumble padahal lagi sarkas doang. Fall Guys duluan ya baru Stumble ya. Kadang orang sarkas. Cuman itulah sebagai streamer tuh kita nggak tahu nih yang komen nih sedang sarkas apa memang dia ini serius gitu. MOBA kok analog. Iya awal-awal tuh masih ingat aku ya. MOBA ya awal-awal ya. MOBA kok analog, MOBA kok 8 bit. ML sempat di itu olok gitu tuh. Kok 8 bit. Memang grafik awalnya agak burik sih. Apalagi main di HP RAM 2 GB ya dulu. Patah-patah gimang kah?
What a push. Double initiator push coming out from DRX over on B long.
And Mako contains.
He's the only player on A.
Sole player.
Rico Caster ya. Bajunya tulisan MOBA kok analog. Nggak mampu beli PC ya katanya. Nonton tuh aku dulu tuh. Karena Eriko itu dulunya caster ini PB. Pernah nge-cast PB dia. Cuman nggak terlalu sering sih. Nge-castnya apa ya dulunya dia ya. MOBA juga ya. Lalu diundang ke PB ya. Lalu setelah itu aku nengok itu dia nge-cast ML. Sekarang udah nggak boleh kah kayak gitu? Harus jilat Nonton kali ya. Harus puji-puji kali Nonton ya. Biar diundang terus. Depan kamera harus bilang game terbaik sepanjang masa Mobile Legends. Nah nanti diundang lagi itu.
Spray and pray. Mav does get the plants. Another post plant can be set up by Optic.
Good news. Oh iya, Lil Nas X ya udah ganti nama ya. Berarti betul si Tom tadi ya. Aku kalau nggak salah awalnya Lil Nas kan, lalu ganti nama Lil Nas X kan. Aku yang salah berarti tadi, kocak. Malah soto ya gitu. Ayo Mako. Clutch kak. Itu kanan. Nice. Mamam Mar. Kalau sekarang ngomong kasar dikit diomelin. Rico Lim sudah terpuruk kah sekarang? Banyak kasus ya, drama ya.
And winning the clutch against the player that's been considered the best controller in the game for so long. 7 rounds in a row.
DRX Korea, Asia, Optic Gaming North America, NIA. Nanti yang udah nunggu di final Brazil, Lord. Tinggal 2 game lagi.
A bit of a brawl taking pace.
Bukan 2 game anjir. 2 apa istilahnya? Ya tinggal nonton ini sama besok atau lusa. Udah itu kelar. Aman dah.
Just about missing each other. FNS like he was ever so slightly aware, but a reposition now from
Sekambek kan ya.
kills going their way.
Kalau 5 bisa lah ya.
Back over towards the B section.
DRX 5 nanti dia menang pistol, menang bonus round 7-7.
Marco's positioning is very good if they try and take the Viper's pit back.
Baru dah tuh penentuan. No silau nggak ada 2 orang. Line up kemana nih? Oke, di atas gentong, agak pojok, agak kiri dikit. Jatuhnya kemana tuh? Astaga, jatuhnya di situ ya. Yo ampun, jatuh lagi di situ. Berarti di belakang dengan di situ aman. Dia tinggal ngecek kiri berarti. Si Lil Nas President League of Legends. Iya kah? Gak tahu aku. Emang iya? Emang ada presiden? Bukan BA kah? Brand ambassador gitu kah? Istilah presiden. Yang benar coy, info coy. Oh nice 5-7 sesuai perkiraan. Pistolnya nih, pertanyaannya nih, menang nggak DRX nih? Kalau menang pistol 6. Yeah. Pokoknya kunci menang pistol aja nih. Comeback nih. Enak, 1 gratis 1 silau.
DRX looking like they might have a chance on buy.
Banyak
no
bet.
signs of that mental reverting back to that state. The desk, what have you got for us on the first half breakdown?
Total berapa tim ya kemarin yang lolos ya?
Well, definitely not tears.
Cuman banyak yang pulang kan di awal kan. 8 tim pulang di grup stack.
Yeah, this was a really great start.
8 tim pulang di grup stack lalu playoff. Oke, kelar. Ronde tinggal tukar side ya. Coba aku lihat jadwal lah. Tanggal berapa sih grand final tuh? Ini grand final coy. Nih. Oh tanggal 18. Oh besok anjir. Wah enak banget jadi laut ya. Inilah keuntungannya kita menang di upper nih. Dikasih hak istimewa lah. Terlebih besok dia yang ini milih map ya. Jam 9 besok grand final. Nah ini final bawah nih. BO5 nih hari ini nih.
Yeah, they're looking like the Optic bind that we expected them to, especially after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, just plays like that I think are so fine-tuned, but you're now going on
Orang
the defense side.
Indonesia.
That's where we actually started off in that
Indonesia
first half.
sayangnya nggak masuk playoff ya.
Ye is a
Karena
demon
memang
in
keras
these
ya lawan luar ya.
situations. He is just completely, I mean look at this. This is a kill heat map and you see
Nih
where the kills are
inspirasi
happening, where the
logo-logo
bodies
tim
are
nih kalau mau
falling
bikin tim.
essentially. All that short area is completely contained by him.
Nih paling keren ya logo.
Presence that he can have. You saw
Simple, elegan,
62%
tim
defensive
Liquid.
win rate. It's a lot and that's enough to actually overtake this
Ini
after
keren
half.
juga
Yeah,
nih
we've talked
nampak
a lot about
FPX
the
ada
initiator players, but in the
logo
second
Pinik
half,
ya.
the pressure is going to be with Stacks to push Ye off those angles, get him out of those positions early, so you're
Dua
not
sih,
conceding
mantap.
those opening kills that Optic are so good at converting.
Ye likes to kill people in short. I'll tell you what, DRX
Oh,
pulled
klaim
from the
hadiah
book of
dulu,
holy
coy.
moly.
Nah.
Just go B the whole time. Do nothing else.
Wah, aku pengen
I
pasang
love the sound
sistem
of that,
poin
so maybe
juga
I
ya
should
di
read up
channel
on
aku
that
ya kayak
book.
gini.
Let's jump into the second half now with your casters, Sideshow and Brett.
Siapa yang mencapai berapa ribu poin gitu nanti jadikan mod gitu kah?
DRX managed to make it relatively.
Iya, mulai.
First pistol round. This is an awkward engagement though off the rip. A teleport play.
Latam keren,
Spam there with
Leviathan,
the frenzy, but
naga.
there are no targets to be found, and it's DRX who are given complete free reign. It feels like
Leviathan
up close and personal though,
sama
playing
kru.
inside the smoke.
Oh,
It is
oh
DRX
nice.
still who come up with the clean.
What a wild pistol round. They went for the play through the teleport, and then Ye is
Saya
able to
bener,
run
Bang.
back over into lamps. And they're hoping to
boy.
catch people off
Oke,
guard, and
oke.
DRX is still diligent. They recognize
Nice
that
info.
is obviously a bait play. and clean everybody up.
DRX taking that.
Sesuai skema, menang pistol round, menang bonus round. Tapi kalau sampai kalah, dia kalau kita menang pistol di game ini auto bisa beli senjata sama armor full. Nah, sedangkan musuh yang kalah di pistol tuh ini miskin. Jadi modal pistol aja biasa. Tapi mereka bisa paksa beli senjata, cuman armornya setengah doang, 25 HP aja. Oh, nggak maksa mereka, main klasik aja nih. Satu doang nih beli Lexil.
The defending champions of Masters Copenhagen.
Big advantage.
Oke, Priji.
Heading into the second half of Bind here.
Besok jogging kah? Tidur awal jogging.
Yeah, using that rotate rendezvous again.
Dulu aku suka tuh.
Playing over towards short. You heard the desk
Malam minggu gini tidurnya mungkin jam 12 lah. Jangan terlalu begadang gitu. Biar bangun pagi, paginya jogging di gor gitu ya. Melihat ciwi-ciwi ya. Enggak lah. Niatnya jogging lah, olahraga lah. Memang cuci mata sekalian bonus. Nggak bohong ya. Nggak mau lagi nonton. Cek YouTube ya, udahlah percaya aja lah aku lah.
DRX with a slow play, obviously not willing to make any mistakes to try and potentially offset that weapon advantage. It's a pop flash
dapat
play.
kah?
Lots of players at the back of the sites. They are cleaning it up.
Oke,
Enough
nice.
crashes.
7-7 sesuai
Left
skema.
side, Spike's gonna go down easily enough as well.
And DRX are going to be able to wrap this one up even at 7 apiece.
Dia mau nyoba ngekill kan nih?
Yeah. Very clean.
Nah, udah ketahuan.
I mean, not a chance for Optic to
Mati.
respond on.
Nice. 7-7.
And
Apakah
in a row here, where Optic
comeback
have
itu
looked
nyata?
out of it, and DRX are starting to seriously heat up.
Percaya aku.
The players get
Percaya.
into a rhythm,
Tapi aku
figuring
nggak
things
main
out.
win rate.
And this one is so important.
Jadi ya udahlah gitu aja lah. Nice info aja lah.
Bonus round buy to make sure that they have 3 Vandals, or rather 2 Vandals, a Phantom, Bulldog, big weaponry heading into this bonus.
Soalnya kalau bohong pun nggak apa, nggak terlalu ngaruh juga di aku. Kan aku nggak main LOL ya.
For a bit of snowball.
Udah nggak main LOL
Now double
maksudnya.
satchel play. Buzz has taken so much ground.
Awal-awal
Enough to just
main.
offset Victor there. He whiffed his nade, but still returns the
Awal-awal rilis kali. Coba lihat LOL kapan rilisnya. Nah, tuh. LOL mobile tapi.
Very heavily.
Kapan LOL mobile rilis? Aku pernah main di awal. Cuman beberapa match lah, 3 match sampai 5 match lah. Itu nggak main lagi.
Angle towards short. 4 players from Optic looking towards the A site right now, making a hard read with a minute still on the clock.
Lah emang ente main game apa aja sekarang tuh? Bus ID sama Will LOL. Pokemon. Banyak juga, pusing banyak main game.
And what a deep smoke that he's thrown for himself. If Stacks flashes through that,
Sebenarnya nggak pusing kalau main game petualangan gitu-gitu ya, misi-misi doang. Kalau main game kompetitif nih yang bikin pusing nih. Katakanlah misal main Valorant, main juga Mobile Legend, main juga Dota. Wah, stres. Semuanya push rank ya. Nah, apakah Optic comeback? Oh, tapi ini bonus round sih. Wajar kalau DRX kalah ya. Tapi kalau bisa menang mantap nih. Berat ya. Senjata kurang mendukung. Dia mau ngeplan doang tuh biar dapat ini. Ulti.
Very aware how they wanted to play that one. So Optic not out of it just yet when it was looking like there was that snowball potential for DRX.
But DRX with such an interesting play. There were 4 players from Optic defending A, and DRX walked down short, pushed 2 players away, getting forced to rendezvous, and then still just found it so difficult to get the spike plant down. Optic were just holding backside.
Hard read from the Optic players. Different approach now though. Trailblazer through Fountain. Victor is the only one really holding down onto short as well. He's got utility to try and get out of it. He can hear the jump peak.
And
Put it back away though.
that's such a cool little metagame happening there. Ye likes to post up on the short angle so often, so you need to jiggle peek when you play against Optic, and Victor's trying to catch them after they jiggle peek and see that there's nobody there. Trying to play around these preconceived ideas and the game plans that will have been concocted on either side. And this is what so much of the game comes down to as you get deep in tournaments.
Info ada Sky.
Information and continuing to get his own
Oh,
over Long.
kanan lu weh. Oh, ada smoke ya, aman ya.
Happen on the other side.
He's made his presence known though. The snake bite just to try and stop
Aku jadi bocil spoiler
I
kah?
think from any sort of
Enggak
pressure.
lah.
The spike is making its way over
Bocil
towards A.
sotoy kah?
Looks like DRX
Memberitahu
making
dia
a
ya.
play off of this.
Padahal dia nggak bisa
Can
lihat ya.
DRX actually get the spike down? Victor still has both satchels and
Memang
nade.
jadi penonton
They
tuh
need to
kita
try and
maha
force
tahu
a
ya.
fight, but Optic are not giving it to them.
Yeah, difficult one for them. Especially with the Optic players now making a fast rotation and a fast read, honestly. They've committed all of their players over towards here, and I think they've realized a potential mistake, but now the nade over the top should deny this one. Buzz, he sticks it through. Satchel off to the side, he survives.
Great movement.
Down to 68 health now, with a seekers to try and push back Optic once more. Trying to make this retake happen now, but they've got a hard task once more. Flash through, deep crashes now, sticking this one onto the defuse, but has to get off for but a moment. And there's the pull once more, bit of spam. Pop flash play, wants to make the moves, but it's being covered. Mako has his teammates back, and now it's their time to strike all the way through with a crossfire. The weapon's looking far too good. DRX are looking on fire.
On fire.
And then it's another amazing round from Marco. Gets a 4K off the back of a lamp's positioning, but he'd also done all of the work to
88, kasih paham. Dia Iko kah? Oh enggak. Semi. Ada beli pandal, ada beli serif.
Nobody really knew how to counter it.
Untung nggak mati. Aduh, tapi mati juga.
Still working his way around it. The trademark evaded. Victor and Lamps evaded. Mako comes through, solidifies his position, playing anti-flash to help out Buzz. Just everything played beautifully there.
Just destroyed.
Forced to take, I think, their first thrifty round. Looking to pressure anybody at Showers and
Nah. Ketahuan. Dibaca ya.
Hell of a jump peak.
Mereka sudah bertahan. Nice.
Victor to take someone's head off.
And Ye's hunting for the same. Very heavy extremity control from Optic right now, fighting over B-Long and Showers. And now that they've pushed people back on both of those avenues, looking for another play with the thrifty weapons just kind of moving towards short, seeing if they can group up.
Statistically, it's been an area of expertise over the course of this tournament for Optic. When they get a bit of a Guardian in a couple of their hands, you know, the Headhunter bullets, they've been able to convert more rounds than most teams. Part of it comes down to the fact that they're willing to take those risks, like Victor taking point, but now DRX want to move through. It's a satchel to push them back. Mako still wants to take the lead, though, for the rest of his team. He is super vulnerable. The nade almost doing too much damage.
Nice.
FNS tries to
Aduh.
strike. Here's the danger zone.
Aduh.
And it's pure
Oh, nice.
So left into that 1v2. Does have the rifle. 20
Spike
seconds though.
jatuh.
The spike
Wih,
is
belakang
not in
wih.
a good position.
Wah, timing.
Gonna have to reposition,
Belakang.
but he's opened himself up. Crashes. The jiggle peak spots him.
Thrifty coy.
And Bren, you said it. Optic's bread and butter at this tournament has been those half-buy rounds.
Tomen palu tomen.
Some way, Optic make them happen. And this time,
Risih nggak kalau digituin? Risih ya.
look at that 2K. Perfect.
Just magic.
Finding the first
Bang,
one and
main
then
bus
killing
ID,
the player
bang.
tried to trade him.
Bang, kapan main
And just
Pokemon
really
bang?
good defensive stacking on an area. Really
Bang,
good
kapan
defensive
main?
clearing of both extremities and then playing towards short. Good decision making.
Bus ID,
good
bang.
crossfires, excellent
Bang,
aim.
kapan main?
And
Pokemon
Optic are making up for
United,
their
bang.
bad gun round win rates
Bang,
in this
kapan main?
tournament by winning rounds like that.
Will Rip bang.
Pure
Bang,
skill.
kapan
They
main?
can really just flex on the opposition.
Barbie bang.
DRX taking a timeout here. Their economy is in a sticky spot. If they want to, they can try and invest and force buy into this one. They've got Buzz with a
Bang,
showstopper
kapan
as well.
main?
They could definitely cook up some kind of idea on this attack round. But if they lose, then the snowball starts forming very heavily in favor of Optic.
And this is
Oh, kalau aku main bus ID mau di donate kah?
the ultimate stuff they're working with.
Jangan bohong.
Stop, I think, to any sort of comeback potential.
Bocil nggak punya duit ya.
This next round.
Nanti dimarahin ortunya ya. Nggak boleh.
One away from the tour de force on Ye.
Curi duit ortu buat donate streamer ya.
Right now.
And it does look like DRX are going to force into this one. Bulldog, Spectre light armor.
Yeah, that's a really hard decision to make, but
Bocil cuman bisa spam request game, tapi nggak bisa donate kalau bocil. Aku udah tahu lah ya.
On a very deep line towards B-Long and got behind the Viper Orb.
Snapebites dropping down at the feet of Ye there. Has to dodge the flash. Sees he's actually going to be locking it down. There has to be respect being shown. Surely
Tembak.
He still sticks around. He just doesn't.
Was mati nih.
This players here with a rendezvous. Still there, never Prowler being used, and Buzz is actually going to
Bas,
be trying to
kiri Bas.
initiate in and
Ah,
leave
Bas mati.
but he does not take the shot. Mako tries to follow after, but he is also cleaned up. Flash play up close and
Kena kah?
personal.
Oh, nice.
Taking matters into his own hands. Space is going to be gained, but you
Aduh,
still need to
Ye
deal
memang kuat
with
jaga di
LT
sini
Diablo.
nih. Janganlah, jangan masuk B lah.
He's
Protect
everywhere
lah,
all at
ah.
once.
Tapi A nya dia bisa pindah cepat nggak?
They don't have the tools to be able to get into the site. If they can cut noise just for a little bit, maybe the Nightfall will open the way. Stacks is
Gak bisa. Batas nggak jadi bocil tuh ini.
Now the Nightfall
SMP ya?
and that Nightfall
SMP kelas 2 lah. Kelas 2, kelas 3 SMP itu remaja.
really working
Nanti
with
pas
absolutely
udah
nothing. Just
kelas
pure
3 SMA baru ini dewasa ya. Udah lumayan dewasa lah.
Sight, and again, Ye strikes.
18 harus 17 18 lah.
and he's been having somewhat of a quiet map.
Itu pun masih bisa dikatakan remaja kah? Nggak tahu juga aku ya. 17 18 udah dewasa apa remaja? Masih remaja.
Not giving him anything.
He held his ground the entire time, and the rest of Optic body block trail.
Tapi dewasa nggak pandang umur juga sih kadang ya. Kadang orang dewasa ada yang sifatnya kayak bocil juga. Ambil contoh aku lah.
The numbers he's been putting up, potential greatest of all time category.
NA, Optic.
Cooling off slightly in the last 2 series that he's played. But don't get me wrong, that's going from greatest of all time, best performance ever, to a verified superstar. That's like going from the devil himself.
Aduh, berat kah?
Being a demon.
Saping lagi tuh.
Now this high ground position there just can't quite nail the shot.
Gara-gara
So I believe
tripti ya
Zest
tadi ya.
tremendous amount of damage.
Aduh, nggak dicek lagi.
Outside showers.
Waduh, auto
Molly
11.
as well to deny anyone from trying to plant this one, but it is just that half by 4 DRX. They don't have the guns to be taking, just the raw jewels.
Info game.
And look at how Crashies in rounds
Itu
like
nama
this,
game.
maintaining
Yang mana?
control and information towards B-Long. And it just
I am
means
not
if DRX
still
go
kid
for
itu
some
nama
kind of
game.
teleport pivot, they're done for. They're going to be running into a trademark, and then Crashies mopping them up from a really difficult position to contest. And that allows Optic to stack 4 players here to deny the plant. And RB almost found the entry.
Wah,
that they
1 kill pun nggak dapat loh.
This looks like curtains for DRX. And we said, Brent, that
Ada
prime
Ye
round,
lagi
round
tuh.
18 was the pivotal one.
It was
Ah, matilah. Weh,
Took a timeout
dapat
to
loh.
decide whether they wanted to
Nice.
invest into it. They
OP
decided to go for the
diambil
force
lagi lah.
buy, and it failed.
And now on the cusp of potentially losing this one, and this is where it gets really dangerous. Look at the ultimates on the line for Optic here. I mean, the Viper's Pit, the Orbital Strike again. Yay with the Tour de Force if they wanted to. This is something that Optic have been doing. Been running a double operator defense setup when he has that Tour de Force. Not sure if they'll be opting into it at the moment, but
Halo Aditya.
onto their rifles it seems.
Selamat malming, baru kelar MCL kah?
And a must-win round.
These are the rounds where Optic really want to contest areas where a Viper's Pit could be used by Marco. So you see them playing again heavy for B-Long and
Info
Showers,
game.
not allowing DRX to get control of those outer wings of the map.
ML bosen.
Areas where they could try to get
Bus
into a
ID
site with the
bosen.
final.
Tadi pagi main ML.
So patient here.
Yeah.
Malam nih. Malam kelar kerja capek nobar aja lah.
In case there's a Showers play that might be made.
And you can see that all
Oh,
of the
tenan.
positions DRX is reactive.
Besok gas ini kah? Bus ID kah? Siang kah?
Looking to respond to
Pak
what
ML.
throw at them.
It feels like Ye has caught on to the fact
Oh,
that
siang ada MC itu ya, MPL ya.
who has the confidence to swing him.
Pada nggak main dia biasa. Pada nobar nonton MPL ya.
Every piece of utility thrown at him.
Bos,
Point you have to step
gas.
You have to try to follow
Doakan game ini 3-0 guys. Supaya DRX 3-0, supaya kelar cepat, supaya ini. Aku mau grinding bus ID aja lah habis ini ya.
here, burst out, double blast pack, and send one late backstab as FNS is distracted.
That is a game.
Bus ID cinta. Maksudnya apa? Sampai 2 kali lagi ngetik.
Comes through, that's an orbital strike waiting for
Ada
it.
supir baru namanya
Players are just
Cinta
being
kan.
stumped right now. Another flash, the season to the back of the site. There needs to be some space being gained
Aku
here,
belum
DRX.
beli si
You've
Anissa
gotta
loh.
try and jump out into the site.
Oke, by the way ini
The
gamenya
right.
seru nih nampakannya.
Trap and still
Nice.
they lay claim to the
Mati 2
site.
Optic Gaming.
FNS on the backstab.
Waduh.
This
Weh,
way,
weh.
one.
Bro.
FNS, you
Bro.
absolute monster. Creeping and crawling in the pit.
Aduh, bro.
And yeah, some consolation prize at the end of
Optic
the day
dapat
for Buzz.
12 poin,
Gets 4
bro.
kills, but
Satu lagi
Optic
auto menang
on
deh.
that point.
Match point.
What a play from FNS.
Wah, 500.000. 500.000 udah nyampe dah kayak.
Too late with the backstab.
Cuman kan mau beli supir terbaru.
Pop off there.
Butuh duit banyak, aku 2 juta.
The last few performances we've seen from FNS on Blind,
Iya, memang cepat bosan ya, grinding tuh bikin bosan anjir.
a guy that can
Pokoknya game-game yang harus grinding tuh bikin bosan. Waktu main Warnet Simulator, itu apalagi bocil Warnet Simulator tuh kalau grinding tuh bosan aku. Padahal gamenya seru, tapi karena harus grinding jadi bosan.
Jeez. So much disrespect being shown on either side because Ye is so willing to take that space. One shot found, one kill as well.
FF.
RB removed
Saran
from the
ditampung.
fight. Stacks is next.
Bus
Now
ID
just
saran
3 players left
ditampung.
standing.
Kalau ada 2.000 orang kita gas ya.
Any this map of bind, but Optic are just looking more and more certain.
Subscriber aja nggak nyampe 800 ya. Masa mabarnya nunggu 2.000 orang yang request.
they're looking outclassed right now. Moment's brilliance, but oh,
What on everybody from Optic, and one after another. They all fall. Risks being taken by Mako, but eventually he will
Wah,
also
berat
go
guys.
down.
13 Optic yang menang coy.
Play of Optic.
Cemana nih? DRX kalah nih bro. Cahaya Asia nih.
Celebrations here. Optic have been in these spots before. They've said in press conferences that they enjoy best of 5 series. They think it favors them.
Aduh.
They've got the experience.
Ya udahlah ganti layar dulu lah ya.
It's a long road ahead for both of these teams.
Ganti layar.
as they
Salah.
look to try and face Loud. I think now some questions
Climb.
are going to be asked of DRX. What does the bounce back look like?
Yeah.
You've gone on the map that favors Optic the most, and you put up a decent fight.
Nggak lucu Tom. Dari tadi udah nyebut Lilnas. Itu udah kubaca dalam hati. Cuman karena nggak nyambung,
Where DRX are expecting
nggak lucu juga. Jadi yang kubaca dalam hati aja.
It's going to be such an interesting battle that takes place. Because the curse has been broken. It feels like DRX have gotten over those mental hurdles. They've been holding them back every single event. But in a best of 5 on a global stage against the tyrants of North America, it's a difficult ask, I think, for any team.
And Optic had a
Iya
few
tahu.
things that they were just doing beautifully.
Tahu
I mean,
aku.
the way that they were being able to recover rounds.
Cuman terakhir agak sepi ya karena banyak bocil yang tidur ya.
Yay with moments.
5 doang
And I
yang
think a
mabar.
lot of these teams will carry forwards. I
Aku
mean,
nggak masalah view-nya sih, aku masalahnya mabarnya. Kalau mabarnya dikit tuh agak kurang seru kalau bus ID ya.
Just beginning. We've got lots of
Berarti
questions, but
sekarang
we've got
baru
Dennis
ada
and
3
Sasaki.
orang.
For map number
4
2,
orang
don't
baru.
go anywhere, we're gonna go to a short
Si
break on
Tom,
the other
si
side.
Bray, si Sapero, si Flynn. 4 orang yang nanya-nanya bus ID. Kurang masih orangnya nih. Duitnya kurang, orangnya kurang ya. Coba ya buka bus ID ya. Karena masih map 2-nya masih nunggu dulu nih. Jadi santai dulu lah.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Register now for your national qualifier.
Aku nonton iklan dulu lah ya buat cari duit ya. Oke, 6 orang. Sapero teman-teman, mantap. Lihat besok coy. Walaupun nggak beli bus kita gas aja kali ya. Duit aku masih kurang nih mau beli bukan beli bus kocak. Beli bus. Beli diaper. Tetet. Lama loadingnya bro. Musik dulu kah bro? Wih, nggak kebuka game anjir. Bug kah? Konyol sini. Wih, cepat wih. Loading wih. Udahlah, rip lah. Gak bisa lah dibuka game ya. Gak kebuka layar. Oh, udah. Nonton iklan aja coy. Cari duit coy. Mabar bus ID ini tiap hari pun bisa kita guys. Cuman masalahnya aku tuh maunya setiap live ya paham ya. Pokoknya aku maunya setiap live tuh aku ada beli bis baru ataupun driver baru gitu. Nah, kalau semua bis udah dibeli dan driver udah dibeli, gamenya tamat berarti. Setuju nggak kalian kalau gitu teknik? Jadi nggak boleh cepat-cepat gitu nih. Aku tinggal beli si Anissa 2 juta. Lalu tinggal beli apa lagi ya? Shop kah? Oh, bis di mana anjir? Tinggal beli bis 300. Kalkulator dulu kah? 2 juta Anissa ya kan, tambah 300.000 bis. Betul nggak nih hitungannya nih? 300 bis tambah 750 bis, tambah apa lagi bro? Bis lagi 1 juta 250. Oke, 1.500.000 tambah apa lagi? Oke, berarti aku butuh duit 5.800.000 supaya gamenya tamat. 6 juta lah ya. Berarti grinding sampai 6 juta tamat nih game ini. Tapi satu-satu aja lah. Setiap live beli bis. Oh, besok beli bis 300.000 dulu aja kali ya. Biar cepat tamat ya nih game ini. Beli bis 300 dulu. Karena duitnya nggak nyukup ya mau beli Anissa ya. Nah, nanti Anissa tuh dibelinya pas terakhir coy. Ya kan? Nah, pas udah beli Anissa momen terakhir nanti kita mabarnya dari ini. Dari Sabang sampai Merauke. 5 jam live tuh butuhnya tuh nampaknya tuh. Nih. Nah, dari sini sampai sini untuk menamatkan game nih. Padang sampai sini Denpasar ketika aku beli Anissa nanti. Mantap ya. Boleh sih tekniknya gitu aja lah ya. Besok beli bis yang 300 dulu sama mabar. Lalu nantinya beli bis yang 700 ya kan. Anissa untuk terakhir aja beli. Lalu gamenya tamat. Yeay, setuju ya. Dah nonton iklan nih, dapat duit nih. Sip, 376 duitnya. Nice. Nanti lagi nonton iklan.
Really good. I think that's going to be a bright spot for them going forward and has to continue because DRX
Sip.
Mako versus
Boost
Mars has
ID.
been a theme for a long time.
Butuh 5 kali lap lagi ya berarti ya tamat ya.
And Mako shows up there. That's a really good thing for DRX.
Well, let's take a look, a closer look at
6
Mako
juta
showing up
duit.
there on bind in the Verizon high speed moment. Seth,
Oh,
you were completely blown away
Gak
by
setuju
what he was
tamat.
able to do,
Gak
despite
setuju
losing
tamat.
I basically was just sat here saying Mako is my god.
Gak mungkin nih main Boost ID terus nih. Bosan juga ya lama-lama.
Left out to dry. Only person left and just plays this one to perfection. The snap on the
1080p.
and then just gets the read, manages to get a headshot across onto Marv. It was a massive clutch from Mako, and honestly, with him picking up
Dari Denpasar sampai mana tadi? Palembang. Dari Palembang sampai Denpasar. Tamat gamenya. Dan memakai supir Anissa. Wih, boleh tuh. Udah baca. Baca dalam hati tadi. Soalnya nggak nyambung. Aku lagi ngomong apa, bahasnya apa. Emang mereka mau? Emangnya? Nampak bohongnya soalnya kalau itu. Saya panggil Bapak Akyo, Cece sama Koko. Aku udah baca tadi. Aku yang sekarang kalau chatnya rada nggak nyambung ya udahlah baca dalam hati aja lah. Ini orang nggak nyambung nih, sesat nih. Ya udah, abaikan aja. Gitu. Udah kencing dulu lah. Gila kecepatan tangannya. Tapi ini kurang cepat ya. Kemarin ada yang lebih cepat nih sebenarnya nih. Tuh bayangkan itu kepala kamu tuh, dia tembak kepala kamu tuh. Bayangkan itu kepalamu ya ditembak-tembak kemarin. Kencing lah.
That was the first map where I was really questioning what DRX's identity was. Thus far, they've defined it super well in the tournament, but a team who hasn't really defined their identity is Optic, particularly on this Breeze map, which is coming up next. They've lost it all 3 times they've played at this tournament, have shown a lot of different compositions, including that crazy Fnatic Neon Breach one, and none of them have particularly sold me.
I think missing as well that op presence on that map. Buzz moved from Chamber that he was playing at Copenhagen on bind to this Braze, and he was not picking up the op. This time he's going to be able to have a chance to use it. And yeah, going against an Optic who doesn't know what they really want to do on this map, that's going to be some place where he can really find gaps. I mean, you saw, and I mentioned earlier in the show, against FPX, DRX was finding so many gaps where it wasn't super drilled from FPX, and Buzz was in there because of using it.
And this map's going to be super important for DRX. I think this is their must-win in the series. It's the one map that is clearly definitive towards them. The rest are super back and forth on who can take it home.
So we're gonna head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and now, like you said, Mimi, Optic, some funky things here. Would you like to see more funk?
No, I want to see a good, honest composition. I want to see the sleeper comp that everyone is running, because I have not been convinced by any of their crazier iterations.
I think there's just no way in hell Optic decide to run that composition again. I think it's just going to go back to brass tacks.
Pala saya putus.
Yeah, I mean, there's no funk here.
Yeah.
It's funkless.
There's a little bit on the. I mean,
Dah,
DRX
OTW
is
map 2 nih.
but in terms of getting to that
Kalau DRX kalah di sini,
variety on what you can do with the play.
kayak DRX pulang sih.
And I think that
Karena kalau udah kalah 2-0,
again, he had a great
mau
game
balikin jadi 3-2 agak berat ya. Di game Mobile Legends, di game Dota pun itu berat sih. Udah kalah 2-0, mental lagi mungkin ya turun tipis lah. Gak tahu berapa persen. Gimana mau comeback jadi 3-2? Berat ya. Jarang-jarang terjadi.
I think we'd be foolish to say no just because DRX, while they have played incredibly close series, they had overtime versus 100 Thieves on this very map. They were able to take it, they were able to persevere. And
DRX harus menang di sini.
Well, I think actually even more so, it's about the record that Optic.
1-1 biar 1-1 lalu 2-1 lalu 3-1 DRX win. Aduh ini makin subuh nih. Makin lama kelarnya makin subuh kelarnya nih.
Even DRX on this specific map as well.
Yeah, I think if DRX loses here and might just be a 3-0. This is their map in the series to win.
I mean, especially since the fact that Optic, they get to start on defense here, so they don't have to worry about.
Cuman kalau dia menang di sini, DRX nih, sesuai kayak prediksi aku tadi, kemungkinan 2-1. Karena frakturnya DRX lumayan kuat lah. Harusnya lebih kuat dari Optic ya. Nggak tahu nih tim-tim pro ini ya. Mereka udah baca strategi lawan juga, pasti saling membaca ya. Ujung-ujungnya apa yang terjadi? Adu tembak ya. Tembakan siapa yang lagi kena hari ini?
Optic have struggled at champions. They are not looking good on this map. Weirdly, the last time that these two teams faced off, Optic dominated
Ada meriam tuh.
DRX on breeze. They won 13.
Mau nembak ke pulau.
In Optic's heyday on this map.
Pulau apakah itu di depannya?
And everything felt fresh and ready from Optic.
Gunung.
They have not been able to capture the same level of
Seperti
magic on this
gunung
map.
yang sering meletus di Indonesia.
They've been able to shake off that bad mentality. They've broken the shackles and they're looking for revenge.
They certainly are. Way to bounce back in this best of 5 series between both of these teams. Getting started here with the pistol round, and it is a case of back to basics on the side of Optic, with Victor running that jet again for them.
Yeah, I was not a fan of the neon comp, so I'm glad that they've gone back to this. Victor is starting to get aggressive already, using Crashy's drone to go grab info in mid, and they're already stacking 4 players on A.
Has been pushed out of the angle. What is this from Crashies?
Di mana mati itu?
How do you expect somebody to be positioned there? It's an absurd
map udah.
positioning because it's an absolute
Astaga.
4 kills for Crashies.
Aduh, pistolnya kalah lagi, coy.
Yeah, I mean, they read that like a book. What a great pistol round strat. We saw a funky one, if we want to borrow terminology from the desk, on bind, but that is a really strong one. So,
Aku kemarin tuh lebih yakin ini ya. Kalau EPX menang kemarin lawan DRX, harusnya EPX bisa lumayan inilah, gampang lah ngalahin Optic ya. Nah, DRX nih kurang yakin memang kalau buat ngalahin Optic deh. Cuman aku tetap dukung Asia lah ya. Korea. Opa. Itu ngapain? Cari info dia. Lompat gimana?
Slow and steady. It's the name of the game right now for Optic. You don't want to be giving away anything for free.
3, 2, 1, masuk. Kananmu, salah lihat tuh.
The players are really forcing the issue to him. Has to dash back for the safety of the rest of his team. The spike has been planted. DRX though.
Aduh, kena shot that gaming, shot that.
Value out of it. 1 kill claim for him, and he has softened
Shot
up the
that
remainders.
gaming.
DRX cannot stand this. Close position from Stacks here from the wall, but they are just holding for it. Very, very disciplined stuff from Optic.
Really nice. Love the way that Victor played that as well.
2-0, 2-1 lah habis nih lah.
The wall, but he just backs off, and the rest of Optic play that one very intelligently. Huge value from Crashies. He's actually 1 away from his Hunter's Fury on the bonus. There isn't really a great place that you can play for Orbs on the defensive breeze, but if he's able to find a pick on the entry, I mean, we've just seen the Prime Gaming Flawless, we could maybe see another one.
Yeah, snowball potential. Keeping that momentum going.
But momentum is so important for Optic on this side of the map. Optic's attack side has been disastrous at Champions.
Record
suck. Like that on this side.
The way some of these maps are going, Josh. Sometimes you're thinking 12 because they've just been so back and forth. Seeing a ridiculous amount of comebacks.
So Marv uses his 0 point to grab information in elbow this round. Doesn't see anyone at all.
Wih, main cepat aja lah, menang senjata bah. Rasa alin. Ini yang bikin kalah nih kalau main lama-lama gini nih. Kasih smoke, kasih flash, udah baku hantam aja lah.
DRX, in Optic's head, they're thinking, all right, it's either going to be an A split through Hall.
Flash play, Marved.
Siap, saran ditampung, jangan tamat. Tapi kalau bosan nggak usah main dulu lah. Makanya mainnya jarang-jarang aja lah ya. Nah, kalau main tiap hari bahaya juga, takutnya cepat bosan kayak Mobile Legends ya. Main tiap hari, bosan. Valorant aja aku nggak main tiap hari loh, untuk menjaga biar nggak bosan ya. Padahal Valorant tuh harus main tiap hari guys, biar ini, biar makin hari makin ya lumayan bisa nembak lah. Bapak dia lah kalah cok. Wah, off streaming kah? Suwe anjir dia nonton kalau lab ya, kalah anjir. Tim yang aku dukung kalau lab ya. Mending turu ya. Wah, nggak jelas nih. Gara-gara ada Tom nonton nih kayaknya. Canda dong. Wah, kalau 2-0 pulang kampung si DRX nih. Cemana cara balas dendam manis? Sweet revenge. Sweet revenge. Gimana bahasa Inggris balas dendam manis? Woi, DRX tanggung jawab lah map pilihan sendiri, woi. Wah, suram sih. Dapatkah? Oh nice, nggak dapat, nice. Udah bilang bercanda juga ya. Aduh, kalah lagi. 4-0, bagi-bagi telur kan nih. Ya, aku kalau bercanda langsung klarifikasi aku. Kan tadi udah bilang canda atau tunggu dulu. Aku tuh kalau bercanda atau bohong bentar doang ya. Palingan 15 detik lah, 10 detik, 15 detik gitu. Jadi jangan langsung dibalas komennya ya. Gak usah lama-lama ya. Langsung klarifikasi ya. Takut ada orang yang nggak paham kan, bahaya juga.
Doesn't overstep himself though, just wants to hold his ground.
This rendezvous is so much worse after the patch as well. Ye is not inside it right now. He has to swing out so wide to escape. Here. So if Ye finds a pick here, he has to actually swing into
tipis
in order to escape. And he's still bold enough to go for it.
Yeah, just pure disrespect.
Main lama Optic Gaming makin suka, bro. Main cepat lah, Gaming. Aduh. Bro, bisa nggak bro? Semok langsung place aja bro. Strategi Iron. Nah. Mati. Udah flash ya.
Somehow, some way, Seeker's now going to be popped off though because this needs to be a play. They've already made their way up through tunnel. They are positioning known the Optic players. Get the back of the side through tunnel.
Oke, dapat udah satu aman lah. Oke, dapat 2. Pecah telur kah?
Two of the anchoring players going to be.
Iya, main asal aja lah. Lama nunggu sulit ya. Coba lah.
DRX with a massive burst play there, overwhelming the positioning from those defensive players.
Saving. Optic saving kah? Dah menang 4-1. Pecah telur.
But they had to expect that Ye was there, especially after finding him in elbow. And so that big burst play looking good. This is going to be the first round on the board.
Dia nunggu orang loh mau di-kill loh. Ya ampun, bisa dapat loh.
Okay. You granted that. But also Brent.
Dia naikin smoke, dia hitung 1 tembak, kena langsung. Padahal ditutupi smoke loh. Berarti kalau jadi Sopa jangan langsung lewat ya, tunggu dulu. Hitung sampai 3. 1, 2, 3. Nah, baru deh. Ya, chatnya Yuliana nggak muncul loh, nggak bisa dibaca yang lain. Naik bot menganggapnya spam ya. Bahasa Thailand kan nih.
But finding value from Crashy's ults is important so that you cycle on to the next. And this is the first time
Ulti.
where we see DRX focus on mid control.
It's going to be the name of the game.
Ultinya di situ ya.
Expecting FNS to use
Nice
that
import.
Viper's pit. Yay looks down one
Aduh,
area, Hunter's
RB
Fury.
meninggal, Cok.
The value not being found. Crashies.
Ya, nge-lag lagi. Weh, musiknya lupa aku matiin. Gak ada yang bilang.
Back into the holster. No real value or damage.
Dari tadi main.
That is an unusual one. But with RB falling, look at this push.
Yeah,
I love the way that Optic are approaching this.
absolutely taking liberties with it, but Zest, he covers it. There were gaps in the defensive protocol.
Apa ya, bahasa apa tuh? Kena blok naik bot. Coba buka pakai akun YouTube lain untuk lihat ya. Pasti nggak ada di live chat.
If that duel goes in the opposite
Kena
direction,
blokir naik bot.
could be curtains for
Dia naik bot nganggap tulisannya spam anjir. Kocak dah. Kalau nggak salah tulisannya bye bang. Oke, thank you udah mampir.
leaving FNS on his own.
Really awkward angles. You're literally
Aduh.
leaving your two operator players yet. God damn, does Ye look clean.
Kok suram gini ya?
Down in the back though, has to be respect shown to that one. He does maneuver his way around. It looks like maybe a play towards mid. DRX feeling a bit indecisive, hopping up into
Okay.
net stacks. He does remove a thorn in the side of DRX of what was going to be stopping them potentially. Now a drone to lead them in. The side, Victor tries to hide from it, forced to dash back, and now he is being sandwiched. It's Mako and
Ya
Stacks.
elah. Ah, nggak kena. Woi. Waduh, dia nggak siap anjir, nggak pegang senjata dia.
Optic just not given any room to breathe.
Udah lari kah?
Thinks there's still somebody in that corner. He's not going to be given an opportunity like that.
Wah, mati Sopa nih.
Retake just can't
Oh,
leave
nggak
the
aman.
Vipers pit down.
Alhamdulillah. 2-0.
And honestly, Brent, this double up defense.
Bukan 2-0 kocak. Maksudnya dapat 2 round. Yeay, saving. Kok jadi burik ya?
The rifles to try and play together.
1080p 60 fps. Agak burik kulihat deh.
Value out of having Victor push mid for info and create these challenges on the map. It's not that he's a bad offer. It's just there are different pros and cons to running double op setups. And DRX are managing to burst through openings.
Nice. DRX butuh minimal 4 lah. Kalau dia dapat 4 round bisa comeback sih harusnya. Cuman
That kill is everything.
agak berat memang.
I mean, that missed just by a millimeter, but I still don't
Itu
think
bahasa apa?
hits the nose
Oh iya, Tom yang hilang Juliana muncul. Apakah Juliana ini akunnya Tom? Bukan ya? Seingat aku sih Juliana nih akunnya Fikri ya. Nggak tahu lah. Ya aku ngantuk nih nontonnya nih. Kalau kalah nih jadi malas ya. Boleh lap sambil turu lagi nggak?
You at home can't quite see it yet, but the only player not to buy so far is Victor. So I've got to think that part of this discussion is about whether or not they want that double op setup again. He has the money if they want to invest into it, so this would be a choice. And Chet and FNS going to be discussing with the rest of the team as to what defensive setup they want to be running here. On the other side of things too, DRX, they've got a Hunter's Fury. One of the most common plays that you'll see with the Hunter's Fury is to go for a whole split on A and have that Hunter's Fury towards anybody that might be playing stairs or the back orange area.
DRX do that a lot.
Yeah. So it actually looks, if you take a look at the minimap, like they might be wanting to use that over on B. But I could imagine Optic reading into the A hit.
Different approach there, especially off the back of the timeout.
A puts down a trademark on A, and they are actually going to have 3 players on B.
Including Ye with that, and he looks like he's wading right into the mix of this. This is 5 players really leaning on the side of DRX. Over the drone to try and set him up. Anything to cover. How does he get that kill?
What on earth? What a play. Crashy's droning from B main, and Victor trying to get set up in elbow. And in the midst of all of that, it's Ye that finds the opener. I shouldn't be surprised, really, should I?
But there was a player swimming from window, I think. It felt like he should have been punished there, but
He just finds the timing, and people respected the drone. That's such a cool little set play that Optic have added in. They knew that they would play Breeze today. And Optic have won on it before. I think there were a lot of people saying Optic should have removed this map, but right now, it's looking a little bit like they've recaptured some of that old magic.
yeah, good answers.
Victor's moved away. They're not anticipating the ring hit, but now the Sober utility comes out and questions asked of Ye and Crashy.
Drone dart, everyone being revealed over the top.
Nice.
Right, Buzz will be rewarded. 1 kill for him, but a bit of that counter spam means that there is a trade in play. Ye still at the back of the site. Post-plant positions from DRX. Starting to feel the heat now as it is being turned up, and now being swarmed from every possible angle. You can see this reflank of Marv through main. Could be everything, but Arby wins out the fight. At the back of the site with Victor falling. It's down to that 3v3.
Ye was not in a spot to trade. And Marco's got
Okay.
another.
Beautiful.
Okay.
One after the other.
Satu lagi.
All down.
Nih. Woi, lihat mana Mako. Oh, nice.
Cannot land the spray down.
Nice. Comeback Israel kah?
4 in a row from Optic. Now 3 in a row from DRX.
Oke.
And
Hell
recovering
no.
the 4v5
Berarti
along with it.
Bus ID tamat ya berarti ya.
All of the teams in the top 4, apart from Optic, have been really good in these 4v5 situations. And even Optic today have showcased that ability.
Woo!
Great round from DRX to get things
Ada
back in their
ciwi
favor.
tuh.
And that's with post-plant positions that look very claustrophobic. Optic look like they're going to go for another aggressive play off the rip. As once more, they get that double op set up online.
Flash does set them up, but a dart to counter it. Pushes them back, obviously doesn't get destroyed fast enough. Now a Trailblazer up to elbow as Crashies. Stunned up, has to back away from this one, but again, look at this from Optic.
They take a lot of space off the back of the drone here. And DRX are constantly in a position where they have to worry about this.
Matanya lambang duit anjir. Matanya lambang duit.
And it's literally just the executes that are working.
Zangle is everything for Mako.
Oh, nice.
How do you win
Mako.
that?
Gak lihat aku.
Such a wide swing. And he rips Victor's head off.
Ayo, kasih paham. Aduh, ada Ye, hati-hati. Aduh. Nggak ada info ya, berat ya. Oke, udah ketahuan. Ye-nya di A. Udah gas lah, B lah, tabrak lah. Woi, lama amat, woi. Nah, tabrak. Set. Oke, jetnya udah set. Nice. Alah, nggak jadi nice. Aduh. Arby. Aduh, modal tembak ini lagi, ya ampun. Oh, nice. Wah, udah ada Ye, berat lah. Alamak, Ye-nya udah datang.
Where players refuse to lose. I feel like it's that kind of day from Mako.
Salah hapus aja.
All at the same time. I've seen bigger rounds from FNS than I can remember in quite a while. I mean, that is a monstrous wide swing by Mako.
Win as well. You don't favor swinging into an operator like that.
Definitely not. But instantly, the response coming out from FNS, the Viper on the other side. I thought today was going to be a battle, potentially, between Mako and Marv.
Yeah.
Marv, just hands down the best controller player in the world, but slipping in this tournament and fighting against another challenger for that title in Mako. Someone that Barlow was talking about on the desk has always been hunting for that throne in terms of best controller player in the world. I feel like on Breeze here, FNS is really being the player that's stepping up playing it. And DRX are going to take a timeout. So 1 timeout each burnt as we head into round 9.
Apa tuh? CTPO? NT. Alamak. Udahlah, Fnatic udah pulang lah. Hey, Lil Bro. Wih, kukira Lil Nas. Lil Bro ternyata. Hey, Lil Bro. Bukan tempo aja, tiempo muerto. Time out. Di saat operator kupegang, kata Ye, disitulah nyawa kau melayang. Mana? Gila. Agen kayu tuh lumayan ganggu di map ini. Dia nggak pakai kayu, anjir. DRX nggak pakai kayu. Ya.
Ren, I think you're right. Optic are looking locked in today.
They are locked in, man.
I think If DRX ends up losing this
Pamu.
map, so many people are going to talk about the DRX choke, but that is not what I'm seeing. I am seeing
Lil
an
Nas
Optic
tuh
that
ini
are playing much better than the last
istrinya
3
Tom ya,
times we've seen them on Breeze at Champs.
I am seeing an Optic
dengan
that
gaun
is refusing
pengantinnya.
to lose. This is a team.
Waduh, kok gini? Tapi aku masih yakin sih kalau DRX yang ngedep nanti mampus nih Optic nih. Comeback ya. Mana harus dapat 4 round dulu nih minimal ya untuk comeback ya. Apalagi bisa lebih mantap.
Where RB's forced to use his rendezvous. Thankfully, already had it set up, but they're even burning the drone. Zest is using his primary source of entry into sites.
This is just vicious.
In order to re-clear this aggression.
And DRX are forced to respect them. They're forced to just cower in the corner.
And it gets Ye set up on this line. An area where he was able to find a kill previously with his Op2.
He's been doing this so much. And
he
again! Always rewarded. It's this aggressive space.
Brent, at this point,
Emot ZZ tadi mana ya? Kena OP lagi, kocak.
They just have so many new ideas heading into this map. Ideas that even when they were playing their best at Breeze, I haven't seen them use. This is a serious prep difference coming out here.
DRX forced to make some moves now in a 4v5. Making away through double doors, no commando, but is going to be negating all the abilities that could be coming through. Crashes over the side, and even the dart. Crash's utility has just been perfect.
Ngetik ZZ.
And DRX looked lost when they went for that pivot through double doors, but the biggest reason why they look like headless chickens, they don't control a main.
No.
They have to be worried that people are peeking them from stairs, from back pyramid, and from a main. It's an
Turu
impossible
kah?
task for DRX at that point. They just need pressure coming from multiple avenues, and they are never able to get the map control early on. They're fundamentally losing the early round, and it makes the mid to late round impossible.
Victor's worked his way into a deeper anger and hold.
Ayolah.
Viper's orb.
Nih udah beli senjata nih.
Watching it, obviously the half buy running not too great for DRX.
Wih, siapa yang spam gue?
If they anything to just get a bit of magic into
Parah spam TO ya. Kita TO aja nih orang
Feel
nih.
like when I've watched DRX previously on the
TO
attack side,
nggak bisa TO diri sendiri. Cuman bisa hapus ya.
not even been given the hero rifle this time.
Cuman bisa hapus.
They have tools to make this one a dangerous round too. Don't get me wrong. If they're able to entry Mako with a pit, could win a post plant.
Flash, the dart play into the back, yay.
Ya Allah, ye.
Will just not be denied once more. Wants to make a bit of an aggressive play of his own. Why not? Pop
Kok
flash play
gini
does
sih?
one of the rifles to them, but with 38 seconds.
Ada apa dengan DRX?
To see if they can get the spike down.
And they've lost the Viper's pit.
Kurang ini, kurang pede kulihat.
Takes the biggest
Mentang-mentang ini.
This could be everything. Up to Yellow. He's just contacting into it.
Kenapa nggak dibarbarkan aja sih? Strategi Iron loh gitu. Gue gaming lah sekali lah. Smoke, splash. Plan. Terlalu banyak ngintip, ya, polos lagi. Enak ye, tinggal tembak aja. Jedar. Ayolah, satu round lagi lah. Oh, kalau 9 mantap nih. Skars. 93 coy. Fakta menarik di game Valorant 93 tuh kers. Kadang comeback ya. Sering terjadi comeback momentos. Ayo 84 apa 93? Tebak yuk. Kata aku 93. Udah berat nih nampaknya nih. 2 operator lagi itu. Gak ngotak anjir. 2 OP nggak?
DRX are just again so grouped up, cowering together. It's like they are scared of the possibility, and you have to show the respect.
Senjatanya ada ikan lohan dalamnya. Bukan, ikan cupang. Ikan lohan nggak muat. Di dalam senjatanya ada ikan cupang berenang-renang. Wah, salah tebak gak aku? Wah, 84. Oh, ini mah Optic Gaming teori ini mah. Teori nggak mau kena curse ya. Curse dia nggak mau kena curse ya. Sengaja mengalah. Biar 84. Tuh kan 84 kan. Aku nebak 93 pula. Dia nggak mau kena curse ya. Simple sih teori. Tidak mau kena curse. Auto 2-0 kah? 2 map. Gila. Tuh kan main cepat menang kan? Tapi ada nahannya dikit ya kalau nggak salah. Aduh.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we set up the battle of the Jets. Say that 3 times fast. But Seth, it's all about crashies.
Battle of the Jets, battle of the Jets, battle of the Jets.
Bad Jets, bad Jets. That's bad Jets, bad Jets.
Crashies. Again, we have to talk about this guy at the halftime because
Buset,
he's having
KDA
a
3,2.
performance. He's just been, I mean, how many multi-kills has he gotten so far in this?
Lumayan good.
Nuts. The double kill coming off the dart. They have it layered in with the Viper's bite. It has just been beautiful, clinical solo play from Crashies so far.
Yeah, in the head-to-head between the two initiative players, Crashies has been pounding.
Jarang mati pemain Optic anjay. Yuk tukar side yuk. DRX bisa yuk. Aku nontonnya ngantuk nih kalau kalah nih. Kurang seru ya dia.
And then obviously there was the walk through smoke here. Yeah, he missed the little tap on the other side. DRX was controlling mid a lot, but that still wasn't enough to really slow down Optic at all, because when it came to actually hitting those sites, they needed a split to make anything work.
They're gonna be heading to the attack side now, Mimi, and as Josh said, doesn't look great for Optic.
No, in history this has been a
Dimulai dari round pistol lagi ya.
24%
Gila.
attack win rate. That's across 3 maps that these guys have played. But I think the player to pay attention to in this half is going to be Marv. We really hype him up when he's playing the controller, but this is the one map where he pivots. He's playing the initiator, he's playing the KO, and there is a lot of pressure put onto him. He's the guy flashing through those Viper walls, getting aggressive and setting Victor up. Normally I get a little bit worried about him heading
Boom
into
ID pernah nih 84 comeback kan.
The way Optic is playing is utterly different than the other times they have played Breeze.
Tapi sampai overtime sih. Killjoy cosplay girl. Will you marry me? Hah? Siapa yang cosplay Killjoy anjir? Siapa yang cosplay Killjoy?
We will see, Seth. I'm gonna hand this back to Sideshow and Bren as we head into
Aku
the second
telat
half.
info nih nampak deh. Caster ya kah? Dia yang cosplay Killjoy kah? Muka kau menikah denganku teh.
Again, it seems a bit obvious to say, but the pistol round needs to be won for DRX.
I think honestly, Brand, even if they don't
4-1 in opening duel on this map so far. Maksudnya pas baru mulai round ngekill 4. Oh, menangnya 4 kali, kalahnya sekali. Gokil sih. ZZ. Aduh, suram kalah pistol. Ya, ulang dah DRX kayak gini modelnya nih.
Optic find the first pick. They punish the reactive aggression, flood into the site, and it's all over.
Coba sebutkan di game sebelah pun nggak apa lah. Siapa tim yang pernah kalah 2 map, kalah 2-0, bisa comeback jadi 3-2. Jarang terjadi di seluruh tingkat bumi ya. Di game apapun jarang terjadi ya. Karena yang dipertaruhkan tuh banyak ya. Wah, kalau Optic 2-0 berat bro. Di final TI tahun lalu aja Team Spirit lawan PSG LGD. Lawan LGD 2-0 Team Spirit di awal. Lalu LGD 2-2 nyamain kedudukan. Lalu BO5-nya map 5-nya ini Team Spirit tetap menang 3-2. Juara dunia Dota TI. Udah aku bolang. Udah aku bilang kalau bosen coba pergi ke pantai, pergi ke mall, mencari hantu ke. Iya, jangan curhat di sini kalau bosen. Jangan minum baygon juga, bahaya kalau bosen. Ya, Tom ya. Paham ya sampai di sini ya. Oke, gara-gara Tom nyomong bosen walaupun dia sering mampir, nggak mau aku jadiin mod ya. Karena dia bilang bosan di channel ini. Pantang ya di channel ini, nggak boleh nanya agama, nggak boleh nanya suku, nggak boleh nanya umur, nggak boleh bilang bosan, nggak boleh bilang sepi. 5 itu pantang ya. Nggak bisa ya. Canda doang itu. Aku kalau bercanda sebentar aja, 15 detik lah. Lah, masih nonton ya kan bosan, woi. Enggak gini. Pertanyaannya bosan nonton ini apa memang lagi bosan aja, gabut aja gitu? Apa lagi bosan hidup apa gimana? Nggak paham aku konteksnya ya. Dia ngetik bosan doang. Ini bosan gamenya. Dia karena dia nggak main Palo makanya bosan ya kayaknya. Atau bosan hidup, nggak paham aku. Maksudnya dia nggak paham masih. Bosan hidup kali. Tuh si Fikri bilang bosan hidup tuh. Bisa ngelihat chatnya Fikri nggak? Nih, tuh ada chatnya Fikri tuh. Ada 2 orang tuh yang komen tuh. Oh, kalau bosan nonton Palo, aku udah tahu penyebabnya. Ya udah bodo amat lah. Karena nggak main Palo ya. 11-4. End streaming aja kah? Buang-buang waktu aja nontonnya kah? Pikala kah? Berat nih. Mobile Legends siapa guys? Kalian kan main Mobile Legends nih. Siapa tim yang pernah switch? Google Translate-nya gimana ya? Mumpung belum mulai. Google.com atau Translate. Nih bahasa Inggrisnya nih. Switch rap.
Sweet revenge.
Nah, tuh artinya tuh.
Sweet revenge.
Balas dendam yang manis ya.
Sweet revenge.
BO5 kalah 2-0, comeback 3-2. Tim siapa yang pernah, Cok? Berat ya. Tapi di Valorant sejarahnya lupa juga aku. Ada yang pernah melakukan itu belum ya? Lupa aku, padahal aku nonton semua turnamen dah. Master aku nonton. IPOS RRQ M1 pernah ya? Oh iya kan? RRQ menang 2 lalu IPOS 3-2. Masa iya coy? Enggak ada kayak. Sweet revenge gak tuh? Sweet revenge gak itu? Udah aku nonton loh. Udah lupa aku. Enggak IPOS dulu yang menang 1 misalnya. Wah gokil sih. Yang pasti aku ingat game kelima cepat banget anjir. Meta cepat ya. Belum lore apa lore 1 udah kelar game. Berapa belas menit? 11 menit, 10 menit, 12 menit, 13 kelar lah pokoknya. Cepat lah game. Main cepat deh. Itu udah kelemahan RRQ. Diajak main cepat KO. Dulu awal-awal belum ada MPL, BTR PK namanya. Ada tim namanya PK. Diakuisisi BTR ya, tak salah ya, BTR PK jadi ya. Nah itu meta cepat tuh, Zas, Grok, Estes, auto EZ win juga lawan RRQ anjir. Tapi di game berikutnya ke counter sih, dibalas pakai Rafaela apa? Rafaela apa yang bisa pindah ke turret tuh? Ininya spell lupa. Nah, Rafaela spell pindah cepat ke turret atas, ke bawah, ke tengah. Itu counter. 5 menit. Oh itu ya 5 menit ya. Game 5 ya. PT bongkar turret ya. Lord udah masuk final anjir. Nggak nonton, nggak dilepin. Kemarin menang deh 2-0. Udah 12 ya, kalah ya. Udah malas nonton anjir. Kayaknya ini dah masalah DRX tuh ini. Ketika dia kalah di map pertama, di game berikutnya ini mulai apa ya, kayak jadi lemah gitu deh. Deh yang paling ini Thailand biasanya. Thailand kalau kalah game pertama, dia bisa jadi 2-1, 2 di comeback dia. Bahkan tim Thailand tuh pernah kalah 12-0 kalau nggak salah, bisa comeback jadi 14-2 overtime. Gokil nggak? Itu mentalnya macam mana tuh coy? The fuck lah. Wih, malam minggu turun jam segini anjir. Mau ngapain besok? Mau ke Gor Pangsuma kah? Nggak tahu ya di daerah kalian namanya apa. Mau pergi ke lapangan olahraga, mau jogging kah? Sekalian cuci mata, buset. Oh, sepeda bisa pakai sepeda. Minggu pagi bisa pakai ini, bisa jogging juga. He's got one flash. When he gets the next up, he'll probably go for some information in B main. But that's a little while off just yet. Here's that flash coming out. Pops but into elbow. Udah ketahuan tuh. Somebody there. That's going to trigger Buzz to make a more aggressive move, as he knows there might not be anyone looking. And he might find all of the goods right now. Liurnya Piper. Sepeda Pixis. So much pressure. And he will fall eventually, but this wall needs to go down. The timing for Buzz that he could take, there it is. Nice. At least a knife at the time being. Peeks around the corner and Ye was watching it. From the side of the wall, Optic. Ye ini menyerang loh. Kok bisa dia main OP jago gitu? The heck bro, 2-0 bro, 2 map menang. Gak sesuai prediksi aku anjir. Harusnya menang DRX ini ya. Wah, ini udah kena ke mental sampai ke tulang-tulang kah? Nggak tahu sih. Nggak tahu ya. Mereka punya pelatih dan lain-lain, harusnya bisa semangat lagi sih. Cemana cara membalikkan semangatnya? Woi itu ya yang maksudnya dia ngajak nikah tadi. Ada yang cosplay Jet, Killjoy, sama siapa lagi? Sage ya satu ya. Siap Pincon. Oke dadah, saya besok main basketball. Si Jordan gak tuh? Aduh suram ya guys ya. Wih, emang si Tom bisa baca chatnya ente Fikri? Tom, kamu bisa baca chat Epic Ricky nggak? Musuh bebuyutanmu ya. Dia berdua nih dulu entah game di game mana lupa aku, kayak Tom and Jerry anjir. Sampai ngeblok ya. Baru tahu aku kemarin-kemarin. Ternyata ada yang ngeblok. Dada Tom katanya, jangan bosan hidup. Kalau bosan cari cewek ya. Kalau nggak udah bisa dapet cewek, dapetin Lil Nas aja lah. Iya kah? Tadi kah? Ada putar lagu Neon tadi. Tidit. Ya nggak bisa baca, sian. Tuh mau baca kah? Tuh chatnya tuh. Tuh Dada Tom Cruise. Nih pacarnya kamu Tom, Fikri nih. Fikri udah nggak ada lagi yang mau ku unlock. Dua laki bini dia dua nih. Sip ya. Rame. Aduh, DRX. Ngapa pula kalau aku tonton jadi suram gini nih. Begitu aku nggak live streaming menang loh. Laut yang aku dukung lawan Optic menang. Si DRX yang aku dukung lawan EPX menang. Walaupun prediksi aku kalau EPX yang menang lawan Optic, kemungkinan EPX gampang lah, bisa lah mengatasi Optic. Nah kalau DRX yang ketemu Optic, di dalam hati aku, di pikiran aku berat nih DRX lawan Optic ini. Entah kenapa tim Asia lawan NE itu agak-agak gimana gitu ya. Pokoknya Asia lawan NE agak berat. Asia kalau ketemu Europe bisa. Nah tapi sebaliknya, si NE kalau ketemu EMEA agak berat deh. Bahkan Optic tuh pernah 4 kali dikalahkan EMEA guys, berturut-turut nggak menang-menang anjir. Kutuk kan sepertinya ya. Nah ini hoki nih Optic nih, ketemunya bukan EMEA malah Asia anjir. 2-0 anjir. The fact lah. Aku takutnya ini kayak kasus di Master kemarin coy. Laut memang benar di upper bracket. Opticnya kalah, turun bawah. Optic masuk grand final, Optic yang jadi yang menang. Aduh, nggak mau aku kalau Optic yang menang. Maunya Laut aja lah ya, Brazil aja yang menang ya. Jangan NA lah. Makin menjadi-jadi nanti deh. Sebenarnya playernya nggak ada masalah aku ya, timnya nggak ada masalah juga aku NE nih. Masalahnya fans NE nih nanti nih bahaya ya. Sombongnya Nojubila nanti. Polling selesai. Siapa yang bikin kelar tuh kocak?
Are you doing okay?
I'm doing fine. Look, at this point, getting the top 3 was already
najis banget.
If they can pick up a map, I will give it a 5.
Kocak lah.
I will be happy. And then if they win the whole thing,
najis banget nggak tuh?
I'm in the green zone. I'm good.
I mean, honestly, you gotta keep
Ketik emot pala miring ngakak guling-guling kah?
fourth time is a charm, I guess, when it comes to because they can
Najis banget.
such a different game plan than before, and it was
Najis banget. Receh banget baca itu aja ngakak gue. Najis banget dia. Votingnya kok kelar, aku salah klik ya tadi ya. Anjay lah. Padahal votingnya itu supaya orang ingat like ya. Ya udahlah, bocil juga udah tidur anjir jam segini anjir. Palingan yang nonton ya kalian-kalian inilah ya. Pincen ya paling sering sampai subuh lihat-lihat deh. Bolak-balik deh. 10 orang 100%. Tapi emang 10 like. Pengen lihat aku. Emang 10 like.
another map of Ye taking the cake. Even though Chamber got nerfed, and it's a lot harder.
8 like, lumayan lah.
It was no care for Ye.
Thank you ya. Makasih banyak sudah like. Aku belum like diri sendiri loh. Mau lihat gak aku nge-like diri sendiri? Nih, aku buka. Yang nonton 3 orang btw. Siapa emang? Nih, like diri sendiri nih, dah. Berarti selama ini aku nggak like diri sendiri ya, karena aku nggak pernah buka YouTube dulu, like dulu gitu. Oke, segitu aja ya. Lanjut live nggak nih? Aku udah malas nih nonton deh. Gak lah, masih dukung lah. Kalah aku dukung, menang ku sanjung. Pepatah Mobile Legend kah? Kalah tetap ku dukung, menang tetap ku sanjung ya. Salah, terbalik ya. Menang ku sanjung, kalah tetap dukung. Ini bikin semangat nih. Dengar-dengar infonya si cewek ini ya artis ya. Tarik nggak live streaming kah? Live streaming dia nih. Coba kita nonton dia ya, apa yang dibuatnya nih. Aduh, ada iklan lagi, kocak. Bentar, kelarkan iklannya lah. Nih aku nonton sih guys, nanti guys ini Game of Thrones coy. Aku suka nih. Dulu aku nonton coy, season 1 sampai season 10 ya. Pas season 9 lupa aku. Sampai nonton sampai habis aku. Nah, ini ada lagi keluar nih Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon. Nice. Wajib nonton nih coy. Oh, dia nonton anjir. Lah. Oh, ini interviewnya tadi apa kemarin? Tuh dia reaksi anjir. Kocak dah. Siap.
So, obviously we only have a few teams left.
Mending mandang cewek ini aja. Cantik sih mbak ini sih. You marry me? Pasti ada tuh yang tulis you marry me di panggung. Will you marry me? You marry me, bapak deh. You marry me. Will you marry me? Will you marry me? Apa marry me? Marry me.
Damn, you're gonna do loud like that after they just swept Optic?
No, like loud, like I love the Brazilians and I as well. So
dia malah nanya ke Pincen, woi, Pincen nggak ada masalah dengan Fikri, ente yang ada masalah dengan orang ya. Pincen anak baik-baik, ente ini nih mencari perkara nih di lab sini nih.
Like teams that were here?
Any teams in the world.
In the world.
So Sentinels obviously.
Susah nyebut deh.
And actually they were supposed to be here, but we didn't really want to. It was a choice of ours.
War LD, itu bahasa Indo ya, war. Ada bahasa Indo.
I think that'd be a sick finals matchup. So
Awik walk nih si Tom, betul Pincen. Kayak dia mabuk sagu dah. Makan apa tuh hari ini? Hah? Apa kebanyakan ngemil ini? Sarbak, mabuk sarbak. Kembung sarbak. Aku nggak percaya sih orang bilang minum sarbak tapi nggak donasi di channel ini.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of NA, Optic, they're on the verge of taking this at 3-0
Nampak bual ya.
The pressure is really heating up bar left 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, the next couple maps,
Awik
Fracture is sent
moment.
here. Fracture is a good one. I think DRX have a
Awal mula chat Awik walk tuh apa sih?
right? They wanted it as this third map. So that's why
Ini game Valorant. Live santuy aja ya, habis kerja ya. Habis kerja capek, pengen live santuy aja lah malam ini. Nobar semifinal lower bracket Valorant. Saya sedikit mabuk bang. Oh, sedikit ya, bukan sedikit ya. Sedikit, bukan serikat tuh. Si Tom nih ngetiknya nggak lelas kalau kata orang Pontianak ya. Nggak tahu tulisannya di sekolah. Bagus nggak tulisannya? Coba kirim di Discordnya si Pincen ya. Tulisan kamu kayak mana modelnya? Cakar ayam apa cakar ini? Cakar naga. Oh ini Killjoy itu baru lihat banget aku tuh. Ya lumayan lah. Pantasan sampai ada yang ngajak nikah anjay. Killjoy cosplayer, will you marry me tadi katanya. Buset.
They're breaking curses.
They are, and if
Ya
they can just go
kenalan
ahead and add
aja
another
langsung
record to the
kocak.
tally, so be it. Screw it, throw it on there. Let's just get it done. A reverse sweep, the first one ever, and the highest placement for a Korean team to date. I mean,
Zaman sekarang tahun 2002 bulan 9 laki-laki main game apa
This is
guys?
the point where normally it would crumble. This time though, they need
Kalau
to
kata
turn
orang tua dulu laki-laki itu main game perang
to
guys.
be able to close out 3
Laki-laki
consecutive maps.
sejati
The
mainnya
pool
game
is
perang.
good for them, but if they cannot get it done on Fracture,
Main FF ya.
Maybe not diamonds, but a man who's already
FF juga
looking
perang
good
anjir.
has been Ye throughout this series. He's absolutely been on point, and in this map, my focus is going to be on RB. Last time this team was under pressure, he stepped up on the neon and helped them push it over the line.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here.
Onkai,
Very
mantap.
crucial map for both teams.
Kapan
And maybe,
tamatnya
like
tuh
you
game
said,
tuh?
it's gonna be a lot of
Genshin
neon
duluan
battles.
tamat dah nampak.
Yeah, and for Optic, it does look like they returned back to that same neon
Genshin aku udah nggak main
Victor, he didn't
juga
really have
anjay
to
lah.
do a lot when he was playing on that
Kelamaan
jet. This is
update.
the map where the pressure's with him.
Pengen ikut alur cerita doang bah. Aku
Ku
jual akunnya.
And then DRX is like a little spin on it, right? They have the fade in this instead.
Bro, teman saya
Last time they played, it was a really big win for DRX. They
hantu
went up
bebek,
11-1
hantu
on the
apa
first
lagi?
half. This time, Optic's choosing into them, and they'll get the chance. DRX has to start on attack, which is different
Hantu
as well.
bebek.
RB versus Victor, I mean,
Quack,
you
quack,
said
quack.
it, Mimi. This is the one that I'm looking at. This head-to-head means so much.
Gimana nih pendapatnya nih? Optic Gaming, NE, North America lawan
it's really tough just given how Optic are performing right now. But
DRX Korea alias Asia.
kind of shaking off the first 2 maps.
Bisakah comeback 3-2 setelah dibantai 2-0 nih? DRX kena bantai 2-0.
A best of 1 right now. And just taking 1 map
Kecil ya.
shake off the path.
Kecil harapannya.
Know that you can play cleanly on this
Perlu
series.
banyak strategi, perlu dikeluarkan semua, mental perlu dijaga, apalagi dari sudut pandang rank terbawah Valorant Iron nih. Kalau perlu dibawa Iron aku ya, rank kayu. Adakah harapan comeback itu nyata? Apakah itulah hanya mimpi belaka? Seperti mimpi di siang bolong. Daripada bagi telur. Oh iya, Mobile Legend tadi telur semua juga. Game pertama RRQ lawan apa tadi? 2-0. Game kedua 2-0. Game ketiga 2-0. Iya kah? Nggak salah kah aku? Oh, Chucks. Ini kalau 3-0 nggak lucu nih bro. Minimal 1 lah DRX deh. Finally. Sambil belajar Inggris kah? Apa namanya? Google Translate. Cara menyebutnya gimana kocak? Finally. Udah kelar juga top up custom yang menang juara bang. Mantap. Itu kah 2 kali 24 jam kah? Wah sayang banget aku nggak ikut. Tapi jujur jago-jago nggak kemarin Pinjat. Aura gig sama Ipos dapat telur pada belum pas. Si XZ ngomong-ngomong main game apa juga nih sekarang. Aku lagi supe-supe ku tanya semua nih viewer lama aku nih. Biar aku bisa membukukan setelah kelar turnamen ini mau main game apa ya. Mobile Legend sih kebanyakan main Mobile Legend sama Bu Saidi. Berarti main Bu Saidi sama ini aja kah? Mobile Legend aja kah? Ayolah, 2 PS3 bisa lah. Menang pistol menang nih. Oke. Apakah harapan itu ada?
Him and his teammate just trying to.
Woi, bantu lah ya Allah, udah ketahuan. Woi, keluar.
It looks like Mav has no outs, has no options.
Ngolok lihat.
Even if he gets the final kill, the pistol round goes the way of DRX.
Udah nampak ya, tinggal di double pick aja 2 arah menang itu. Dia malah mau ngulur waktu. Dari situ udah kelihatan guys kan. Mentalnya udah ada, nampaknya udah ada rasa-rasa takut, respect gitu. Mungkin nggak takut, respect lah mungkin ya, lebih tepat ya. Padahal 2 arah tuh udah ketahuan posisi ya, tinggal diintip aja, tembak, menang itu. Dapat kill kan, walaupun mati mungkin dua-dua kena bom. Wah, nggak yakin aku comeback 3-2. Jago juara 1 Mythical Glory. Oh ya udahlah, untung aku nggak ikut lah ya berarti ya. Kalau aku ikut terbully mungkin ya. Main top tapi makin sini malah jadi gameplay itu. Wah ya udahlah. Dari awal aku udah tahu sih, ini game udah pasti kayak Genshin ya. Gacha-gacha ya kan, dapetin ada cons-consnya juga, berat. Jadi aku cuma nyobain bentar, ikut story-nya, sama ini, sama gacha-gacha ya. Bikin 3 akun malahan, udah itu nggak main aku. Mau jual gitu, ternyata harganya tiba-tiba jatuh ya, nggak jadi anjir. Nih Messi sudah jual 20k, 50k murah ya. Mending ku jual akun Genshin aku ya. Sisa 11 akun kalau nggak salah. Ada bintang 5, 4 karakter, 5 karakter. Dijual 50 sampai 100 juga. Sama Genshin juga jatuh harga. Pencen tahu gak Lil Nas X? Oh udah ketahuan nih, Juliana nih udah pasti Tom nih. Nanya-nanya Lil Nas mulu ya. Game apa yang nggak pay to win sekarang ya? Harvest Moon kah? Harvest Moon atau main ular-ularan di HP Nokia kah? Nggak pay to win tuh harus itu. Tole. Apa tuh kepanjangan Tole ya? Tower of Lele bukan. Stop app. 1 sama juara 3 Mythic 2. Astaga. Untung nggak ikut ya. Lah. Wih, aku nggak merhatiin drone-nya coy. Tadi semuanya beli senjata kah? Ya Allah, tripti guys. Jadi si Optic Gaming cuman modal pistol menang anjir. The heck? Astaga, ini nih. Dari sini aja udah ketahuan nih, nggak bakal menang di DRX nih. Ini bukan lagi comeback sih yang diharapkan nih. Yang diharapkan apa ya? Seperti nickname di Dota tuh nickname playernya yang juara TI si tim Liquid itu siapa namanya? Miracle. Bukan lagi mengharapkan ini ya, comeback ya, tapi mengharapkan miracle ya. Mengharapkan keajaiban anjir. Masa kalah coy, padahal beli ya. Aduh, makin berat, nggak yakin jadi aku nontonnya DRX bisa comeback nih. Stop app roll support. Udah dibaca chatku bang. Udah. Yang ini juara 2 Mythic 1 sama juara 3 Mythic 2. Bukan Glory ya, Mythic 1 sama Mythic 2. Intinya Mythic lah ya. Sudah berkecimpung di dunia Mythic, harusnya udah tahu meta-meta. Pikannya juga udah nggak egois kalau di Mythic tuh, enak ya. Menyesuaikan role-nya aja. Tapi coba di Epic Glory, tier neraka di Mobile Legends. Orang jago mainnya di Epic Glory coy. MM 2 kadang, jungler 2. Mantap. Orang jago bukan di Mythic sebenarnya, di Epic Glory benar. Mental diuji ya.
Was open for a second, but FNS is going to get there before the rest of the DRX players.
Yeah, time really just running down low here with just the Spectre and the Bulldog. There's 8 seconds remaining, and they've got the watch on the crossfire. Tries the bunny hop across.
2-1, harapan itu semakin pudar ya guys ya.
They're gonna play a stack towards one of the sites.
Sapero ada YouTuber apaan dah. Si Tom ini ngetiknya masih nggak lelas kalau kata orang Pontianak, nggak lelas. Sapero jadi YouTuber maksudnya. Apa Sapero ini punya YouTube? Iya, semua orang yang komen juga YouTube ya, punya YouTube ya. Harus dicerna, ditelaah kata-katanya Tom tuh kalau dia ngetik tuh.
But at some point, Optic are gonna flank through tunnel and try to add a bit of a punish into that.
Just layers upon the conditioning.
Kalau XNDRA support aku udah baca dari tadi Uce deh. Bisa menyesuaikan ya, dia support. Aku roaming next season, pengen masih main roaming sama XP aja lah. Doakan aku semangat lagi ya main Mobile Legends next season. 7 hari lagi kan, reset kan. Sejauh ini rencananya mau main malamnya valorant, siang atau sore Mobile Legends aja lah. Tembus ID. Sisanya game story kah?
Trying to put that instinct to the test.
Mako has his orbital strike online. Oh, finesse almost getting caught there. The rolling thunder.
Ya elah, kena ulti bos.
Crashes tries to supplement him, but Buzz just helping him out. Is that 1-for-1 on either side of things here, and Buzz needs to be the big game player. He needs to make magic. He is also shut down. Just left up to Mako.
Di saat OP ku pakai di situ. Nah, ya, oh deh satu. Oke udah ketahuan satu, jangan ngintip kocak. Jangan ngintip, sabar. Oke, kiri, kanan. Gak apa, yang penting menang lah ya. Kayak orang bodoh lihat. Maklum coy, yang main memang nggak bisa mandang ya. Sama kayak nonton Mobile Legends juga, kita bisa mandang musuh di map ya. Tapi playernya nggak bisa mandang. Makanya ada pepatah zaman penjajahan Jepang, netizen lebih jago dari pro player ya. Karena bisa melihat yang di map ya.
What a cool round as well. If you remember back, they also had the fake from RB to even set up for the plan.
2-2. Aku sebagai penonton udah pesimis, sekali lagi ku ulang ini. Ku ucapkan dengan seringkas, sudah pesimis DRX ini tidak akan menang. Chance-nya mungkin cuman 5% lah. Wah. Woi, aku udah pernah bilang aku nggak punya HP. HP aja nggak punya bro. Macam mana punya WhatsApp bro? The heck. HP ku kujual untuk upgrade PC biar bisa live streaming. Ku belikan prosesor Ryzen 3600 sama motherboard ASRock. Mati. Ngapalah kau ngintip ah? Udah tahu Ye lagi jago ya. Diam aja, ngendok aja gitu ya. Bus. Ibaratnya kalau lagi main PUBG Mobile tuh diam aja, ngendok aja anjir. Malah nyari jalan-jalan kocak. Diam aja woi, emosi juga dia. Diam aja di balik shot gitu bah. Diam di tempat LA itu bah, ngendok aja. Malah emosi gue lihat ini. Off streaming aja kah? Teori off streaming siapa tuh comeback, setuju gak guys? Biar aku nonton sambil grinding boost ID aja kah? Nyari duit buat mabar besok mungkin.
Optic, even though two of their
Emosi
players in
aku
tower were
lihat.
stunned up by the rolling thunder, they still
Emang
put
aku
out enough
cupu ya
utility
main game ini ya.
to eviscerate
Tapi
RB
kalau
on the
nontonnya
entry.
kayak begini
Optic
suram
have been
juga
ready
nih.
for everything that DRX have thrown at them in this series. Chet is certainly earning his salary.
Yeah.
Lihat.
Serious legwork.
Ini
getting
pakai
put in
pistol deh.
prep department.
Kalau otak rank kayu aku berjalannya kalau modal pistolnya ya udahlah, main berlima aja, majuin aja ya. Barbar. Kan udah tahu pasti kalah kan. Barbarin aja lah.
That looked like a wall bang for a moment there, but not quite. 0 damage done to Crashies.
Nggak nyampe otak aku ya.
That operator standing and move it elsewhere on the map and seeing if he can find anything.
Optic going for a reclear of halls here. Given a positioning, they're not going to be holding anyone. Just a trade.
Nggak bisa. Tadi memang dia harus nyari coy.
Find themselves.
Tadi dia memang harus nyari.
Try and get themselves into the site.
Karena
Yeah, he's still
harus.
there, and he was stunned up. One after the other. They just seem to be crumbling. Mako with the
Nggak tahu
pistol
lah.
makes it work
Pusing aku
somehow.
nontonnya coy.
Guy looks like he's using a
Kalah
rifle.
lagi ini
Or
nampaknya.
could he take it just
Aduh.
for the high value play? But the round
Aduh.
nonetheless will go the way of Optic.
Suram gaming guys.
Optic clean up off the back of Ye hitting some fabulous shots. I mean, the opener onto RB.
3-0
should have the
kah?
site for free here. He really should.
Oh my goodness.
And it just doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
And that is just...
There's a massive gun difference there, of course, but Ye was getting that no matter what. And DRX here are forced to take a timeout.
Ada apa nih bang?
And I think it just bears reminding everybody again.
Nggak boleh di live-in kah? Besok boleh kali live ya, grand final ya. Soalnya terakhir aku nonton Loud tuh nggak di live-in, kalah deh lawan Optic ya. Siapa tahu kalau aku nonton Loud malah kebalikannya menang deh. 2002 kok percaya gituan. Nonton malah menang, nggak nonton malah kalah. Masya iya bang. Apa iya bang?
And then all of the players also in monster mode for Optic. And I feel like
gimana nonton orang yang lagi nontonin turnamen. Aduh. Nonton orang tuh iklan mulu anjir. Di Twitch tuh banyak duit ya kali ya. Begitu kita buka tadi ada iklannya tuh. Banyak kali duit dia dapat ya. $1, $2 kan? Gila kalau nonton 100.000 kali, kalau $1 mantap juga. Nggak mungkin berarti ya, 0, mungkin 0,1 dolar apa? Nggak tahu lah, bukan anak Twitch ya. Tapi kalau mau jadi streamer di Twitch, pasar Indo tuh kurang ya. Orang Indo kurang main Twitch, banyak main TikTok deh.
Opens it wide, but they are backing out. But the spike is still heavily disjointed. There's a gap between them and a re-clear. Optic.
3 PS2, 2 versus 1. Aduh.
FNS v Stacks,
Winnable.
the IGL battle as well. And FNS has definitely been the better player today.
But he's lost track of his opposition. Stacks. Just
suram.
Like a fool.
Slinked away.
He's going to be able to get a free plant onto B. Now getting a bit of a move on with 30 seconds into the round. Plenty of time to
30
plant.
seconds left.
He's got one fault line to work with. Stacks has got to have a decent read that FNS is still on the A side. Whereabouts, difficult to say. And you wouldn't expect Stacks to really use.
Lumayan nih, banyak kebuang waktu ya. Mati dia nih, udah di spec. Hampir.
Lovely reposition. So intelligent to take the fight before FNS was ready.
Betul.
Very nice play from Stacks.
Kalau menang betul ya. Kalau kalah auto bully ya. Kenapa nggak ini? Kenapa nggak itu?
Perfect aim reset onto Crashies as well.
Oding sekali ya tadi.
it feels like he's the only player that's able to access his form throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
In this series, the rest of DRX not able to get up to their peak when it matters.
A lot of ults online though, on the side of Optic. Getting that fast play, smoked off over towards Arcade, just grabbing the orb up. So they do have now 4 ultimates.
Menang lagi TO nih.
He's only got a stinger, but he can pop his ult at any point.
Tiempo
It is so
muerto.
difficult for DRX to get the spike down. There's Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike to try and push these things away. So for DRX, you almost want to generate advantages for yourself before you ever execute.
Honestly, the play for DRX here in this scenario might be to take the fight to them in spawn, but it feels like Optic have read it.
Yeah,
Look at their positioning right now.
I would definitely agree with that.
Optic are expecting some form of aggression towards Generator. Contact's going to be taken by Crashes here with just a slight jiggle of the movement. Spots a player. Not sure if he's willing to overstep himself here.
Nah, di flash.
Sun's going to be laid down. A flash is good. I'll be taking so much damage. Down to 13. However, a bit of counter spam now to Rolling Thunder. Is there going to be time to strike?
Oh, the
answer is
strike!
yes. One after the other. It's all
Gila, tiba-tiba 4 orang hilang
when
kah?
they need it most. Finding kill after kill, and the utility just a little bit too late. And as
Mako
Crash's
Jesus.
ultimate is going to fade, Mako now has access to his own ultimate. 3 kills in the round. And a crossfire setup. Zest, the reset. Cool, calm, and collected. And it leaves it down to Marved.
Fake dulu, fake dulu.
Molly looked
Fake
like he
di push
missed.
dulu.
There might be a gap.
There is definitely, just a, not quite.
And it's a bit of a bait. As soon
Nah,
as this time,
di
the
ulti.
order strike comes down. And time is just being removed. Marv has to force the issue. He has to take the fight to them. But it's just a win. In form like this.
Kencing dulu lah.
The hero for DRX.
Comeback itu nyata kah?
When times get tough, you need leaders to step up and demonstrate the way forwards. And that is what Marco is doing today.
My.
He's leading by example for the rest of DRX. Tapping into that primal energy. He's 13-6, inspiring from the front. And making this series still look like it's doable for DRX. RB with a bit of a jiggle, but it's aggression from DRX. On the other side of the map, chamber battle still happening here.
Yeah, I mean, he's just instantly traded it out, but he is contained. Marv, Prowl on a right click. Oh, Stack's just waiting right into him. And utility is going to be used here. Evanes does not want to miss his chance to strike. Moves down forwards onto the site. But as soon as you can blink DRX, they close out the round.
And it feels like such a long time since DRX have had the lead in this game, in this series. Discounting pistol rounds, they just haven't been able to get a foothold into these maps. Now, Optic forced to take a timeout.
A bit of a back foot. The crowd certainly feels split, even down the middle almost, but I'm sure that's just because we are planted right next to the DRX cheer squad.
Tuh kan, tempo muerto kan?
Has been going crazy
Sudah
this
ku
tournament too.
kata.
I said I thought the crowd would be pretty split today. It certainly feels like it from our position.
Kalau menang tempo muerto pasti.
Ye has not been found wanting today.
Yeah, this guy has been putting up
Minum apa dia tuh?
But on this map, there's been one star player. And he's playing for DRX, it's Marco.
Dari tunggaannya sepertinya itu kopi ya.
That Marco's naturally in the positions to
Kopi
win
di.
the round. But he's forcing himself
Wesh,
into positions with
mantap nih.
the trades have been
Viper kah?
His clutches have been perfectly played. His usage
Viper
of the
berambut
ultimates,
panjang.
his utility, masterful.
It's given him that edge.
Hari ini hadiah nontonnya dapat apa ya?
Timeout by Optic as they want to put a stop to it. 3 rounds in a row for DRX, starting to run away with a bit of that momentum.
And this is going to be a
Ye,
clash towards
operator
Tree.
mulu,
Ye wants
bro.
to take us off in this direction and the whole of DRX are waiting.
This fight is going to be pivotal. Holds the angle, dodges the stuns, actually doesn't move forwards.
Di saat operator Kupante
That's what I mean.
Normally you would use a prowler here.
How much you want to use for it? The Rolling Thunder. That is a lot of respect being shown. Yay. Teleporting at the very final last moment. Victor is in so much trouble. Has to back away to the front side. A Jenny to Prowler in his face. And it points exactly where he is. Still Marv answers back.
Oke.
Coming through close to the sight. And a fast retake is shut
Oke,
down
nice.
just like that.
Ayo, coach DRX kasih semangat ke anak buah ber.
They're gonna need another few of those, but a beautiful gun round.
Anak buah nggak itu, rekan-rekan tim maksudnya.
Take a look at this in the replay here. Stacks backing his team up really nicely. Was anti-flash, so he didn't get caught by crashes. And Ye and FNS tried to swing through the smoke there as well to take advantage of the chaos. And DRX were ready for it. That is good awareness from the Korean squad.
Aduh, beli tembak kacang polong lagi.
That was booming Optic.
4 orang beli. Gokil.
Do we just run it back again?
Hati-hati DRX.
It looks like a little bit of a
Optic Gaming beli tembak peluru kacang coy. Kacang hijau tuh peluru itu.
Holding down the A side with a total force. And if DRX choose the wrong gamble here, they don't do their homework.
Gak enak anjir, let's go DRX. Harusnya cari ini, cari kata-kata yang lebih bagus ya.
No sound to work off of now, but the utility is going to be used in this exchange.
DRX fighting, gitu kayak. Nice, nice. Satu lagi. Yay Gaming nih. Jangan ngintip. Yay ini bro. Diam aja tuh. Pokoknya kuncinya kalau sisa Yay, diam aja, ngenduk aja dah. Jangan ngintip-ngintip lah. Pecah pala kau ngintip deh. Baru ku bilang kan. Baru ku bilang. Nah, kalau ngintip 2 langsung gitu. Sniper dia soalnya. Baru dibilang, udah ngeri-ngeri sedap lu lihat itu. Ngintip lagi. Nah gitu, kalau mau ngintip 2 orang langsung. Kalau lawan sniper, nggak mungkin peluru dia tiba-tiba bercabang. Tiba-tiba kena 2 orang kepala padahal jarak 5 meter. Cuman chamber tuh ngeri juga sih, walaupun 2 orang mante ya. Nah, dia bisa sniper, bisa pakai itu headhunternya dia tuh. Kena pala 2 ya mampus juga walaupun ngepick 2. Saya pamit dulu. Siap Tom, semangat Tom besok buat main footballnya Tom. Football Amerika apa sepak bola ini? Sepak bola biasa. Makna football nih ada 2 nih. Football Amerika apa sepak bola yang Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo? Apa futsal? Ada 3 nih di benak aku nih. Apa bola yang lonjong itu kan football juga.
Hard rotation here from Optic. That leaves just Marv alive, but he does have that ultimate to try and stop this. The more the noise gets cut, the more time he gets let off the clock here. It means it's going to be even more difficult to try and get a clean spike planted for DRX.
Stacks currently has the spike. If they gave it to Mako, he'd have his orbital strike online, but Mako's positioning is good.
He doesn't want to give this one up. Fault line into the corner. This is going to give Marv a bit of information, knowledge, and they're holding, waiting for the time, but it is running.
Futsal bang, siap. Turun lah. Biar bangun awal coy. Pagi jogging dulu, jangan lupa cari ciwik-ciwik. Aduh, kalah lagi kah? Ente kah? Setting. Ya, nggak ada setting bro. Flawless.
Optic claim their 5th round in this half. They make it just a bit more competitive.
Nggak ada saving anjir, udah last round anjir. Buta.
But it finishes with a prime game in flawless and Optic in control. This map is finally competitive between these.
Kalau di DRX menang aku inilah. Habis ini mau bikin dadar gulung aja lah ya. Gak enak juga ternyata nonton gak ada camilan anjir. Optic. Niat. Kalau bisa ini bang, jangan pakai spidol bang, tulisannya bang. Modal dikit pakai karton ya. Tempelin ya. Video udah modal juga sih, beli kertasnya modal. Gak gratis kalau nggak salah. Apa gratis kertasnya? Mako masih on fire kah? 2.3 KDA.
If it wasn't for him, they would not have been finding these executes down the line that are working so well.
And this round is an example where Optic has a really good idea. They run the microwave setup, kind of rolling thunder straight into orbital strike. They even have Victor sprinting in, but Mako makes the perfect play through the smoke to punish off of that push. And in the end, he closes out this round for them as well. Punishes Optic, continuing to aggress, and his utility in the post plant keeps them in it. It was Mako who built time for this team to awaken, and now they are awake.
There's a lot of hero plays in the first half we saw on Fracture, but going into the attack side for Optic, Bola, Victor, he needs to
paling kiri kalau dia nggak analis, kalau dia berdiri kayak geraknya atraktif banget aja.
But it's a 7-5 half. This is still something where Victor has to be having a good game because other than that, right, you have Mako firing on all cylinders. You need to have
Gelasnya ada 3 bro. Ada air putih, ada Red Bull, ada kopi kah? Weh, ada orang Indo kuliah lihat tuh. Weh, orang Indo lagi tuh kuliah lihat. Tiap hari masuk TV ya orang Indo.
Optic is still so good at this map, and DRX, their defense has been weak at times.
Well, DRX, they have to win here. Otherwise, this is going to be the last map we see of them of this entire year. Brandon Sideshow, let's see if they can secure this map.
And it is opportunities abound to really make a mark and make some history here. This half is going to define so much for DRX to even begin the concept of a reverse sweep.
And I'm looking at RB again. RB, the player that has the opportunity to set the momentum, but both of these teams looking like they're going for fast plays in opposite directions.
Straight up, fight being taken. The knife gets info. Crashy wants a little bit more. The opening kill, a bit of a spray down there with a frenzy. He will eventually be taken out. Victor though, slowing it down.
Please, menang pistol.
And it's just a clockwise turn around the map. Optic going
area ini udah dikuasai aja.
And they swap sides.
There's a 4v4. Spike's going to get planted now, and it comes down to these Optic post-plant positionings. What's the play going to be made? A lot of them facing towards Arcade. Now Optic teleport's ready. Holding this now with many players. A high-low setup. Zest could be in a lot of trouble.
The Prowler there is good. It gets information that there's 2 players at least in Arcade. Still has Horn. There's a flash. A concussion blast on the other side as well.
There has to be some sort of pressure being relieved as well, and this is going to be coming from DRX as well at the front of the side. Fault line.
Nice.
Is going to be connecting, but the game is going wide. And time is running low.
Wait. Oh, nice.
One right click will do it, but sticking to the fuse. It's down to test.
Wah.
FNS clutches and
dia sempat reload, cok.
Sealing it
What the heck? Waduh, udah dimajuin tuh sama dia tuh. Oke, amat kelar reload dah. Wah, dapat reload dah. The heck. Buset, bangganya diri dia ya. Walaupun drone pistol karena penentuan ya bisa seri ya. Menang pistol, menang bonus round. Sayangnya DRX tadi ini bah. Bonus roundnya kalah deh.
DRX were able to get that spike down so consistently. Optic giving them a taste of their own medicine. Dash and a skip and a hop over the way. That does cut up the angles. Enough.
Barbar kan aja boy. Alah satu-satu ngintip boy. Dah. Absen jatuh ya bang. Intip satu mati. Intip satu mati. Majuin aja W gaming ah.
DRX still need to maintain an aggressive look on the defense. They can't afford to get scared.
Silau juga sih.
Normally, it's going to be the defensive teams on Fracture that set the pace. And we're looking towards RB at the bottom of the table, 7 of 14. But
DRX Optic.
In terms of creating that space, fulfilling his role.
Habis itu baku hantam tuh pulang tuh. Sebelahan deh.
But all of the tempo being set by the
Baku hantamnya beda ya.
Feels like they've just got absolute chokehold on this map so far on this one side, but as I say that, Yay, maybe exploring a little bit too far there in halls. Big day for his life.
Paling enak udah let's go liquid lah paling enak lah. Let's go liquid. Berarti harus 3 kata ya, liquid, liquid. Tuh 2 gitu. Liquid. Oh iya, kesannya 2 juga. Liquid. Berarti kalau yang 3 kata nggak enak. EPX, DRX, Optic masih enak. Optic. Let's go Optic enak sih.
DRX plug the gaps. And RB finds the opener. It's a massive one. Yay is currently 10 and 5 in the series.
Sebenarnya bukan nyebut 2 kata itu ya, apa ya bahasanya? Lupa aku pelajaran bahasa Indo ya. Optik kan 1 kata, tapi maksudnya optik, ejaannya ejaan. Ah, stuck. Apa tuh bahasa tuh? Bahasa Korea bawah.
No time wasted. Pure speed once more injected into it. It's going to be a molly used pretty early there by Maka. That's to try and stop any sort of aggression that might be coming their way. And guess what? Well, he wins the opening fight over towards halls. By being taken, that's off the Prowler and stunned up. Mako,
nice.
Absolute team.
Nice.
One after another. Under the might and gaze of Mako, all will fall.
And Yay opened it up, but this.
Mau apa deh? Ye kah? Apa N kill.
22 kills across 16 rounds here for Mako.
Just insanity.
Just destroying Optic.
Pure insanity.
Yang nyari mati deh. Jadi pantai
what an absurd individual effort this has been at times. But the play there was coordinated.
Yeah, it was a prowler, there was a
capek juga 30 detik gue. 45 detik kah tadi? Sampai ronde habis anjir.
Picks up 4 kills. Able to isolate 4 individual fights. Yeah. Very nice play by DRX. Because what that's also going to do, Brian, as we think about the future, it's going to make Optic more reluctant to run that fast play through Arcade.
10 seconds left.
And anytime you can keep control of Arcade for free, you allow your focus to drift to the rest of the map.
More importantly, in the immediate future as well, Optic now losing 4 of their guns into this one. They were dipping into the bank a little bit to try and afford that full buy. So it's going to be most likely the half buy around Yay, who can hold on to that upgrade. But what a play by Mako. I mean, the hero moments.
But the utility's so good as well.
Yeah.
The Prowler detecting the position of Victor.
Kesurupan bocil coy. Wah, masuk TV deh bro. Auto clip, auto upload ke channelnya sendiri. Itu calon-calon ini tuh player masa depan Valorant tuh. Biasa gitu tuh. Kalau ada bocil jadi penonton ya.
We've seen it in glimpses, I think, earlier portions of this series. They've been using utility to try and clear out Yay, but he's been disrespecting them at times.
Yeah.
Not teleporting away, no rendezvous being used, because there hasn't been the follow-up. The confidence has been lacking at times.
But the more the DRX can get a read on
woi, kalahin tim map ini woi.
And Optic so far in their attack have been running something somewhat one-dimensional. They've been putting heavy emphasis towards B. This is after the pistol. Heavy emphasis towards B.
Bawa toa lah anjir.
Alone prodding halls. And if there's a big trap play there from DRX, Yay's gonna bait it
toa yang untuk ini apa namanya? Biasa dipakai demo buat mahasiswa itu.
Something that Optic have been very dangerous at.
Apalah namanya.
On the half by round, Optic lean A.
Zest is going to have to be a miracle worker because The man is about to get swamped right now.
I'm not sure they're going to go fast here. I mean, fast with stingers would be a good idea, but you might want to make it look like it's only A again. It is going to be quick, though.
Yeah, Haunt over the top. Stun bolts used off to the sides. Yes, we'll respect it, so he's going to be backing away to try and anchor.
DRX kalah Iron ini.
Holding onto his ultimate. Might not want to use it in round 5, but he's going to force the positioning and force the
Dia tuh senjata DRX tuh. Prator, Phantom 3, Vandal 1. Kayaknya ini ya, DRX ini kalah gara-gara Phantom kan. Map luas tidak seharusnya Phantom kan. Enggak. Teori saya sebagai netizen salah, itu memang Panda lebih oke sih kalau map-map jauh ya. Lagi di B.
The crowd wants to see a map 4, Brent. They want to see a map 4. Now DRX are in the lead. Another round like that.
Oh, nobar di Korea. Apa di depan stadion?
Opportunities to really cement that lead, convert it into a map win.
So it's a half by round over towards A, and immediately, as soon as it's a gun round again, we're back to B for Optic.
Yeah, and Buzz has to be the man of action. A crouch peek, surely they don't take this fight like this. Jiggle causes Buzz a readjust his crosshair placement.
Bait and switch play, maybe?
Yeah, they didn't take it though.
Ngapain sih?
Such a tight angle.
Everything on this shot.
Tepi dikit lagi. Karena dia mau ngintip dikit tuh. Oh nice. Udah pas gitu.
He almost got a collateral.
And a clean shooting from Buzz.
Mama
Beautiful way to
Victor.
open things up for him. And instantly he's going to be forcing out rotations here. Mako on the side once more trying to anchor, but only the one going to be gained before eventually the trade is there. FNS, another hero play pushing forward. Here's the reload.
Astaga.
Almost misses the shot, but okay.
Nice.
Reclaim a bit of positioning. Still being fought by RB. There's that confidence we were asking for a little bit prior. Pop flash play though. Crashes is the last player standing for his team.
Pick lah bang, rame-rame bang. Udah silau dia tuh bang.
To find their way in this round. And when he's deafened and blinded, can't see a bloody thing.
Masih ada fragment. Ya.
Winnable for him. A lot of damage done, but Buzz has
been
good for it.
Esther nyebut-nyebut winnable aja ya. 2-1 ada harapan bro. 2-1 bro, maaf bro. Tinggal ya. Berarti kalau aku sebagai pelatihnya DRX ini tinggal fokus front, jangan mikirin kalah 2 map 2-0 ya kan? Yang penting gue maju aja ya. Bantai kasih paham gitu siapa kita gitu. Oh itu tuh biasa bikin mental naik tuh, kasih tahu siapa kita. Oh itu ceramah semua pelatih dan nampak di bola di ini. Oh, kasih tahu siapa kita. Oh itu keluar langsung skill-skill itu. Omong kosong kan.
The next maps of Ascent and Haven, you could argue that they favor DRX. I mean, maybe Haven is completely even territory, but
yeah,
we'll see whether Optic are able to win this one.
Potentially new ground though when the pressure and the heat is turned.
Bulesnya kayak botol ini ya, kayak botol minyak wangi.
This round, this map first. If you are DRX, a beautiful little play there from Optic to try and get themselves into the site.
Does Stax choose to use the Rolling Thunder here to block the plant?
Optic are holding for it. Look at the up-close positions that they're playing inside of the smoke. Just in case there was a fast retake, and it's a reclear. Pop flash through. They want to try and take sand control.
Stax got caught before holding the Rolling Thunder.
Lama weh.
Now they have double ults for
retake.
Smoke is causing a lot of issues for them. Prowler over the top. Dash down to the side.
Oh, nice. Jay miss. Oke, nice. Jay silau. Maju kan. Maju kan bro. Nah gitu. Nah gitu main bro. 12-7. Aduh. Fraktur doang nih, ku bilang mapnya DRX nih. Breeze-nya salah ya tebakannya. Optic sudah bisa mengantisipasi tadi. Pula Optic tuh kalah 2 kali dah kayak ada Breeze. Udah evaluasi deh berarti. Andai udah 2-1 ya. Ya abis ini map apa nih? Fokus tag. Nah, ini jangan pernah bilang 1 round lagi, ayo. Takutnya malah mainnya ngasal-ngasalan. Tuh kan, mulai berani mainnya kan, maju. Karena udah dapat 12 tuh, mulai pede deh. Ini biasanya malah blunder nih. Nggak boleh. Pemain FPS nggak boleh nyebut-nyebut one more ya. Fokus round per round, walaupun udah 12 ya. Disorot lagi tuh tali. Tragedi tali.
Denying some of that information for the rest of DRX. This is going to end up finishing A, and DRX have 3 players there ready to wait and receive it, including Zest, who has Nightfall, and the Nightfall here could crush a push.
Yeah, it's a lot of utility though that they could dump out onto the side here. That Stax is just trying to hold the jump peak. Now it's a fault line, he's going to be stunned up, but it's a play for a player. Now the Nightfall into the flash. A play was attempted. The trade is there though, and now Victor taking space in their spawn. It's a complete wraparound. It's a complete pivot. Positioning on them. With only 29 seconds left. It's a hard ass. Still crashes. Will lock down the angle. But Maka will not be denied.
Wah, oke 2 PS2. Darah menang. Jumlah sama, darah menang. Ayo gunting. Sabar. Gocek. Wah, no time kah? Ada kah? Astaga. Ada waktu coy. Astaga.
Ice cold and remnants of a past life.
Ini nih bahaya nih game-game gini nih.
That might have been all tournament. Glimpses of it when he played the Astro and Pearl. But what a round and what
Miskin kah? Bisa beli nggak? Aman lah.
The Red Bull clutch coming out from Marv there. Here you see in the replay him winning the 1v1 at the end on Buzz, but the most difficult part was forcing the
Ngentak meja lagi. Wah ini nih pandai-pandai technical pause nanti ini buat ini rusak nih komputer. Tarik robo meja itu. Technical pause meja robo. Oh nice.
Brush off they do. Zest once more taking point for them. First kill goes their way as Victor is shut down.
And Crashies gets his null command online. A 4v5, Optic have not been great at these this tournament, but it's felt like a different team here today. They've been winning less than 20% of the time when they drop a player early. Right there. But Crashies with the ult should be able to open up space.
Yeah, this should take away the tour de force. Pop flash play. TV's back. Not opting to use the ult now, but there is.
Emang iya harus di flash. Udah lagi ini flashnya. Oh di ulti, mampus tuh. 2 orang maju kan? Maju kan? As.
The judge in the back pocket of Buzz. He's dropped Crashies to his knees, and a forward play by Marvs.
Nice, GG.
To take the map away.
Oh, semangatnya kah? Udah kah? Balik kah? Fokus round by round. Oke. Bisa. Sweet revenge. Balas dendam manis.
DRX Joshua team.
Oke lah, bikin camilan dulu lah ya. Buka musik bentar. Sip lah. Bikin camilan dulu coy. Bas. Wih, udah main coy. Udah jadi. Dadar gulung bro. Pakai gula aja lah ya, lap-lap ya. Lap-lap colet-coletannya ya. Digulung dulu. Aku bikin 2 biji ya. Versi gede-gede. Wih. Aku nonton pakai headset ribet.
Good with them on Jet as he ever is on Daruma.
What is this play from Buzz? It's danger! Drops down! And that is so much damage being done.
Oke, DRX
A double
map ini.
play, a
Gokil
double
kah?
setup there into hell, and it's a fast approach as they try and take their marks. Buzz
Test.
has just been unleashed. And 3
Test.
kills in a round for him.
Oke,
The
segini
setup, the
aja berarti.
crossfire was there. And a spike plan on top means a lot of money that they get to move into this next round with.
Sip.
Ye was the hero on the pistol. RB was the hero on the pistol round for Fracture, and now it's Buzz for RB. This is Ye's first
Bismillah.
appearance as Jet in stage 2.
Just ridiculous.
Yep. It was all the way back, I think, in Reykjavik.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it was even before that.
Probably the Breeze game. He's playing Jet in that.
Yeah, I think you're right, Brent. I think you're right.
All the way back then in the finals.
All the way back in the finals of Reykjavik, the last time we saw this. They felt like they had no right to win that map, and they did anyway. But it's a great start from DRX, and they are incredible at this map. 3-0 at Champions for DRX on Ascent. The devs were talking about how good they've been on it, with some huge scalps they've taken too. But every one of those wins has gone to overtime. And they've set records. And then they've broken their own records in terms of how deep they're going. A 1917 win, and I don't mean the year, over FPX, to be able to pull that one away.
They've all gone to OT.
They've gone so deep. But they've beaten such excellent teams on this map.
And the early damage that Zest took meant that handed over the rifle to somebody else with a bit more health to work with. Turret needs to be destroyed though. And Buzz going to be activating that dash as well as he tries to make the moves. All the way forwards, that's going to be the door closed onto them now as they're looking to swarm and contain the players here. Yeah, Crashes is doing a good job of biding time and buying time for the rest of his team. But still, he's at the back of the site and he needs to be dealt with. Classic right click, still the angles are going to be watched for and he had nowhere left to run.
Mako cleans things up. Buzz with 3 in the round as well. And DRX, at the moment, demonstrating a very slow, very controlled beginning to these rounds.
Yeah.
And then picking a site and bursting. No splits, no mid-control yet.
Bro.
Just watching for the Optic aggression, looking to punish, and then bursting into a site.
Now looking at this bonus round here for DRX. What direction do they want to take it in? Still, split and spread out across the map with their attacking protocol.
I'd be tempted to have Buzz get full armor and just use the knives here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Choosing to go with a hero vandal.
At least some playmaking opportunities off of that, but maybe a read coming through. Knife going to be tagging.
Terkadang kue yang terlihatnya biasa aja ya.
Now a drone to try and get a re-clear.
Kalau buatnya dengan ikhlas sepenuh hati, jadi enak ya.
In terms of wondering, is there a player playing on top of the pizza box?
Definitely. The smoke comes down here and they're looking to set up for an A split. Optic with the double face. Yay, Victor controlling this area with the fragment grenade already used, or perhaps not invested in this round actually.
Beautiful flash over the top. Yay was playing anti. Anti to it once more. Another flash play and it's run and gun. There's the name of the game. Stack somehow beams down too.
Hampir
Only
apa
2
tinggal?
players left alive though for DRX. 2v3. They haven't broken the alarm bot in mid, and FNS continues to control B, mid, and allow the Optic players to stack on the other side. It does look like FNS is going to get tested though.
Yeah. 30 seconds left in this round.
Masuk B sulit bro, banyak jebakan Batman bro.
Towards B.
even if FNS falls here, there's still great retake tools with the paranoia and
B
the
di
drone
map ini
online.
rumahnya
The question is
Killjoy
just
ya.
whether FNS can do damage, can get a kill, can make this even easier for Optic.
That's time going to be bought there.
Tuh kan, nak delay kan.
Rotation's finally going to start to come through, and FNS, he is in trouble here at the back of the site. Sees does not connect.
Ya,
He lights
nak
him up
wallbang nih.
though. Beautiful dart across the map, but it has to be held now. FNS does not have much to work with, but he is still anchoring.
Oh, nice, dapat.
Mako wins the fight. Down to that 2v2. The drone gets good value here.
Belakang.
It's up to Stacks holding
Tahan
close now to
dulu,
see if
tak.
he can make some moves. Whips it around with the rifle.
Nice.
Marved,
Aduh,
isolates
dah
it,
ketahuan.
takes it to the 1v1, him versus Stacks. It's a fake TP in a smoke, dashed across the site. It's going to cause misinformation that he's looking for, but
Nice.
Stacks over the side,
Hah.
and he wins
4 miss
it
4
out.
dikit.
4 kills,
Nice.
and the bonus round secured.
DRX with a great beginning to this map, and Stacks stepping up alongside Buzz. Stacks has been so quiet in this series so far. A player that's normally pulling out huge moments. But Ascent is a bit of his playground. It doesn't matter whether he's playing the Breach or here on Fade as well. Looking so clean in the clutch.
The confidence is there.
That bonus
Kalau
round is
Pandal
just-
miss, nahan klik dulu, baru lanjut nembak. Coba Phantom, pasti lanjut spray dah.
Take some risks here. They still want to fight this one. At least they did for a moment with the flash. Victor and Marved was really opened himself up to some angles there when it just spamming with the Sheriff.
And I felt like the
makan
last
kue
time we watched
kenyang, eh.
Optic, they had a ton of different set plays. They were borrowing Leviathan's set play to put pressure onto people that were starting their default over on tiles. Then they were using all of this space in mid, with Ye pushing. All of these ideas now need to be retooled with the different composition that they're working
It
with.
changes a lot.
It changes everything about their play.
Here.
And it makes
Awas.
things much more standard, I think. There are, of course, pros and cons. You're hoping you can come out with some ideas that DRX won't have VOD reviewed.
Deploying drone.
But the start here of this map, very much in DRX's control, and it's another really slow round. The first minute on the clock, barely doing anything for the Korean team. Just
waiting
making
around.
sure that Optic don't have an aggressive play that works.
But a play now being made. Smokes going to be laid down with a Haunt over the top as well. Crashes does have that recon. He's looking to try and put it out for a bit of a spam angle, but it doesn't reveal anything. Positioning going to be gained now onto the side as well. Lovely sees over the top that just finds the feeder. Crashes, locks him in place up onto Heaven. A pop flash play with a Paranoia. That's supplemented really quite nicely here. Optic, they had a window of opportunity, but guess what? There was a pull in place at the door. No one able to really just push up off the back of all that utility that was being used.
Nice.
4th round here for DRX. This is them
Teori
moving
map
up.
5.
Really trying to stake their claim, I think, on the global stage.
Dah habis.
Optic taking
Nyukan ngemil sama nih, lapar mah.
This is not the start to Ascent that they would have been looking for. Barlow talked about it on the decks, though. Both of these teams, actually, feel like they can pick a side and dominate it on Ascent. Coming into this tournament, I would have told you that Optic are much better at the defense sides. In general, Ascent is a very defense-sided map with the way that the current meta works, but I think you throw most of those expectations out of the window. Not just because these teams have put up crazy attack sides and crazy comebacks, but also because of the pressure of the moment.
Base
It's the
carry,
4th map in a series
Air
that defines
plan,
whether one of
best
these teams
career.
moves on to the grand finals.
kurir.
And for DRX, it defines so much more about their legacy as well. Optic have already really got that sealed up. They're already the best team of the open circuit era. DRX are hunting for, in some senses, so much more.
Kalau sampai 2-2, wah.
Validation maybe as well.
Yeah.
Trying to live up to the expectations that I
Optic
think a lot of the
bakalan
fan base
sedikit
really
goyang di
rallies
map
behind
5
the team.
harusnya ya.
Hoping that they can do.
And the weight of that.
Man
seemed
enak
like
jadi
it was
Optic, dia
crumbling
masih
at
punya
match
nyawa
one
tuh
or two.
ibaratnya berapa nih, banyak nih, 2 nyawa masih.
Off the back of Mako.
Kalah 2
Mako
map masih
dropping
oke.
27. And now this start, perhaps some of that responsibility can now turn into enjoyment as you realize that you're actually fulfilling it.
The energy is there, but Optic off the back of this timeout now are going to be making adjustments, notably Ye here with the operator.
And this is very much a similar play that Ye usually goes for. He's got Crashies with him this time. to try and break any recon darts. That kind of
angle as well at tiles, just in case.
But think about the way that Ye would play this on Chamber. He'd always be able to escape in a moment. Whereas now he needs to preempt it with the dash. And so these passive, not passive, but aggressive positions that he holds for a long period of time don't work as well.
Yeah.
He needs to be getting very mobile around the map in order to. Yeah, it does. It can feel like the two agents are quite similar, but the way you maximize value can be a little different.
The spike is over towards B. This knife across the map. RB, this looks like it's going to land on A for an A fake. Knife over the top. Two players there. Nightfall as well. Yeah, they are really selling this fake quite well. A lot of utility being dumped into this one, including Buzz, who is up close and personal, but Marv will shut that one down. The B site, timing is everything. This time FNS has caught on to it.
FNS pulled back the turret, but he still has the nanoswarm.
Crossfire crashes from the high ground of market. The spike needs to be reclaimed, but with 22 seconds left, Marv as well.
Mending fake B, baru ke A kah?
Not enough to win it out.
Killjoy ini jago ngedelay loh.
That is a really cute idea for a round. Especially coming out the
Harus
back of
pancing dari awal emang ya B ya. Baru pura-pura ke A, baru ke B lagi ya. Biar utility habis gitu aja mungkin kah?
If the defensive setup had been different and FNS was on A,
B,
I think that round definitely works.
Yeah, B,
If FNS has his nanoswarms in more passive positions, you know, a double setup down lane, for example, or one at the switch to catch Buzz's dash, any of those kind of setups also help DRX. But the spot was just so good. Look at that nanoswarm where it is on the floor. It stops Cess coming in and just allows the Optic players to get back to the B site that they'd abandoned.
It's a common spot that just keeps getting laid down there by FNS. And it does throw a wrench into their plans.
Ye is in an incredibly deep angle right now. Anticipating a fast B push with RB using his null command. But instead DRX are still slow, still cautious.
Now just poking their way and prodding towards mid, looking for a bit of that information.
Kosong, maju. Tibaan Batman ada.
Okay, smoke. Off in a common angle. The only other angle is really going to be.
Yeah, the smoke is not great though. Ye still watches it. And so they don't have to worry about the alarm bot anymore.
Oh, and it's re-clear by Optic. Look at this. Victor
Wah,
and Marv,
terbokong kah?
All this space being gained into A main as well gives all the information to Optic that it's probably going to be leaning into the B hit.
And FNS is so far away here, he won't get caught by the null command. These nanoswarms will still go off.
Fully intentional. There you go. The call has been made. Nanoswarms on top of the switch. They know where Buzz has been dashing. It's a counterplay in action, but all the utility in the world still gets dumped into this site. It's down to Ye. Anchoring at the back, but being spammed out and pressured just too hard.
Nice.
And Zest. 3 kills in the round for him. Lovely little reset and adjustment with the aim to make sure that it was properly cleaned up.
2-1.
And Brent, that is DRX finding value in a round where they got hard red.
Kalau 5 map ya.
I mean, FNS has his nanoswarms and is playing on the other side of the map to avoid getting suppressed.
Yep. Ye's at the back of the site anchoring.
Ye was at the back of the site with his operator, found a kill, wasn't able to do too much more, but that was the game plan from the beginning. They even read where Buzz is going to dash to.
Nanoswarms are where he's dashing.
I mean, Optic had every piece of that worked out, and DRX still won. The way that they entered into the site was immaculate, and no one was really anchoring in a position where they could use the fact that Buzz was disrupted by nanoswarms.
Yeah.
The game plan was there, but the details and the execution not working for Optic. And I feel like this slow pace to the beginnings of the rounds is frustrating Ye. He hasn't been able to get into this defense just yet. We haven't seen a round where Ye has dominated and pulled things back in his direction.
You just can't be aggressive when DRX are containing to this degree. They're making sure that any sort of aggressive push that might come through from Optic is just going to be met and dealt with accordingly. And look at, yeah, you can feel like almost just the antsy behavior there, the double updraft just to see if he can catch a glimpse of someone in mid.
And then here comes the drone, so now there are going to be people in mid. Ye burning both of those updrafts, but he could still go for a challenge. Yeah. Looks like he wants to fight.
He wants to fight, and he will claim his reward.
Pops the dash off the back of that one too. But DRX, they're not going to stop. Continue to contact their way up mid. And when you play this slowly, your executes have to be perfect. There's only 20 seconds left.
The alarm bot now is going to spill out a pretty familiar tale. Nana Swarm there, again, cutting up this choke point. There is not a lot of time here. DRX trying to make the most of this one, but Optic could absolutely boom this one. But it's a dart over the top, and it's down to Ye.
Nice.
The widest swing of Zest will clean him up. And where is the spike? It needs to be planted.
Mako.
It just gets down. Crashies had his Hunter's Fury there. Chose not to invest it. This flank is coming through from Victor. Crashies could still ult.
Ketahuan dalam semua.
Closer positions, a bit of spam being exchanged as well. One side to the other. Zest is so low here. He's vulnerable to any sort of utility that might get used. What a kill to find. Paranoia is going to force the issue. And Marv cleans up once more.
Rata, bro.
2 kills to try and cover his teammates. A beautiful, beautiful retake there by Optic.
Very nicely done by Optic, but still only 2 rounds on the
Siapa
defense
tuh?
side.
Victor.
Everything working so far for DRX. That round, the time
Siapa tahu mental
does end
lawan
up being a
kena
little bit
kata.
of a problem. But they still got into
Taunting.
position.
Titit.
Had Crashies not been able to find that kill on Mako, you
Waduh.
can see how much it means to Mako there.
Aku kalah tadi, kalah
I don't
jumlah
think
tuh.
this retake works. It's all coming down to fine details. But DRX are in control of a map in the first half for the first time. Both teams with the Hunter's Fury as well. That's going to make it difficult for FNS to get value out of the lockdown. He's still holding on this B position as the rest of DRX go towards A main quickly. But every time they've done this, they slow it down. They're never going for a complete fast hit.
Willing to disrespect his utility though by holding.
I am back.
Pushes it back. Marv was hoping to get
Back
a bit of
to
a
back.
flash play off of.
Welcome
the anti-flash
back.
position of RB. He tried to swing out there, but a double face was what he was going to be meeting.
And it's another 4v5 round. DRX just lost one of those prior, where Ye was again able to get the first kill. DRX this tournament have been winning nearly a third of their 4v5 rounds. On Fracture, in the first half, they were winning 45% of them. Do DRX have what it takes here to continue the momentum going?
Gas.
One-way setup, 50 seconds in the round is nice.
Bea 2 orang tuh.
A definite problem for DRX when they're just trying to be
Gas
a bit more sly with the way that they're taking this round. But now the dash activated and it's probably going to signal that they want to try and go for this, but dashes to the side. In fact, got a kill as well. Fragment nade not going to be doing the work that it was supposed to. Updraft over the top on 2 Jenny. Paranoia latches on and what a spray down. But from the side, Zest returns back into the action.
And the recon dart there is also perfect.
Backs him up, spam through the door, through the wall.
Agi, kocak.
The ceiling, Hunter's
Kanan, kocak.
This one time is running so
Aduh,
low.
kenapa?
FNS, 2 health to his name. Positioning, spike planted,
Nice.
he's been caught out.
Nah,
He's
ada
just down
ketahuan
the
dah.
crashes. He's been
Drone-nya dari
so
sini.
consistent, so clean with it over the
Dua-duanya
course
di
of this entire
dalam.
tournament.
Lah.
The setup is not ideal for him.
He's got recon in 3.
Could get information off of it, but the top of the spike, it does force in the reposition here onto the side. Back has been
Nice.
caught, and the double face is just impeccable.
What a beautiful round from DRX. It's another 4v5.
Sepertinya akan jadi game yang panjang, coy. Sampai map 5 nih bawa-bawain.
It doesn't matter that Ye's getting all the first kills. It really doesn't matter.
Kan belum ganti side sih. Takutnya Optic lebih ganas ganti side. Come on, let's go, vamos. Tiempo muerto. Time out.
Yeah, the first 2 maps, Optic looked so
Bahasa Cina-nya apa ya? Bahasa apa tuh? Jepang. Itu apa tuh? Arab apa India tuh?
Cruise through a top-seeded Asian team. And DRX have still got fight in them. They've still got bite in them.
Rewriting it, making sure that the history doesn't repeat itself for now.
What's so interesting there about that round that we just watched as well is that Optic decided not to double up for catwalk control and tree control, which would be the standard play. And instead, Marv and Ye were both anchoring very deep onto the sites. And that allowed
Optic
DRX to
lebih
get
dari DRX,
and trade.
kata dia.
You also had Buzz entering
Sejauh ini iya.
ridiculous kill.
Nggak tahu kelar game ini.
And the battle of the Jets It's been,
it is heated.
It has been back and forth, but it feels like no matter how much EA does, they're still not able to capitalize. It's the late round that's defining these last two maps, not the early round.
There's no loss of nerve from the DRX players when they get into those scenarios, when they lose a player early. Deeper knife.
Ya Allah.
Tagging onto the one again, but you're going to be seeing a similar tale over and over and over again, it seems. DRX are conditioning so heavily for the slow beginnings. Almost every single round that they've played so far on this attack side has just been off-the-rip containment, making sure that Optic feel like they can't get away with any aggressive plays on the defense.
And FNS has normally had his Killjoy utility spread between mid and B. This is the first round I can remember where he's put it heavily on A.
B lagi oi, bagus. Jebakan Killjoy ya.
To work with here.
Yeah, he's just holding the classic.
Wah, bermain pikiran kah.
DRX getting up to 7.
KJ sudah pasang all-in di A lor. Bantai lah.
Dash forwards.
Aduh, mati dia nih.
Into the cloudburst, just trying to again hide the movement.
Bro,
close.
nice bro.
Doesn't get too much done. In fact, Buzz is there once more, cracking open the sight.
Sia-sia lah jebakan aku kata Killjoy kan.
And they're also reading the defensive utility that's coming through. Crashies has been playing from market pretty frequently and throwing out a recon dart that's designed to catch the players from DRX.
Kurangnya Optic ini ya tadi ya. B nggak dimajuin aja. Pancing tembak lah, biar dia mau ke A gitu. Bagaimana supaya si DRX pergi ke A? Info dari Ye kosong tadi B. Ternyata malah ke B. Sesat katanya, ya kata Killjoy ya. Udah all-in A, udah beli umpan yang banyak, tak dapat mangsa ya.
Such a commanding lead on this map, such a commanding lead, and they just feel primed and ready almost. They want to bring it to that map number 5.
Ngintip yang nonton, berapa orang yang nonton? Kosong pasti. Tuh, kosong yang nonton. Cuman absen ayam be.
However, Optic's attack side has looked pretty good, so again, don't write these teams off yet. This map can still go in multiple different
jadi aku bisa diam.
But so far,
Hemat suara. Salah.
And it's these slow beginnings that Optic are struggling to gain advantages from. And with that prior comp, Optic were fighting so much for both A main and B main. Now they have to give one of them up for the Killjoy.
You can't do it anymore. You don't have triple initiators to work around, and this looks like a faster play. This is the prior conditioning, and guess what? Optic were not ready for it.
Not in the slightest.
Not ready for it, man. All that slow play culminating into this round right here, right now. As soon as they turn up the tempo.
Matikan lampu softbox.
What a beautiful shift of the gears. Optic on a round where their economy could get broken, and it will be. Unless they go for the save right now. Any commitment to a retake there would have utterly ruined Optic's chances at recovering the half at all.
Yeah.
8 rounds for DRX. And that is just, I mean, you're totally right, Red. That is a perfect conditioning. Just slow round after slow round after slow round. Hitting with 20 seconds on the clock, 30 seconds on the clock. And then within the first 20 seconds, a minute 20 left to spare, Buzz is dashing in on A. And FNS was caught with a Prowler latched onto him, running back into hell. And I think just not anticipating it at all.
The call for that, I think, came off the back of the fact that Victor normally knifes that position pretty close. He ends up getting a suppression on 3 targets, and it does stop any sort of fast, aggressive play. There was no knife at play this time around.
And all of the
A main control for free, and yeah, look at that, just leads Buds in perfectly.
Yeah, you've got Recon Dart at work there, you've got a Prowler as well. He dashes into his smoke, and FNS lit up like a Christmas tree. DRX look like they're set up to go for that pivot play again, Brent, where they could go for a fast, they could go slow. It's quick again.
More disrespect.
At least
it's shown! Fragmented into the corner, Arby will get the one, but guess what? Okay, Marv's and FNS, rifles in hand.
Actually fighting for it this time, instead of sitting back. But the bad side, the downside there for Optic, is that they lose their Killjoy. And it makes all of that utility over a catwalk useless. They also lose a lot of their info. But of course, they're up 4v3. And that might make all the difference.
With Victor still alive, I think they are very worried of a potential pop flash play through main again. But DRX have not given up too much ground. It is the idea, at least in ahead, making noise there.
Yeah, there's a foot.
Bunyi.
Hear that one. Still the Nightfall. That's going to be scattered across the point. Now with a
ngintip
dart to the
duluan
side
ya.
as well. Somehow Ye still lands a shot. And guess what? He's still going to be here, remaining
Dipick
right
aja
behind
ini, Ye.
Dice. It's up to DRX to try and remove him, but this guy is just nigh unstoppable when he gets going.
And that is a huge round from Brent, from Ye, Brent. You're not playing. It's a huge round from Ye, but I think what you said there is so key. When he gets going. And I feel like this is the only round where we've seen impact from him on this map. Everywhere that he's been prodding with the jet, DRX have not committed. And he's been struggling so much to
Ketembak ya.
get lead on where DRX are going to
B
finish
nggak ada
because
diapa-apain
DRX
anjay.
is silent. They're silent, they group, they push. It makes it so difficult for Ye to read where he should be on the map.
Spike's leaning over towards B main as well. The reposition once more. There are so many ultimates online.
Oh, they thought it was going to be a crunch there.
Tiles crunch. Two of the players are playing anti-flash close to the wall.
They heard the knives being popped from Ye and immediately went into a protocol to try and
This
stop a
is a
mid-crunch.
different direction, but Stax has got the angle locked.
Silau,
Did they expect
silau.
Victor? Pop flash play, fully blinded up. He does return and eventually trade it.
And now a rare round where Optic actually have the main control. Victor pulling out the operator. Not quite hitting that flick. But the amount of control they have on the outsides of the maps, the extremities, is massive here. Victor just has to make sure he doesn't get punished. Look at where Marco is.
Yeah.
Oh, he backs off just in time. That internal clock in his head.
Realizing that there was a possibility. In fact, he's watching this angle. Is Mako just going to be walking into this? Lockdown's going to be used. It is going to be an attempt into B. You can feel that no command as well. Spreading waves out as well. No ability is going to be able to use here by Crashies. Did he just not anticipate it? The knife was out, man. But Victor looks like to be the playmaker. Has to try and make the moves, and has a TP recontest. That was an attempt by Marv as well to try and play back with Victor. Now the knowledge is there from another pop flash play. This guy has been a bit of a miracle worker for them.
Buzz was thinking about going and trying helping RB there and trading FNS. Zest is tucked behind this Cosmic Divide as well.
One shot, finds the target, finds the mark to the cranium. Wider swing out, and Zest is still tucked. Surely the pressure's being applied. Moves backwards. Smoke gonna be dashed across. The spray down, he's got his ult. The dart team down. As long as he stays alive here. Marv, what can you do to win this? Surely it's not winnable. It has to be the stick from Marv. Hunter's Fury as
Gila,
well.
dia ulti
TP
anjir.
up top. Marv the playmaker. Tries to make him, but time has been bought. Expert maneuver by
Nice.
Zest. That claims him the 9th round here for the Red
Wih,
Bull clutch.
kalau dia lari sempat selamat kah? Udah habis
What a
run kocak.
beautiful half from DRX.
Wah, kers kah?
On a map where
Kers,
they're
kers.
3-0 at champions. This was masterful.
Di
The
ulti anjir.
attacking round, so slow, so patient, never giving Optic any opportunities, and the late round
cancel.
plays were just immaculate as well. DRX have been on a heater these last two, and they've put serious pressure.
Muka orang Korea anjir, dukungnya Optic kocak.
DRX got all the confidence in the world. What can Optic possibly do to come back?
Mungkin
from this
lahirnya
one?
di Amerika.
Apparently they need to start viewing, Burn. I know you had a really good half there, but how good was Zest as well, Achilles?
Okay, so throughout this tournament, Zest has kind of been an unsung hero for DRX. This guy has been excluded from MVP votes, but he has put up some serious numbers in the past, and he is doing it again. I think back to that series versus
Sin
FPX,
Hanbang.
the SM map that went
Sin Hanbang nih
19-17.
sekelas
That
bang
was
apa
Zest
kalau
up
di
by
Indo,
at the end
coy.
of the day after that 2-0. This guy has
Sponsor
been
aja.
an absolute monster throughout this tournament.
The
He
Red
hasn't
Bull
been at
aja
the forefront.
sponsor udah
He
ngeri.
hasn't been as huge as Buzz, but he's still monster.
Red
And this
Bull
was a
tuh
really
ini
cool
biasa
round
suka
attempt here by DRX. But the thing is, Optic
ada di
responded
sponsor
very well
olahraga
from it. This is
ekstrim gitu
one
ya.
of 3 rounds
BMX,
that they won, and it was a
skateboard.
complicated fake sell by DRX.
Mantap.
And Optic still are able to respond. DRX after this, they just decide to, let's keep it simple. Let's go back to what we're normally doing, because clearly in this comp that Optic is playing with the Jet, with Ye, it's not as practiced. So FNS, if he's reading the game, DRX understood that that's what's happening.
Yeah, I think the adaptations from DRX across this series were really on point, or across this map, I should say. Ascent is looking dominant. That's their attack side. And as we look ahead towards the defense, I think the biggest question is how is Ye going to be playing now that he's on the Jet? This heat map is his kills when he's normally playing on that chamber role. And you notice a lot of them are kind of lurking deep, getting kills towards backsides, towards spawns. Now that he's playing the Jet, he's going to be forced to be that dive, to be the tip of the spear. He'll have less opportunity
penonton satu, aku sendirian.
and will have to be more reliant on creating space for his team.
Well, one thing we have to consider is obviously this is a complete comp shift here. Typically at this
Kasih
event, we've been seeing
emot.
these weak attack sides. We just saw a dominant one from DRX. And I think with the Optic comp, we kind of have to hedge a little bit against that type of idea where it's going to be super dominant defense sides. And
aku
it's
mau
still something
ngapain
that they
tadi
can bring
ini?
back. Obviously 9-3, it's a really tough
Salah
task,
fokus.
but you can't go and say it's attack side, they're not going to have any chance.
Well, Optic, they have a chance to close
Oh,
out
udah
here.
mulai tuh.
They can activate the 9-3
TF2.
curse. Saisho and Brent, do you think they can do it?
Doesn't exist.
DRX, every single game that they played recently.
DRX Jet Nerf, selamat datang map 5. Oke, boleh. Optic Jet Bob.
There's a chance that Optic could make it happen.
And Optic's attack sides have looked pretty decent, but that was with the other comp. You heard the desk talking about it, Mimi discussing how Ye plays when he's on chamber.
Lanjut.
Starting to get figured
Ganti
out.
1080p. Ganti layar.
Maybe Optic
Lanjut.
afraid that that would happen again here. But let's go, we're heading into round 13. Optic need a comeback. Otherwise, DRX have managed to push this to map, I should say, 5.
All the way to the limits. And Optic are the kind of team as well, they probably didn't think that, especially off the back of the way that this series started, a team like DRX probably not capable of pushing them to that kind of limits, but Optic have got a lot of experience in these situations. They know what it's like to play from behind. I'm going to be looking to try and make some marks and make some moves. That's going to be the drone used early on. It forces out that fragment nade.
Yeah, the fragment came out immediately, and instantly as well. That's started the lurk from FNS and Marv. They're backstabbing.
All the way through. There's no one else really just playing late, though. Finally, the teammates coming into card, but oh boy!
Nice.
Buzz is just absolutely tearing them asunder. 3 kills in a row for him.
Map 5 is real, bro. 11 auto ya.
Optic attacked there, Josh.
Tidak ada
Was
kars
really
tuh.
3 players coming through the main primary choke point there, but there was no follow-up from the side. There was no other pressure.
Yeah, they actually went for a double backstab through Catwalk, and it was just ended up being too late.
Replaynya agak
FNS picked up 1 kill
buram.
on RB, and that was all that they managed to do with FNS and Marv. That could be the round that seals it on this map. Optic tried something different here on Ascent,
Keras.
and it is not working. Look at that Jet head-to-head.
Loud sih kalau kalah besok sih antara lawan Optic atau DRX sih. Wah.
17 and 8 for Buzz.
Padahal dia udah banyak bisa ini ya, lihat gameplay ini nih. Kedua tim ini sampai 5 map loh.
Just can't get the same value.
He will be the tip of the spear on this attack side, but when they've lost the pistol, there are so few rounds to give up.
There's no room.
Tapi nggak keterlaluan juga sih ya gak. Karena dalam semalam bisa lah beberapa belas jam kan ngubah strategi, ngasih kejutan atau masih ada strategi simpanan untuk grand final. Ini penyakitnya DRX. Kalah tripti, bro. Dua kali dia berarti hari ini kalah tripti. Pertanda buruk kalau udah tim ada kalah tripti.
DRX won the pistol round on Breeze, I think it was. Got beaten straight back.
One
it
way
looks like
to
the
bro.
same's happening here.
And what is the play? How do you maneuver around this one? Losing too many guns. A call has to be made, and Mako just wants to evacuate, wants to get out of there, save the weaponry if they can. Whatever they can. Fragment nade stops them in their tracks.
Wih,
What?
tembus.
Through the wall? What?
The head?
I mean, Listen, if there was ever a round for a yay
Ya
moment, it would have been
elah,
that one.
11
That is
gratis
just
bro.
ridiculous.
Tripti, percuma
Show me a
menang
replay,
pistol
that
kalau
one.
tak
I mean,
menang
that is
tembaknya bro.
monstrous round. Replay.
Dah
Here it
hack
is.
bro.
It's a great kill, but
Dua
Zest was already
kali,
flashed
bro.
up. It's this one that broke my brain. I mean, that is so good on the stacks.
In the pull, and check this one out.
Mantap sih.
Fully revealed up. Pure prediction, pure instinct.
Pusing dah tu pala.
Obviously knew where he was just from the highlight, but Yay was just on another level in that.
Gak ada jaminan ya DRX ya. Menang pistol gak ada jaminan menang run bonus ya.
To get the pistol round win for DRX, and immediately Optic responded back. It's happened again here. But that time on Fracture, it felt like things were very even. Sure. And that could have given Optic the lead. In the end, it didn't. Here, Optic desperately needed that insane play by Yay to even keep things possible for a comeback.
Cok.
But that is a single solitary lifeline that they can
Ngecok,
hold on to.
ngecek.
Timeouts in the back pocket, obviously using the first one.
Harusnya udah 11 bro, sisa 2 bro.
Optic burned both of their timeouts.
Apalagi dia tulis satu Yinsu, Ken Ai apa. Pusing kuliah dah.
It's going to give DRX a bit of an advantage to World Cup, but Optic, they're just that kind of team, man. You think they're down and out, but they have the experience to pull through in tough situations like that, tough scenarios. If Ye can keep it up as well, that kind of form that he showed in that last round, could be looking at a more even map.
He's been a superstar for Optic this tournament, but not on Jet.
Here.
We have seen it in the past, however. We know what he's capable of. Yeah. Coming into this round with only a Sheriff. Oh no, he's got a Spectre to work with as well.
Just hunting for the one-taps. Respect being shown, and guess what? Even the jiggle peek, you're not safe from this guy.
That prompts Mako with the hero rifle to double up with Buzz on Catwalk. And Mako's going to re-clear mid. So they're going to have a pretty decent idea that the pivot has gone into B main right now.
Got to know that they're contained. Outburst again. Drop down to the feet there, so it was an opener for them. Now that's almost well clearing out all of these positions, yeah. With the side anchor gone of Zest, this does become more difficult. The rifle was exchanged there. Mako took a lot of damage and he dropped it into the hands of Buzz. It looks like they still want to try and make some moves, maybe do a bit of economical damage. Oh, what a shotgun. Entertainment with the angles though. And there you go.
Saving Mako.
He doesn't need to see his opponents to kill them.
Mako run.
And now Mako needs to hold on to this rifle. Just in a super safe
Dicari dia nih.
Ye is going to try and hunt for this one. If Ye dies or gets a kill, he's got knives for the next round.
Ya, ketahuan lah. Dia gerak-gerak lagi tuh, ngintip-ngintip. Mojo aja, ngenduk aja.
Actually, FNS was the closest.
Ah, gitu. Ngintip pula. Kocak nih orang. Nah, gitu main. Reng kayu ngajarin pro, kocak.
They get to pick and choose the pace to a degree, and Ye is unleashed to try and open up these sites for him.
In theory. But there's also a lot of tools that he has to avoid. This triple initiator comp can throw recon darts, haunts, you know, a 0-point fragment grenade. Just so many tools, basically.
Yeah.
The DRX have at their disposal that Ye is going to have to weave his way around. And Buzz was doing a great job of that on the attack.
They'll remove the recon though. Early days. I'll be with the jump peek. Gotta be careful that they don't.
Tak nampak anjir situ anjir.
Fragment nade in his hands.
Kan pernah kejadian tim apa tuh? Lompat-lompat tahu ada musuh depan dia anjay.
Bit of that passive map control denial, you know, when you have a trademark in play, if you're running a chamber or whatnot, it's not really an option for them. DRX have to commit bodies down the sidelines to make sure players aren't creeping up mid.
And the most obvious place you can see it is a tree.
Splash pushes them back there, but that's going to be the no command. Yay, I mean, listen, no idea what's occurring right here. The Nala Swarm at his feet, they're going to be tickling him for but a moment. Pressing the advantage, moves forward to bust the rifle, sprays down two. Instant response from the swing. DRX are ready to contest, ready to brawl.
Nah, ketahuan.
Unwinnable spot for FNS. a perfect destruction of that A split attempt coming out from Optic. It looked chaotic on our screens.
Sep,
But really,
bro.
what it came down to is that Optic weren't coordinated enough. There was utility being used in layers, but they weren't following it up fast enough. Ye just got snarled up in tree, and you could see from his position how confusing it was. But
BB.
Buzz was
Kalau jadi
stepping up
DRX
like
B
so
bro.
much stuff.
Ah keras bro.
He was getting suppressed.
B-nya
then he got
lembek
pushed
nampak
back,
nih.
Then he got paranoid. Then he got recon darted, and no one was there to follow up on any of that.
Pasang dalam B itu
So it's all about the
3 lah.
timing, and it all went wrong for Optic.
Pura-pura kosong
DRX
gitu.
making that one look absolutely trivial. And I think hitting on Bala's point earlier.
Strategi Bron. Bronze.
That's the double-edged sword of changing up your composition so late into a tournament. You're not going to have as much practice on it compared to the usual stuff that you've been showing. It's not going to be there for you. And it really does change up everything. Your protocols on attack side, defense side, little set plays that you otherwise were accustomed to.
We talked about how Ye was taking control of the game through mid.
Let's go DRX cahaya. Pencahaya Asia kah?
Oh, he gets spotted out, has to destroy it. Backs away.
A little lucky to get out with his life there. Zest was
Sep.
close,
Mati satu seping.
Tap of the orb, forces out a bit of that spam. Now you see, it's going to be that lockdown being used.
Oh di fake AB ya. Palsu.
Respect has to
Ah,
be shown
ini
here to
serang.
the corner decides. Reconsidering though which way they want to go. It's just a lockdown to try and
Ketahuan.
fake presence. Players are moving all over this place though. Albi with a pop flash right through the corner. Victor does trade out the kill.
Tuh.
And FNS is on the lurk.
Killjoy-nya bisa
Double fake.
ngebokong nih
Double
bro.
fake. Tried to sell it as a fake
Zes,
initially, but space has
kanan
been
lu ada
granted to
Zes.
them in mid and to the
Wah
backside of
rotate
B.
anjir.
DRX players are left
Boleh
scrambling a
juga.
little bit.
Dah tembak aja bro.
Left unaware, straight
Wah
down
anjir
the Odin.
lompat.
Victor narrowly avoiding just a beam of damage.
These are going to be rough post-plant positions though. Optic, all 3 players. Oh no, Marv actually got back into B main. So this is looking fairly good here.
This could be everything.
Marv has got to find the value. Buzz has a choice here. He can either go on a long lurk or meet up with the rest of his team. He just decides there's not enough time to go and flush out a B main player.
Wah nggak ada dapat.
On Marv.
And Marv has to be the playmaker. Double flash play, swings into it! 2 players sprayed, Victor returns with more. And I know where the last is, Zest. Back against the wall now, Nanoswarm pushes him back. He's going to exchange it for the rifle, but the time is ticking. The spike is ticking. Maybe we get 1 or 2 kills, but Victor, what a set play. Supplementing it, him and Marv.
Ente.
They could take that round away.
That's such a beautiful post plan. It feels like Victor's utility to support his teammates on this map is second to none.
Yeah.
It's a little flash that Marv turns away from, and everybody just goes forwards. Victor's really good at that when they're playing defense as well, flashing in for the players at back B site to anchor. This pushes DRX down.
Muka gak senang.
Optic are slowly clawing this one back. The question is whether they have enough buffer rounds to give.
Yeah. Still only 2 rounds, that's all it'll take for DRX. So, on the eco.
11-7. Bisa overtime nih.
Feels like that head-to-head, you know, the Jet.
Susah amat nampak RR guys.
Big peek into it, has to respect that, no! Okay, hopping away, Optic can't quite claim the kill, dashing into the smoke! Oh, they return the fire! One and for all, trying to barrel their way through though. Optic do not want to give up this space lightly. Spray down, but a weapon's not working out still. A Sheriff from the wallbang angle. Victor will eventually fall. And up top, Stacks, what a missed opportunity. You can't miss shots like that.
But Marv's position has been given away, and he's allowed to slink back.
Back to safety in that 2v3. A rifle in the hands of the
Nice.
Aggressive positioning was played for.
And Stacks gets another one. Another bite at it. This time.
Mati nih.
Crashes has to play against the Rico card, and it's too predictable with the movement. And that buffer that we were talking about prior, DRX.
Harus disuruh pistol ya, baru menang. Tripti. Beli senjata kalah.
This round begins. This round begins with a punish onto Ye, really. As he dashes into the site, You know, Victor whiffs the opportunity at killing
Ada yang
RV.
salah
And
nih.
EA tries to dash in to punish.
Sudah balik saya.
And instead, there's a crossfire set up, and someone gets inside EA's smoke and beams him down with a frenzy.
Full senjata, kalah nih DRX.
That Optic everything in there executes, and DRX are exploiting them. Yeah, Marco played it beautifully there with frenzy in hand, fully exposed. And it is a shoddy force buy from Optic.
So weak. Bin juice buy, to take a phrase out of Panpok's book.
Crashies looking like he wants to set up for this. Oh, on the jet diff.
It manifests itself. One shot to the head, straight
Closing.
through the
Yeay,
wall.
udah mati coy.
And Buzz still holding his ground into the close quarters.
13-6.
4v5, it has to be the hero play to stay in this map. Finesse has crawled his way up close against this. Using it, but he's revealed. As soon as the smoke dissipates, and the play, well, it's going to have to be made with the Hunter's Fury. Scatters his way across, updrafting, avoiding it. Narrowly in the coverage once more. One after the other, swinging through. Full support. As the rest of the DRX roster make short work of the Optic push.
DRX's defense has just looked so good here. Their mastery of ascent, the positions that they're playing.
Pergerakan
And try as you might, Crashies is not winning
pergerakan
this one.
putus asa.
1v5.
All the utility used, and as soon as the wall goes down, DRX will not be denied the map.
Ini semangatnya udah balik nih DRX nih. Bisa dibilang 55% DRX, si Optic 45 lah.
And now it feels like they're in control.
The confidence is there. A team that rides the highs and lows of emotions.
Have Optic let this one slip? It is so incredibly rare for Optic to have a game that
Apakah Sweet Revenge atau Optic berhasil?
Small section of the audience, but the crowd, it feels like absolutely multiplied.
Bisa sih DRX 3.
That is the big question, isn't it, Josh?
Tapi biasa kalau aku mulai percaya malah kalah ya. Ya udah Optic lah.
Prior knowledge, that veteran presence. But in situations like this, sometimes
and they made a
Baring dulu lah bentar.
Let's not get it wrong. They changed their composition. It's only the second time that they've showed a new comp at champs. Both have failed. They showed us the neon comp on Freeze. They showed us this comp now on Ascent. And both deviations from the norm have not worked out for Optic. If you want to talk about a star, though, he's right on your screen right.
Mulai bro. Wah, map DRX deh. Aduh, map nggak ada pilihan siapa-siapa nih. Siapa yang lebih kuat nih?
Most important tournament of the year, and you're seeing a clash taken directly head to head. Pistols in the hands of the opposition. There's going to be that exchange of fire early on, just the 1-for-1. For now, space already being gained here. DRX going for the reclear in short. Ye being punished just for his hubris, but FNS plays being made one after the other.
Astaga.
Last man standing.
Classic,
He
bro.
delivers the goods.
And that's another one of those FNS refuse to lose rounds. His classic is so good
Tuh
and
kan.
so underrated. But
Underrated.
he's just working magic with that gun. So many pistol rounds, he comes out with something special there, and that one just runs into the site to try and defend the rest of his team who are getting overwhelmed. That is a very crucial pistol round to get Optic going.
One to get him at the right foot at the start of this as well, the pistol round.
So this is the most classic approach that DRX have on their attack
Balas
side.
lah.
They're going to smoke off and they're going to fight for the orb. Sometimes they don't smoke.
Bonus roundnya DRX nih nggak niat anjir, klasik semua. Nggak ada pengen usaha menang nampak.
So much of their early round game plan is around fighting for C-long control, get the orb, then decide what to do.
A potential amount of counterplay as well. There's a nano swarm on the common plan position on B. Even one tucked here, which they can here. DRX are looking to see if they can clear this one out, but it's a bit of a corner angle, makes it difficult to do. Not sure if that one was got off there, but still pace injected. DRX want to be just trying to take their lead, moving all the way in here, and it's FNS who cleans up the kills. Spectre in his hands,
Flawless.
he's got the support of the rest of his teammates.
Prime gaming flawless to get us started in map 5 of the lower bracket final. And think back to what Bala said. DRX were really
PHP na nih, comeback DRX nih.
Of course, there was a Viper in play there, so weird comp. But
Sweet nggak?
nothing standard whatsoever. Yeah, you're pretty happy about that one. But at the back of Optic's head, they will be thinking about all of those times where things haven't quite gone right for them on Haven.
Yeah, picked and pulled apart at the seams, especially when they last played this map on their defense side. Doesn't make the most sense in the world, but all right, the Bala was highlighting it about the previous times that Optic have gone up on the global stage playing this map.
Serious read on B right now. Ye was holding with his Marshall and Victor thinking about pushing. They also have all of their Killjoy utility here, and Victor's tucked in the corner. I mean, just everything happening around B.
Slight offset there, the angle of the crosshair placement, almost nailing the headshot onto Buzz.
Still doing a lot of damage.
Yeah. Body shot might do at the end of the day, might do quite a bit.
And it's so interesting the way that Optic are playing this, because Victor's going to get contact way before the alarm bot does, so the alarm bot not really that useful in the round. And DRX are moving over towards A, an area where it's only Crashies, who's used a Prowler right at the beginning of the round, and now has no idea whether people are creeping up on him. But there's just something tickling at the back of Optic's mind that they need to go and help him.
Oh, yeah.
And the timing could not be more perfect.
Such a good read on this. And the shot finds its mark. Too late down by Ye, one prior earlier in the round. There needs to be an attempt from DRX to try and make the moves. The horn over the top. And it's just a slight jiggle. With the movement and the Spectres, a spray down is not in order, or is it? Stacks with the rifle, not enough to reset. Optic claim the bonus.
Berat coy, beli tembak aja kalah.
Yay, back on the chamber. 5-on-1 to start.
Time out lah coy. Beli tembak kalah bro.
This was the start that Optic were looking for. They're trying to deny any shot, any chance.
Kalau punya tembak enaknya C kali ya.
Becoming a reality.
Karena kalau ke tembak Optik itu kan ini Spectre ya. Jarak dekat semua.
but they've been so good at clawing their way back into this series and previous series in Champions.
Pemilihan side harus belajar juga ya.
With a tinfoil mental.
Keunggulan senjata, enaknya side mana? Cocok lah ya aku jadi coach ya. Coachnya Iron lah. Coach, bukan coach. Coach. Kuci hotahe. DRX.
That's why this round ends up being a really interesting one because it's mostly about ult orbs.
Yuk, masih bisa DRX yuk. Aku masih mendukung nih. Nih Serif menang deh nih, lihat ya. Pakai Serif menang deh. Pakai Serif nyerang A lagi deh. Aku kira dia nyerang C tadi mau coba ini ya. Begitu beli senjata mau serang C lagi karena udah tahu posisi-posisi musuh ya kan. Ternyata enggak ya. Ke A deh. Nih berarti udah kalah 2 kali di pistol round sama di Byron. Dari situ udah ketahuan nih kuat. Tapi dia masih mau coba nih. Mungkin udah ada strategi.
Landing right round the side, being swarmed by the sheriffs. What an opening for DRX. And a nano swarm dropped down to the feet of Ye means he can't.
Ke Serif aja lah DRX dah. Tuh kalah aja dia kan.
He spotted Mako going for some kind of TP play there.
Moves back though, 2 rifles in their hands. Josh comes down to this. Mako trying to reposition. Smoke laid down and he is in trouble.
Bawah semua bro.
They made their way out of the smoke. RB not covering it, not watching it. Off to the side, a spray down. And you gotta have confidence in these scenarios because time is running so low. Yeah, trying to take the fight. What a spray and one
nice.
Absolutely magical stuff.
Memang harus Serif nampak DRX nih. Ke senjata kok jadi gitu bro.
There are definitely players overwhelming them, but when you take a look at the replay here, sure, Buzz finds a great opener, but then you've just got
tuh Serif tuh. Tuh Serif tuh. Buang-buang senjata beli Serif.
Bad time to lose the nerve. In map 5 here, the lower bracket finals,
and that is going to have big ramifications for DRX's confidence. In a situation where you could have kept them against the ropes, they now believe they can win.
Splashes are definitely connecting as a punishment. That's forward. You've got to be joking.
That is absurd from Buzz.
Just a little bit too far forwards there with the aggression, but an instant play being made.
The pivot, but Marv is here.
Marv, they know he's here. The attempt was made there. TP onto the side. Now a rolling thunder push.
Buta semua.
It's beautiful.
Pegang pisau.
Fight back. But what can be done here with a spike has been dropped down? You have no tools to try and reclaim this one, and it's a double up. In fact, even the ultimate being committed here. What? Spray down.
What?
And a lockdown will not do squat.
I don't think I've ever seen a spray down like that before, Bren.
RB has just pulled.
Darah sekarat dua anjir. Terus double pick ah.
He gets away from FNS's lockdown and pops down one of his
own.
own.
Wih, nggak mau ganti ini Phantom. Harusnya dia udah dapat info ya. Musuh darah sekarat dua. Bena Phantom ya.
Timing is everything. Zest in the corner. He's low enough. Ye could
Tahu
find
nggak
one
deh
shot
sini.
to turn it into the 1v1. He gets the right read. Doesn't know to pick up the rifle. Wants to play fast.
Udah ketahuan. Pecah nih pala nih. Nice.
and wins the 1v1. I do not believe it. The level of confidence. An RB player, Josh, a player who's been criticized over and over again for not putting up the numbers in the big moments. But watch this.
I still don't understand how that shot hit Crashy.
Just disgusting.
He killed them both at
Ini
once.
lagi ya. Ya Allah, topi ya. Kenapa?
But you're right, Bren. RB
Jangan
has faced
taunting
so much
dulu
criticism.
anjing.
He never
Belum menang
looked
ente
like a
tuh.
big game player. But he's
Santai
never
dulu.
played a bigger game.
Jangan teriak-teriak, bro.
And the team
Pemain
took such a
muda lagi
gamble
tuh.
sticking with this 5-man roster and changing the roles around, putting RB
Belum
on
kalau udah
the
habis
field
teriak-teriak selebrasi itu kalau posisi kalah jantung nggak normal ya.
where it matters most. Optic left
Mending
a
santuy
really
aja, santuy.
after the beginning to this map.
Selebrasi
DRX stolen from right
dengan
underneath
kawan-kawan aja.
America's nose. And what is this buy? I mean, yeah, as a tour de force, there's a couple of rifles out here.
Let's go, matay.
Though, and Optic have been dangerous on these rounds.
Wah, kena blast. Aduh, aduh, kena banyak. Aduh.
Using it, great timing of it, but weapon just
Oh,
not
nice.
quite good enough. In fact, look at this. Buzz
Oh, nice.
expertly moving away.
Flawless,
Around his own
flawless.
smokes, isolating the fights one after the other.
And Zest covering for FNS as well, who was trying to make a play to deny. Buzz with another dash, getting out of things. And Ye left in a 1v5. As the rest of Optic
Mati ye, dia nggak klik kanan.
stew, simmer, and wonder what
No
has
klik
been going
kanan,
wrong in these rounds.
no klik kanan.
At this point,
Wih, menang.
has to be a swing there. Gonna take the fight to Ye, though.
Sapping lah, yay.
Confidence perhaps showcasing it just a little bit, but in a 1v4
Still 4 players ready to deny the spike.
and all the post-plan utility after shock into
Minimal.
the corner, another nano swarm. Ye
Bisa.
realizes you've got to give this one up.
And what a recovery of this half by DRX so far. 3 rounds in a row from Optic, and they should have been ready to go up to 4, maybe 6.
Nice.
They had DRX against the ropes.
Panas dingin nontonnya, coy.
Right off the back of the timeout.
Nah, time out.
Speaking of Optic,
Mantap,
deciding it's
one
time for
way.
one of their own.
That's a bit of a rough challenge by Crashies as well. When DRX are taking a B hit like that, you've got to anticipate that they're going to fight quickly over one of the connectors. And Crashies is stood inside one of the one-ways there, just a snack for Buzz to devour.
And at this point, all the experience in the world, I think, just start to fade away. Just like this series sometimes has felt, I think Optic taking this time out now to get a bit of a breather. The grip may be back on the series at hand because history
Ayo guys, tunjukkan
is
siapa
being made
kita
against
tadi.
you. DRX are looking like they are in the driving seat to maybe complete the first reverse sweep we've seen in the global stage of VCT history in these best of fives.
DRX came into this tournament.
Yolah, Optik lah, pulangkan aja lah. Biar enak nonton finalnya ya.
But by finishing 5th to 6th. Always bombing out. If you were
Khawatir ya
told
kalau
they
Optik
were
lolos ya.
on the verge of being the first team to
Takutnya
complete
kejadian
the
kayak di
reverse
Master
sweep
ya.
of BO5. I wouldn't have
Menang
thought
dari
they had
lower
Like
dah.
ludicrous, what year? In 26?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe
Lower,
give it a couple
lower,
of years.
lower,
And DRX
lower.
will be at that level. But they pulled it out at the final event.
Lempar ke mana?
Stage of the year.
It feels like they're back
Tuh,
into
udah ngasih tau penonton dulu situ tadi.
They've got Optic up against the ropes.
But timeout being taken by Optic, and they've been good in the
Di
past.
belakang
This one,
kotak
what
kah?
kind of adaptations are they going to be making? It's a fast play, flash over the top. The haunt was destroyed though, and
Oh,
a lovely
nice.
stun into the corner. How is Buzz just leaving them
Nice.
in like this?
Incredible utility. The execute perfect for putting pressure on Ye and FNS and setting up Buzz on the entry. That is immaculate. A textbook play in how to set up your jet entry player.
You just have to save if you're Optic. You
Sapping,
just
bro.
have to save.
Gila.
Goodbye, good night. That round is over in the first 30 seconds.
The timeout that you burnt was off the back of that round. The adjustments that needed to be made.
Just nothing.
Nothing to
DRX
boast about,
harus
especially
banyak
when it's
dapat
important
roundnya
this
kalau
way
kataku
forward.
mah.
And Victor's still holding on to his
Karena lebih
running
sulit
back.
ngedep
Victor's
deh.
had his own
Nyerang
running
bisa
back.
acak-acak A, B, C.
Around running Phoenix on this map.
Kok ngedepnya
Is that
pusing ya.
the Phoenix can be
Musuh
very
kemana nih?
mobile,
Overthinking.
move around, grab
Ke A, ke B, apa ke C nih?
Also, crucially, is going to get ult cycling. You You're going to get an ult, you're going to use an ult, you're going to very quickly build it back up. It's not being used. They just haven't had the moments.
No opportunity to.
Yai, OP.
Take a look at this replay here. The stun.
Jangan ke Along sama ke Celong ya.
Finds the perfect moment to dip out just as the fault line disappears and the paranoia comes in. And the paranoia just sets up both of those kills immaculately.
Yeah.
And that's already after Ye has been pushed off his aggressive C long line by the Haunt. So every piece of the utility.
Deg-degan nontonnya, bro. Oh, nice.
That is a lot. And it's going to mean he doesn't have his armor for the running back if he chooses to invest the ult this round.
Tuh aku bilang jangan ke Celong sama Along. Kalau udah ada operator nih, tipis yang ngambilnya. Kalau lompat-lompat mati sih. Lompat mati, mati. Bahkan nggak lompat itu. Wih. Oh, nice.
What a timing! Pound for pound, answered back, and they're not done yet. Picks up Zest, and he might be able to settle this round back
Bokongnya
down.
coy.
Stance is now left in a 1v2. Had a very rough beginning to this BO5.
Ya, timing.
More and more value. Here comes Marv
Mati
on
nih.
the peak. The timing.
Stacks.
Yeah, knew exactly where it was.
And that
Great round for Optic to get back into things, and off the back of Ye.
off the back of Ye being full blind, Brent. I think I've got to give credit to Victor here too, though, because he had the narrowest of timings to be able to disrupt.
Ada aja momen hoki DRX.
He does get caught after.
Berdua ada.
It is important that you continue to apply the pressure there, because Ye is trying to escape. So he needs someone to intercede on his behalf, and that was Victor. So now you've got barely any ultimates in play.
OT kan nih.
A very decisive gun round.
Sampai OT mantap nih.
Big fight over the A lobby happening right here.
Yeah, a lot of players grouped up. Prowler's going to be latching into a common position. They know that Mako, the most likely candidate for who actually teleported to cover the cross. It was a seize over the top, I think, that they wanted to maybe make a play off of, but there was nothing else to try and combo with it.
Yeah. They could have gone for a seize hot hands, but frankly it wouldn't matter anyway. Mako had already evacuated.
Ada bro, kanan kiri, oke.
Here comes a B hit. Crashy's got punished last time.
Hot play straight into the
Oh, mati,
side.
bos.
And there it is. Crashes finally returns with the damage.
Ya.
And there's the spike being denied on top of it.
Ya,
Not yet, though.
dua
Bit of a
lagi
dodge
silau.
attempt. And a spray down on Victor. It's not the cleanest thing in the world, but it does the job.
There's a much
Kuat
better
B.
response from Optic.
Dia nggak masuk semua tadi.
And I'll be not allowed to play.
Pinik nih bahaya coy. Silau gaming ya.
Well, oh my word.
Ya, 145 kan tuh.
There, but yeah. Jay locks that down.
140 momen.
All of these rounds, Brent, have to be taken in the context that from what we've seen
Phantom momen,
on
Phantom
only
momen.
one instance of both these teams playing Haven so far at Chaps, this would be the weaker side for both teams. I love the way that Crashy's played that though. Last time, he got pushed into
Sempat
the
nyambut
connector.
juga.
And so this time he tucks really deep in the corner, where he can try to punish Buzz. And then once he realizes Buzz isn't pushing, he has a timing. To get the kill
Terlalu
on the
dikit
reach
deh
and then
dapet
swing
shotnya,
back
coy.
through and deny the plant. It was still very aggressive, the positioning that he held, but
Optik yang enak nanti nyerang.
And a timeout called for DRX. Remember, they burnt up their previous one. Right after the bonus round was won by Optic.
7 aja nggak ada jaminan menang.
Using their last timeout now to see if they can get some sort of adjustment going. But there's 3 rounds left in the half.
yeah, there is not too much time.
8-4 lah sedang sebenarnya. DRX 8. Cuman 25 nih, bisa 75 doang ya.
With the way that Optic played their attack side on this map before, all around FNS's IGLing, that feels like a side where
Stuck.
you want to get Tony's input.
You're leaving your players.
Low float sebenarnya stuck apa itu?
Comes to that second half of this map here in such important situation.
Another round where there's no big ultimates to speak of. And yet it's another crucial one. The money now evening up quite a bit. So it looks like there's going to be gun rounds for most of the rest of this half.
There.
Marved in an anchor position at back B. as Victor, Ye, Crashies try to fight over A lobby. Similar kind of setup that they used before.
Deep Prowler, hot hands in the corner.
I love that.
Yeah, Buzz just has to use his updraft to try and avoid most of it. And look at this. Pushed up deep into short. Battle about to take place. Maka wins it, yay! Collateral at play. And it's a fast attempt by DRX to try and take some space. Move back onto the angles, but Ye already repositioned up to heaven. Smoked off though, and now the paranoia cuts its way through, and Victor was left alone but marked. At the back of the site, could be the hero indeed, and with the trademark at their feet, the slow field not enough.
Miss nggak bisa dimaafkan Mako.
Marv with a triple kill there, going from his anchor position in B, running all the way through to hell. But that round was won by Ye with the collateral, because that fight was.
Wah, banyak dia dapat round dep.
Look at the kill feed right before he gets the collat. Crashies died. Crashies was trying to go for a reclear of shore.
Tembus.
And if Ye only gets one, or if he gets zero,
Pusing tuh.
the DRX are just going to flood into the A site, and Marv isn't ready. Victor would be caught.
Depnya DRX nih kuat nggak ya?
Ye saves them again. DRX though are kind of winning these A lobby battles. Marv set up for another paranoia, but chooses not to go for it off the rip. We've seen Victor in this position before, but he
Nikmati aja lah dah, nonton aja lah.
Defensive protocol, Optic, nowhere near, there's no utility.
Victor bahaya tuh, lewat kena flash, 3 orang kena, aduh mati lagi semua.
Glancing towards B, and nobody got contact on A long. So these 3 players, they're going to use the horn just to
aludisi.
And DRX have heard it.
Yeah,
they heard the horn.
Mako heard it.
They heard the horn, so they're going for the contact re-clear. This is such a beautiful call.
Crashes is holding the ankle so narrow.
Nah, ketahuan. 2 orang.
He gets the information, which is what he was looking for, but Crashes, you can't overstep yourself here, son.
It's just an
skill.
Crashes is looking to challenge.
Mati 1 orang minimal trade kill. Oh, nice. Aduh. VNS terlalu kuat dia di set situ ya. Pistol aja dia kuat, dia nahan situ.
Here comes the flank, the lurk from RB, but he's got it all to do.
20 seconds in the round to do it. A
lockdown wouldn't even be usable here. It just takes too much time.
And he just doesn't know what
no time.
Too much time to even try and grab the spike as well. He's got too much to clear, wider swing, and FNS just absolutely sublime, top to bottom.
The IGLing there from both sides, I've got to commend. I think Stacks found the perfect.
Satu lah, 75 lah, direct lah.
But Crashies was jiggling it, and as soon as he saw a couple of people moving into the lobby,
he knew
to call the rotate.
Kuat dia jaga ini ya.
Flooded into the A site. Marv was there, FNS was there to back up Crashies.
Harus di flash kah?
Held that site hit. Now Optic have a fairly commanding lead and a big economic advantage heading into the final round of the half.
Ya tabrak aja lah bro, C bro. Lockdown bro. Per. Ya. Lah.
They're crumbling before our eyes. DRX.
Malah Optic yang 8.
Contrast that round to the previous C exec, and it is night and day.
Josh, no more timeouts. No more timeouts on hand for DRX.
Just a raw battle of the wills between the IGLs. Maybe just assuming that the flash had forced Ye to use his rendezvous, but that one looks like a car crash in slow motion. DRX have such a comeback to try and attempt in the second half. 8-4 down.
So difficult. 8-4 being the half. Let's hand it down to the desk to find out if it's really possible.
Tak semangat, let's go Optic.
Run away with this, but things could have been a lot worse if it weren't for RB.
Yeah, it could have been 9-3.
Let's go Optic, ngantuk udah deh.
Pull off yet another miracle run. 8-4 though, still a little bit rough around the edges here for DRX. Things really falling apart at the back end, and Brennan was mentioning now no timeouts, but RB has been a big bright spot for the team so far.
This is the guy who has the pressure on him. Last time they were in a decider game, he stepped up at the final hour. He's doing that again, but it hasn't been enough.
Yeah. And it's actually as well,
Kecil.
doing really good stuff on the killjoy on the other side. This This is where I thought it might turn for DRX because they got 3 rounds after this thrifty win with a couple of sheriffs, just pushing the back of sight. And we could have seen definitely a little bit more of a snowball off of this, but you could tell DRX is still here no matter what.
Pinik kunci nih.
No matter if Optic's in the lead, it's still very much doable for both sides.
Sebelum masuk silau dulu, baru bunuh. Aduh enak banget kalah ke DRX. Cemana nih? Penasaran aku, cemana cara DRX nahannya nih? Dalam tekanan deh. Sekarang Optic 60%, DRX 40%. Bagaimana pelatih DRX memberi semangat kepada para playernya? Ayo guys, tunjukkan siapa kita. Siapa kita? Korea. Siapa kita? Opa.
The resiliency has been great from DRX thus far, but they have to find it within themselves for another comeback if they want to complete this reverse sweep.
Yeah, well, Optic also they are on the verge of heading to yet another grand final. Sideshow and Brand, let's see if they can close this one out.
Harus menang pistol wajib. DRX have 69 defensive round win rate. Oh, tinggi coy, 69. 1% lagi lah, 70 lah. OT aja, peluang OT aja udah mantap lah. Depnya kuat berarti ya. Sedang lah ya. Kalau bisa 95% tadi tuh, biar meyakinkan ya.
So close. A bit of a pre-fire, and smoke's going to be fading away. Just to remove that alarm bot.
Such a minute difference there between Victor getting the alarm bot kill and getting killed.
Moments away from it now. Time is being burnt down to a crisp here with a
DRX udah beli pistol banyak tuh. Dia pengen menang banget nampak.
A concrete decision on which side they want to land on.
Jiggle peak battle over at A-Long. And
tuh kan ngedep tuh pushing. Ini kemana musuh nih? Overthinking lah dah. Oke, guys.
The spike is nowhere near. The spike is in a completely different direction. You do not
Wah,
expect this
palsu
ever.
anjir.
On a pistol round, that is to make the fake play.
That is such an astounding amount of utility.
Anjay, kosong aja ya.
Paranoia, all used to try and go for a fast
Hek,
mistake that wasn't
jebakan
even
killjoy ya udahlah, berat
Completely
nih.
opened up the sight for them.
Harus cari ya.
The push and pull of the rotations. DRX have got such a massive ask ahead of them. No more utility. It has to come down to the fight being taken. And the crossfire set up with the pistols. Obviously just too good for it. Marved. Pushing inside of the smoke.
FNS lagi kah kunci, ngebokong deh. Belakang. No time bro. Jebakan killjoy, masih ada. Oh nice. Bisa kah? Nice. Nah ini ronde belia nih. Ronde belia kalah. Optic gimana nih? Mau beli nggak? Gimana momennya tuh di sini ya? Muka orang India harus lihat tuh. Oh enggak coy. Optic tetap ingin bonus round dikasih ke DRX. Tapi pertanyaannya DRX apakah kuat menahan pistol-pistol ini? Nah udah ketahuan. Tuh kan gak enak kan kena silau kan? Ah, woi. Tolonglah, jangan kalah lagi lah. Kalah lagi, cok.
Clutch is an instant response, instant answer back.
Menang pistol, kalah pakai tembak. Gak ngerti lagi ya gue. 3 kali kah? Udah 4 kali ya? Gitu terus skema. Absen anjir, satu. Tabrak aja lah. I'm the best. Mulai muji diri sendiri, lihat deh. Seralah dia menang lah ya.
Brent, I've been thinking it all tournament. When is Marv gonna show up? I know we haven't needed it up until now.
Harapan.
But this could be the final hour.
Ya ampun dah.
And the best controller player in the world is finally showing you why he has that title.
Lovely shot onto RB. And it has just winning that round out.
Tuh, itu enak jadi penyerang tuh, ngacak-ngacak, bola balik. DRX tadi kurang lah. Memang tipe ini deh, tipe pemain yang bertahan ya. Lebih suka ngendo ya. Jadi nyerang pun agak ngendo ya. Ucap seorang Iron deh. Ini pusing nih jadi bertahan nih. Overthinking, udah map 5 masalahnya. Musuh kemana nih? A, B apa C nih? Beli serip lah, DRX lah menang pasti.
Such a tough spot. Yeah. The emotions are so hard to control. You go through the elation of winning the pistol and believing that it's doable, to despair,
to getting it ripped away from you with no more timeouts to try and make the most of it, to try and settle the nerves.
Nampak.
Oh, and Nemo has been found.
10-5, that's the score.
Agak lawak emang.
Look like they are once again carving their spot.
3 round lagi, auto grand final, berat. DRX butuh 8. Belum siap ya DRX ya. Dari itu ya, lihat dari menang pistol, beli senjata ya kurang. Berkali-kali kalah. Thrifty.
Drop down in a pretty secure and safe location, just farming up the orbs onto Victor and getting him his ultimate there to run it back now available.
Musuh udah 2 digit nih, lama tidak DRX kan. Jantung udah mulai deg. Nih, Pinik nih enak nih, racing ras nih. Kasih silau maju, enak, tenang. Itu yang kuku sekarat. Tuh, udah nyilauin ngepick gak deh? Enggak.
Right here, right now, could be the difference maker for them. And what discipline, what patience, the play is made in the spray down. A collection of 2 kills.
Oh, nice.
Reset of the aim for Zest. Absolutely magnificent.
Nah.
I tell you, Brent, there are not many players that would keep their cool in a moment like that, down 5 rounds. On the final map of the BO5. But Zest was so calm.
Maksimal cuman bisa OT kah?
This is a different DRX squad. It's that one. Yeah.
To hold your fire.
Enak. Ini.
Potentially the most important round you would have faced.
Zest main tenang sih nampaknya.
You're down to a poor buy. Optic are on 11, but no.
Optic take their timeout. The last one remaining to both of these teams until we get to OT. And And I think that this is a good moment for Chet because you might have counted DRX out had you won the round, but this is a different squad you're playing against right now. This feels like the true Korean super team. A team that has persevered.
Ayolah, OT lah, biar lebih seru lah.
Many moments at champions. A team that's really battled and overcome their
Atau 11 lah, tahan Optic di 11 lah minimal lah. Maksimal 11. 13-11.
And it's going to take everything from Optic to close this out.
They've been pushed to the limit. Now heading into map 5 here. The timeout obviously signaling that Optic don't want to let this lead slip away from them.
Crashies and Victor have massive ultimates here. They've struggled to get Victor
Sweet revenge. Apakah sweet revenge itu nyata?
Perhaps they can come up with a game plan here. RB with an extremely similar defensive setup to what FNS himself was using. We've got some classic A lobby control. Optic's comp is really poor at taking A lobby control, but they're fighting for other areas to
bahaya bro. Mundur bro, dia ulti bro.
It's all a fake.
Close, it is a complete fake. It's pulled them all the way
Nice,
back
nggak
into
dapat korban.
corners at the side here. Mako
Mako.
needs to be the playmaker.
Nice Mako.
Where's the trade? And the anchor.
Belakang Mako.
Right now, still
Kelamaan mandang sana Mako.
Oh, guess what? RB ready to hold his teammates back. There is no trade in action, but maybe Ye can be once more the difference maker. Nightfall now, pushed across. RB getting no sound. It's a flash play over the top. Stax wants to make the moves for them. Swinging down. It's just up to Victor.
Sabar, sabar.
1v2,
Nice.
Stax has already taken the positioning.
That is a shutdown play
Siapa yang
from
pakai
DRX.
operator bass?
But I'm struggling to see how Optic thought that one was going to get coordinated. The fake play is lovely, and the thought process from FNS, wonderful. But where's the players?
Nih, untung dapat RB.
Backside there. FNS out on an island, and Marv, who's normally the biggest trader for Optic, choosing a completely
Cewek itu udah nggak berdiri, capek dah deh. 5 map ya.
They just couldn't clear backside at all. Made it far too easy for Mako.
Hero rifle for Marv.
Ganti pemain anjir.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been knocked all the way down with Optic losing that round. It's DRX who have taken control of the map, potentially the series. Still a hard ask for them though when Ye's got the tour de force in his hands. This fight that might be about to take place over towards A could decide quite a bit, but still, again, it's Optic with the spike leaning over.
Menang senjata biasanya kalah ya.
Part of the reason Optic's attack side when they were running this comp was so good was because FNS was so willing to.
Biasanya sih kalah. Oh, ini kalah, rip lah dah. Posisi FNS, aduh silau, aduh silau, aduh buta, alah buta aja. Suwe buta semua.
Squeezing them right where they lie.
Miss.
But he can't win it. Beautiful, beautiful IGLing by Optic. Adaptations being made.
Kocak flawless tripti gitu.
And the A anchor players were just lost in the
Dapat
source.
senjata gratis 4 kah?
I don't know how you expect
3
that
doang.
play to come through.
Ah, nggak ngerti aku DRX coy. Senjata bagus sekali deh. Berkali-kali masalah. Terkena strategi yang sama, main kuantitas ya. DRX nggak tahu cara ngatasi ini ya, solusi nggak punya dia. Kalau kataku mungkin kayak main ini aja, Sersi ya. Di stack A-nya 5 gitu, jadi main retake aja. Mau adu 5 lawan 5 atau gimana gitu. Dia 1-1-1 habis langsung kan. Kayak solusinya gitu udah DRX. Stack C-nya 5, kalau dia maju ke A ya udah retake 5. Main retake ya. Kalah mulu soalnya anjir.
Did Ye spot him? Did Ye find it? Just contacting across, but it's not called in time.
Buzz had 3 different targets he could play off there.
Victor moves his way across. Stax.
Perfect
Battling
play.
back, man. Battling back.
enormous help by Stacks there. And now Marv's in a mad position. Just has to pivot into the C site. Pinging it out, seeing if he can go for a pre-aim.
But if there's anyone to do it, Josh, it would be Marv and Ye, wouldn't it?
The two of them have been playing fantastically in these later few maps. But it's also been, I suppose...
Oh, no way.
30 seconds left.
There's no way Marv is taking this fight, man. The rifle! Not favored in close quarters. Not in that instance. And the spike has been given over.
Who expects a bucket to be there?
Teleport's ready.
And now Ye left in a 1v4.
No time. No time.
No possibilities.
Maybe you can do some damage to the economy, but no. Mako holds it, anticipating the push. And this
Ambil operatornya, bro.
has been so back and forth.
Pasangkan C operator satu operator dah, mantap tuh.
Marv gets a swing out there.
Oh,
and
tolok.
FNS just walks into the angle. There's some serious comm problem happening there. They knew that the operator was posted. I mean, maybe just assuming that Buzz would have left, but you'd expect FNS to at least jiggle it if it had been commed to him in time. And look at this. Optic have a really rough buy. Crashies with only a pistol to work with. And there are many ultimates in play. I mean, this is the round to invest every ult at your disposal. And another op battle to start things out.
Yeah, crouching. He's holding the angle for the repush down A long.
I feel like this whole series has been Ye v Buzz.
Bravo cross. No one following it through.
Tembak.
Second. There's a flash. Pre-fire, Buzz. Not rewarded, but this reposition of Zest again. This is going to give DRX a ton of information for the defensive protocol. Now they've got to know.
Wah.
Just an absurd situation.
Wah, suara penonton bisa bikin tahu nih. Wah, bisa dapat 2 lah minimal lah. Bisa lah. 2 lah minimal lah. Nggak dicek pasti sini. Jarang orang sini. Tuh kan.
Good trade. Great trade. Cool not being kept. Nanoswarm going to be pushing them back here. The spike was on B.
Nggak dicek pasti. Agak langka orang nunggu situ. Udah trigger disiplin dapat nggak ya 2 tadi?
Look at this positioning, Mako. He's still here, still waiting, and the half clear is not good enough. What a trade! A trade off. And Marv is going to be making his moves now towards it. But where is the time? Where is the spike going to land?
These are the moments where Optic was incredible against XZ, setting up these pivots, these lurks. FNS could be the playmaker here.
Aduh, lockdownnya.
B is going to be gained, at least with it, but the angles are watched down anyway.
Nice.
The spike is planted. FNS has to go huge. 1v2. Flash. A dodge, a juke, a half on
Ya,
it.
satu-satu lagi.
8 bullets in the clip.
Nice.
And it's not enough to do it.
Oh, suram kulihat.
FNS, the battle of the IGL is manifesting itself.
What a round for DRX.
Tripti lagi nih.
A round for Stacks.
Ayo Optic. Tripti lebih kuat ya. Tripti Eko. Pincen. Yang nonton 0 coy, cuman absen aja orangnya. Coba aku cek setelah Pincen datang kondisinya. Oh, ada 1 orang.
This looks like DRX should be in a position.
Ayo, miss. Oh, nice.
Second time's a charm for Buzz. Still walking down the angle, and he wants a little bit more. Shorty has to be pulled out in play. Another curveball.
Aduh, silau itu bahaya banget. Bro, jangan banyak miss lah, bro. Ah, mati nih. Nice. Itu bunting langsung dia, bro.
11-10 the score.
Oh my god.
That one way too close for DRX.
11-10. Sengit, bro. Map 5, bro.
Buzz got a great entry, but then got caught by the paranoia, caught by a flash, as Victor played the entry there onto A.
Nih.
Victor's Phoenix on these AXX is finding value. I would be very tempted if I was Optic to try and lean into that. The fast tempo is almost working on the half-by rounds.
Ayolah pulang kalau NE nih kocak.
Map is being pulled away from you.
Run it back by Victor in his hand because he was able to get those 4 kills on the half-by round.
Back to back.
And another thing for DRX to keep in the back of their minds, Marv has the ult and the spike. He can go anywhere, fake anything.
Lihat mana woi.
Playing the anti-flash. Aftershock into the nanoswarm there. Clears the corner. Now Victor wants to make the play. Make the move.
Lari bro.
Forwards.
Oh nice,
But
selamat.
Spraydown does not come up with the goods. Not like he was looking for, but still stacks. Looking to anchor. At the back of the site and just the tail end of the
Astaga, dapat satu
ultimate.
dia.
Yay capitalizes. Order space being gained. Reset again. Yay is the difference maker.
The trading from Ye here has been fabulous in this round, but it is not over
Saping.
yet. Not by a long shot. The spike isn't even down, and Victor in a position where he
rotate.
from.
Gak mungkin saping kocak.
He is the backstabber. Hook line sinker, a classic play.
Kalau dapat 12 berat sih.
Buzz down to Buzz. Buzz has been a miracle worker, but the dash popped just simply too early.
Bas cepat bas, kiri lu bas. Wih lama, lewat. Tengok situ dia kocak. Itu kan udah kau lihat tadi di belakang.
An Optic.
Depannya nggak ada yang lihat. Saking hati-hatinya tuh ya pro. Alah, suwe. Dapat match point anjir. Wah berat coy. Tekanan ada di DRX sekarang ya. Wah main cepat ya. Nggak ambil orb doang.
A record in VCT at their fingertips.
One round is the difference maker here. That's all it stands between them. DRX, Zest forced down to a very shoddy buy. It feels like towards the end of this map, towards the end of this series, FNS, whatever the calls might be, it's pushing and pulling in DRX.
Tuh jadi nyerang tuh enak kan, diacak-acak. Overthinking ngedep tuh. Bas sudah jaga A sih. Dapat satu lah minimal lah. Waduh nggak bisa bro. Dia suka jaga sini anjir. Sering kena flash dia di sini. Gak aman pasti coy. Wah berat loh. Keajaiban doang nih bikin bisa nih. Bro, RB last man. Harus S coy. Mati. Udahlah ya. GGWP Optic, GGNT DRX. Hampir coy. Hampir balas dendam manis coy. Sweet revenge. Tapi gagal. Kalah 2-0 DRX di awal. Lalu jadi 2-2. Ini skema sama kayak ini TI tahun lalu yang di ini di Dota, tapi game Dota. Udah 2-0, 2-2 jadi 3-2. Tapi yang menang 2 di awal yang enak karena mereka punya banyak nyawa di awal kan. Udah langsung op aja lah aku ya. Wih. Hari-hari lawan ini lagi ya. Lawan Optic lagi. Dia mulu malah ketemu ya. Lihat.
Out of the 5 events that they have played with Ye, they've made 3 grand finals. The most so far in VCT.
Lord Optic tuh udah ketemu di sini. Optic kalah 2-0. Ketemu lagi Lord Optic. Di sebelumnya dia ketemu juga Lord Optic juga nih. Lord Optic yang menang 2-1. terakhir di master mana ya? Copenhagen apa Reskapik ya? Itu Loud yang menang. Optic yang menang 3-0 kalau nggak salah ya. Intinya lebih banyak Optic yang menang kalau ketemu Loud ya. Ya udah, berarti segitu aja ya. Lanjut besok nih. Besok grand final jam 9 tanggal 18 2022. 19 jam lagi.
Absolutely incredible effort from them. They overcome their own narratives, their own curses, but not enough to bring it over the finish line.
Ente banget lah DRX, hampir comeback. Coba-coba sekali lagi. Google Translate. Sweet. Cuman nyebut ya?
Sweet revenge. Sweet revenge. Sweet revenge.
Nah, itulah. Lidah aku bisa patah ya kalau nyebut ya. Udah, thank you semua yang udah nonton, yang udah mampir, yang udah like. Sampai jumpa di next streaming. Semoga siang sempat lab main game, malamnya baru ini. Tergantung ya bangunnya ya. Semoga sempat lah. Entah main Bus ID, entah main Mobile Legend. Thank you semua ya. Bye bye. Arigatou gozaimasu.